Decade 1890 to 1899, 1897. Mr. Edison at work in his chemical laboratory. 1897. Niagara. 1899. Strange Adventure of New York Drummer. Decade 1900 to 1909, 1906. The Story of the Kelly Gang. 1906. The Tunnel Workers. 1909. She Would Be an Actress. Decade 1910 to 1919, 1912. Cleopatra. 1912. From the Manger to the Cross. 1912. Richard III. 1913. Atlantis. 1913. Life of the Jews of Palestine. 1913. The Massacre. 1913. Sumerki Zenskoy Dusher. 1913. Traffic in Souls. 1914. The Avenging Conscience. Thou Shalt Not Kill. 1914. A Florida Enchantment.
1914 Hemmelighedsfuld X. D.
1914. Home, Sweet Home. 1914. In the Land of the Headhunters. 1914. Ireland, a Nation. 1914. Judith of Bethulia. 1914. The Patchwork Girl of Oz. 1914. Photodrama of Creation. 1914. The Squaw Man. 1914. Tilly's Punctured Romance. 1914. Uncle Tom's Cabin. 1914. The Virginian. 1914. The Wishing Ring, an Idol of Old England. 1915. Alias Jimmy Valentine. 1915. Alice in Wonderland. 1915. The Birth of a Nation. 1915. The Cheat. 1915. The Disciple.
1915 Evangelimandens liv.
1915. A Fool There Was. 1915. Hypocrites. 1915. The Immigrant. 1915. The Italian. 1915. Mabel's Willful Way. 1915. Martyrs of the Alamo. 1915. The Nigger. 1915. The Raven. 1915. Regeneration. 1915. Trilby. 1916. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. 1916. American Aristocracy. 1916. The Americano. 1916. Burlesque on Carmen. 1916. Civilization. 1916. Gretchen the Greenhorn. 1916. The Half-Breed. 1916. Hell's Hinges. 1916. Intolerance. Love's Struggle Through the Ages. 1916. Judex. 1916. The Matrimaniac. 1916. Oliver Twist. 1916. The Social Secretary. 1916. The Three Musketeers. 1916. Where Are My Children? 1916. The World and the Woman. 1916. Zizn Zie Zizn. 1917. 49 to 17. 1917. Bucking Broadway. 1917. Cleopatra. 1917. Great Expectations. 1917. The Heart of Texas Ryan.
1917 Hilde Warren und der Tod.
1917. Joan the Woman. 1917. The Little American. 1917. The Little Princess. 1917. Malambra. 1917. Mater Dolorosa. 1917. The Narrow Trail. 1917. The Poor Little Rich Girl. 1917. The Pride of the Clan. 1917. Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm. 1917. The Scarlet Car. 1917. The Secret Game. 1917. Straight Shooting. 1917. A Tale of Two Cities. 1917. Tarja Vigen. 1917. Wild and Woolly. 1918. All Night, 1918. Amerly of Clothesline Alley, 1918. Beautiful Japan,
1918 Berg Eivind och hans hustru.
1918. The Bluebird, 1918. Carmen, 1918. The Forbidden City, 1918. Hearts of the World, 1918. Little Women, 1918. The Married Virgin, 1918. Mickey,
1918 Nattliga tonner.
1918. Shoulder Arms, 1918. Stella Maris, 1918. Tarzan of the Apes, 1918. Tai Min, 1918. The Unbeliever, 1918. The Whispering Chorus, 1919. And of Green Gables, 1919. Back to God's Country, 1919. Blind Husbands, 1919. Broken Blossoms or The Yellow Man and the Girl, 1919. The Busher,
1919 Carmen van het Noorden. Een.
1919. Daddy Longlegs, 1919. Deliverance, 1919. Eyes of Youth, 1919. The False Faces, 1919. The Girl Who Stayed at Home, 1919. The Greatest Question, 1919. Harakiri, 1919. Hawthorne of the USA,
1919 Herr Arnes pengar.
1919. The Hoodlum, 1919. Love, 1919. Love's Prisoner, 1919. Madame Dewberry, 1919. Male and Female,
1919 Maya aus Berlin.
1919. Opium, 1919. The Roaring Road, 1919. A Romance of Happy Valley, 1919 South, 1919. The Tong Man,
1919 Unheimliche Geschichten.
1919. When the Clouds Roll By, decade 1920 to 1929, 1920. Anna Bullen, 1920. Eroticon, 1920. Heading Home, 1920. The Idle Dancer, 1920. The Jackknife Man,
1920 Klostret i Sendomir.
1920. The Luck of the Irish, 1920. The Mark of Zorro, 1920. The Mollycoddle, 1920. Nomads of the North, 1920. Nurse Marjorie,
1920 Ollin oppivuodet.
1920. Pollyanna, 1920. The Saphead, 1920. Sex, 1920. Something New, 1920. Suds, 1920. The Toll Gate,
1920 von morgens bis Mitternacht.
1920. Way Down East, 1920. What Happened to Rosa, 1920. Within Our Gates, 1920. A Woman in Gray, 1921. The Ace of Hearts, 1921. The Affairs of Anatole, 1921. The Blot, 1921. The Bonnie Briar Bush, 1921. Camille, 1921. The Conquering Power, 1921. Danton, 1921. Dream Street, 1921. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, 1921. Hamlet, 1921. Johann, 1921. The Kid, 1921. Leap Year, 1921. Little Lord Fauntleroy, 1921. Lotus Blossom, 1921. The Love Light, 1921. Love Never Dies, 1921. Molly O, 1921. My Boy, 1921. The Nut, 1921. Orphans of the Storm, 1921. A Sailor-Made Man, 1921. 7 Years Bad Luck, 1921. The Sheik, 1921. The Sky Pilot, 1921. A Small Town Idol, 1921. The Three Musketeers, 1921. Tollable David, 1921. Two Wise Wives,
1921 Vier die Frau.
1921. White Oak, 1922. Beauty's Worth, 1922. Beyond the Rocks, 1922. Big Stakes, 1922. Blood and Sand,
1922 Craquebille.
1922. Dr. Jack, 1922. Down to the Sea in Ships,
1922 Dia. Mabuse, der Spieler, ein Bild der Zeit.
1922. Foolish Wives, 1922. Grandma's Boy, 1922. The Headless Horseman, 1922. Lorna Doone, 1922. The Man from Beyond, 1922. The Man from Home, 1922. Moran of the Lady Letty, 1922. Nanook of the North, 1922. No Trespassing,
1922 Nosferatu, eine Symphonie des Grauens.
1922. Oliver Twist, 1922. One Exciting Night, 1922. Othello, 1922. Phantom, 1922. The Primitive Lover, 1922. The Prisoner of Zenda, 1922. Robin Hood, 1922. Shadows, 1922. Sherlock Holmes, 1922. Sky High,
1922 Sodom und Gomorra.
1922. Tess of the Storm Country, 1922. Three Live Ghosts, 1922. The Three Must Get Theirs, 1922. The Toll of the Sea, 1922. Trapped by the Mormons, 1923. Anna Christie, 1923. The Bright Shawl, 1923. The Covered Wagon, 1923. The Extra Girl, 1923. The Face on the Barroom Floor, 1923. The Fog, 1923. Gunnar Head's Saga, 1923. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, 1923. Merry-Go-Round, 1923. Our Hospitality, 1923. The Pilgrim, 1923. Raskolnikov, 1923. Rosita, 1923. Safety Last, 1923. Scaramouche, 1923. The Shock, 1923. Soul of the Beast, 1923. Souls for Sale, 1923. The Spanish Dancer, 1923. The Ten Commandments, 1923. Three Ages, 1923. The Virginian, 1923. The White Rose, 1923. The White Sister, 1923. White Tiger, 1923. Why Worry, 1923. Wilhelm Tell, 1923. A Woman of Paris, 1923. Woman to Woman, 1923. Zaza, 1924. Elita, 1924. America, 1924. Captain January, 1924. The Chechikos, 1924. Conductor 1492, 1924. Dante's Inferno, 1924. Dorothy Vernon of Haddon Hall, 1924. Girl Shy, 1924. Greed, 1924. He Who Gets Slapped, 1924. Helen's Babies, 1924. Helena, 1924. Hot Water, 1924. The Iron Horse, 1924. Manhandled, 1924. The Marriage Circle,
1924 Monsieur Beaucaire.
1924. The Navigator. 1924. Neobikani Priklyukenia Mist Era Vesta V Strain Bolshevikov. 1924. Open All Night. 1924. Paprasnitsa OT Mosel Proma. 1924. Peter Pan. 1924. Ramala. 1924. The Seahawk. 1924. The Thief of Baghdad. 1925. Our Parents' People. 1925. Ben-Hur. 1925. The Big Parade. 1925. Braveheart. 1925. Bronenasets Potiomkin.
1925 Cyrano di Bergerac.
1925. The Circle. 1925. Clash of the Wolves. 1925. The Coast Patrol. 1925. Cobra. 1925. Dick Turpin. 1925. Don Q, Son of Zorro. 1925. The Drugstore Cowboy. 1925. The Eagle.
1925 Eifersucht.
1925. Free to Love. 1925. The Freshman. 1925. Go West. 1925. The Gold Rush. 1925. Grass. A Nation's Battle for Life. 1925. Her Sister from Paris. 1925. His People. 1925. A Kiss for Cinderella. 1925. Lady Windermere's Fan. 1925. Lady of the Night. 1925. Lazybones. 1925. Lightnin'. 1925. Little Annie Rooney. 1925. The Lost World.
1925 Maciste all'inferno.
1925. The Merry Widow. 1925. Miss Bluebeard. 1925. The Monster. 1925. The Nightclub. 1925. Paths to Paradise. 1925. The Phantom of the Opera. 1925. The Plastic Age. 1925. The Pleasure Garden. 1925. The Ragman. 1925. The Red Kimono. 1925. Riders of the Purple Sage. 1925. The Road to Yesterday. 1925. Sally of the Sawdust. 1925. Seven Chances. 1925. She. 1925. Stachka. 1925. Stage Struck. 1925. Stella Dallas. 1925. The Swan. 1925. Tumbleweeds. 1925. The Unchastened Woman. 1925. The Unholy Three. 1925. The Vanishing American.
1925 Visage d'enfant.
1925. Wizard of Oz. 1925. Wolf Blood. 1926. Three Bad Men. 1926. Bardley's The Magnificent. 1926. The Bat. 1926. Battling Butler.
1926 Beau Geste.
1926. The Bells. 1926. The Better Ole. 1926. The Black Pirate. 1926. The Blackbird. 1926. The Blue Eagle. 1926. The Boob. 1926. Brown of Harvard. 1926. Carmen. 1926. The Clinging Vine. 1926. The Cruise of the Jasper Bee. 1926. Dancing Mothers. 1926. Don Juan. 1926. The Duchess of Buffalo. 1926. Faust.
1926 Feu Mathias Pascal.
1926. Fiaker NR 13. 1926. The Fire Brigade. 1926. Flesh and the Devil, 1926, For Heaven's Sake.
1926 Geheimnisse einer Seele.
1926 Glomdalsbruden.
1926, The Great K and a Train Robbery, 1926, Hands Up, 1926, Irish Destiny, 1926, It's the Old Army Game, 1926, Kakabumazny Ranyet, 1926, Kiki, 1926, Karuta Ipeji, 1926, The Little Irish Girl, 1926, Love Him and Leave Him, 1926, Mantrap, 1926, Mare Nostrum, 1926, Matt, 1926, Mechanika Golovnovo Mozga, 1926, Michel Strogoff, 1926, Midnight Faces, 1926, Moana, 1926, Nana, 1926, Officer 444, 1926, Old Ironsides, 1926, Pizziconou,
1926 Rien que les heures.
1926, The Road to Glory, 1926, The Scarlet Letter, 1926, The Shamrock Handicap, 1926, Shinnel, 1926, The Show-Off, 1926, Skinner's Dress Suit, 1926, The Son of the Sheik, 1926, Sparrows, 1926, The Strong Man, 1926, Tell It to the Marines, 1926, The Temptress, 1926, Torrent, 1926, The Volga Boatman, 1926, What Happened to Jones, 1926, What Price Glory, 1926, The Winning of Barbara Worth, 1926, A Woman of the Sea, 1927, Adam and Evil, 1927, After Midnight, 1927, Baby Ryazansky, 1927, Barbed Wire, 1927, The Beloved Rogue, 1927, Captain Salvation, 1927, Casanova, 1927, The Cat and the Canary, 1927, Chong, A Drama of the Wilderness, 1927, Chicago, 1927, Children of Divorce, 1927, College, 1927, Devushka S. Karabkoy, 1927, Downhill, 1927, The Drop Kick, 1927, East Side, West Side, 1927, The First Auto, 1927, For the Term of His Natural Life, 1927, The Gaucho, 1927, The General, 1927, A Gentleman of Paris, 1927, His First Flame, 1927, Hotel Imperial, 1927, Hula, 1927, It, 1927, The Jazz Singer, 1927, The Kid Brother, 1927, The King of Kings,
1927 Kronet Sankt Peterburger.
1927, The Last Outlaw, 1927, The Lodger, 1927, London After Midnight, 1927, Long Pants, 1927, The Love of Suinya, 1927, Metropolis, 1927, Mockery, 1927, Mr. Wu, 1927, My Best Girl,
1927 Noored kotkad.
1927 oktyabr.
1927, Old San Francisco, 1927, Orchids and Ermine, 1927, Paid to Love, 1927, The Patent Leather Kid, 1927, Quality Street, 1927. The Return of Boston Blackie, 1927. Riding to Fame, 1927. The Ring, 1927. The Scar of Shame, 1927. Seventh Heaven, 1927. The Student Prince in Old Heidelberg, 1927. Sunrise, A Song of Two Humans, 1927. Tarzan and the Golden Lion, 1927. Tritya Meshchanskaya, 1927. 12 Miles Out, 1927. Two Arabian Nights, 1927. Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1927. Underworld, 1927. The Unknown, 1927. The Way of All Flesh, 1927. Wings, 1928. For Devils,
1928 Abwege.
1928. Across to Singapore, 1928. Oran, 1928. Arsenal, 1928. Bare Knees, 1928. The Battle of the Sexes, 1928. Beggars of Life, 1928. Buck Privates, 1928. The Cameraman, 1928. Champagne, 1928. The Circus, 1928. The Crowd, 1928. The Docks of New York, 1928. Dom na Trubnoy, 1928. Drums of Love, 1928. Easy Virtue, 1928. Eliso, 1928. The Farmer's Wife, 1928. Fazil, 1928. Feel My Pulse, 1928. For Sons, 1928. The Garden of Eden, 1928. Gentlemen Prefer Blondes,
1928 Geschlecht in Fesseln. Die Sexualnot der Gefangenen.
1928. A Girl in Every Port, 1928. Hangman's House, 1928. In Old Arizona, 1928. Kukla S. Milionami, 1928. Ladies' Night in a Turkish Bath, 1928. A Lady of Chance, 1928. The Last Command, 1928. Lights of New York, 1928. Lilac Time, 1928. Lonesome, 1928. The Man Who Laughs, 1928. The Matinee Idol, 1928. The Mating Call, 1928. Mother McCree, 1928. Moulin Rouge, 1928. The Mysterious Lady, 1928. Our Dancing Daughters, 1928. The Patriot, 1928. The Patsy, 1928. Potomac Chingiskana, 1928. The Power of the Press, 1928. The Racket, 1928. Riley the Cop, 1928. Sadie Thompson, 1928. A Ship Comes In, 1928. Shiraz, 1928. Show People, 1928. The Sideshow, 1928. Simba, The King of the Beasts, 1928. The Singing Fool, 1928. Speedy, 1928. Spion, 1928. Steamboat Bill Jr., 1928. Street Angel, 1928. Submarine, 1928. That Certain Thing,
1928, Tir au flanc.
1928. The Trail of 98, 1928. Underground, 1928. The Viking, 1928. Walking Back, 1928. The Wedding March, 1928. West of Zanzibar, 1928. White Shadows in the South Seas, 1928. A Woman of Affairs, 1928. Svenigera, 1929. Alibi, 1929. Applause, 1929. Asphalt, 1929. Atlantic, 1929. Behind That Curtain, 1929. Big News, 1929. The Black Watch, 1929. Blackmail, 1929. Broadway Babies, 1929. The Broadway Melody, 1929. Bulldog Drummond, 1929. The Canary Murder Case, 1929. Charming Sinners, 1929. Chelovek S. Kinoapridum, 1929. Kemi Bibia, 1929. Chinatown Nights, 1929. The Cockeyed World, 1929. The Coconuts, 1929. Condemned, 1929. Coquette, 1929. Dangerous Curves,
1929 dans la nuit.
1929. Desert Nights, 1929. The Desert Song, 1929. Devil May Care, 1929. Disraeli, 1929. The Divine Lady, 1929. Drifters, 1929. Dynamite, 1929. Eroticon, 1929. Evangeline, 1929. Finest Terrae, 1929. Flight, 1929. The Flying Fleet, 1929. The Forward Pass,
1929 Frau im Mond.
1929. Gakusiai Romance, Wakaki High,
1929 Gardien de phare.
1929. Glorifying the American Girl, 1929. Gold Diggers of Broadway, 1929. The Great Divide, 1929. The Great Gabbo, 1929. The Green Murder Case, 1929. Half Marriage, 1929. Hallelujah, 1929. High Voltage, 1929. The Hole in the Wall, 1929. The Hollywood Review of 1929, 1929. The Idle Rich, 1929. The Informer, 1929. The Iron Mask, 1929. The Kiss, 1929. The Last of Mrs. Cheney, 1929. The Leatherneck, 1929. The Letter, 1929. Linda, 1929. The Locked Door, 1929. The Love Parade, 1929. The Love Trap, 1929. Lucky Star, 1929. Madam X, 1929. The Manxman, 1929. The Marriage Playground, 1929. The Mysterious Dr. Fu Manchu, 1929. The Mysterious Island, 1929. Navy Blues, 1929. New York Nights, 1929. Night Parade, 1929. Noah's Ark, 1929. Novi Vavilon, 1929. On with the Show, 1929. Our Modern Maidens, 1929. The Pagan, 1929. Painted Faces, 1929. Piccadilly, 1929. The Racketeer, 1929. Redskin, 1929. The Return of Sherlock Holmes, 1929. Rio Rita, 1929. The River,
1929 rotaie.
1929. Sally,
1929 salute.
1929. The Saturday Night Kid, 1929. Say It With Songs, 1929. 7 Footprints to Satan, 1929. 7 Keys to Baldpate, 1929. The Shakedown, 1929. Showboat, 1929. The Show of Shows, 1929. The Single Standard, 1929. Skin Deep, 1929. Smiling Irish Eyes, 1929. So Long Letty, 1929. So This Is College, 1929. Speakeasy, 1929. Spite Marriage, 1929. The Squall, 1929. Staroi I Novoi, 1929. Strong Boy, 1929. The Studio Murder Mystery, 1929. Sunny Side Up, 1929. Sweetie, 1929. The Taming of the Shrew, 1929. Their Own Desire, 1929. They Had to See Paris, 1929. The 13th Chair, 1929. Thunderbolt, 1929. Tide of Empire, 1929. The Trespasser, 1929. The Trial of Mary Dugan, 1929. Turksib, 1929. The Unholy Night, 1929. Untamed, 1929. The Vagabond Lover, 1929. The Valiant, 1929. The Virginian, 1929. The Way of Lost Souls, 1929. Weary River, 1929. Welcome Danger, 1929. West Virginia, the State Beautiful, 1929. Where East is East, 1929. Wild Orchids, 1929. The Wild Party, 1929. Words and Music, 1929. The Younger Generation, decade 1930 to 1939. 1930, Abraham Lincoln.
1930 Abschied.
1930, Africa Speaks. 1930, Alias French Gertie. 1930, All Quiet on the Western Front. 1930, Animal Crackers. 1930, Anna Christie. 1930, Anybody's Woman. 1930, The Apache Kids Escape. 1930, The Arizona Kid.
1930 au bonheur des dames.
1930, Back Pay. 1930, The Bat Whispers. 1930, Be Yourself. 1930, Beau Bandit. 1930, Behind the Makeup. 1930, The Benson Murder Case. 1930, Beyond the Law. 1930, Big Boy. 1930, The Big House. 1930, The Big Pond. 1930, The Big Trail. 1930, Billy the Kid. 1930, The Bishop Murder Case. 1930, Born Reckless. 1930, Bright Lights. 1930, Call of the Flesh. 1930, Captain Thunder. 1930, The Cat Creeps. 1930, Charlie's Aunt. 1930, Chasing Rainbows. 1930, The Cheaters. 1930, Check and Double Check. 1930, Cheer Up and Smile. 1930, Children of Pleasure. 1930, City Girl. 1930, Common Clay. 1930, Conspiracy. 1930, The Cuckoos.
1930 Dames Ahoy.
1930, Dancing Sweeties. 1930, Danger Lights. 1930, Dangerous Paradise. 1930, David Golder. 1930, The Dawn Patrol. 1930, The Devil to Pay. 1930, A Devil with Women. 1930, The Devil's Holiday. 1930, The Divorcee. 1930, Dixiana. 1930, The Doorway to Hell. 1930, Doughboys. 1930, Dewberry, Woman of Passion.
1930 Einbrecher.
1930, Elstree Calling. 1930, Fast and Loose. 1930, Feet First, 1930, The Flirting Widow, 1930, Follow Through, 1930, For the Defense, 1930, Framed, 1930, Free and Easy, 1930, Fujiwara Yoshi no Furusato, 1930, The Girl Said No, 1930, Golden Dawn, 1930, Good News, 1930, The Green Goddess, 1930, Half Shot at Sunrise, 1930, Happy Days, 1930, Hell Harbor, 1930, Hell's Angels, 1930, Hell's Heroes, 1930, Her Man, 1930, Her Wedding Night, 1930, Holiday, 1930, Hook, Line and Sinker, 1930, In Gay Madrid, 1930, Inside the Lines, 1930, It's a Bird, 1930, Jim Schwant, Marili Svanitz, 1930, Journey's End, 1930, Juno and the Paycock, 1930, Just Imagine, 1930, Kathleen Mavourneen, 1930, The King of Jazz, 1930, Ladies of Leisure, 1930, The Lady of Scandal, 1930, A Lady to Love, 1930, A Lady's Morals, 1930, The Land of Missing Men, 1930, Laughter, 1930, Let Us Be Gay, 1930, Let's Go Native, 1930, The Life of the Party, 1930, Lilium, 1930, The Lone Star Ranger, 1930, Loose Ankles, 1930, Lord Byron of Broadway, 1930, The Lottery Bride, 1930, Love Among the Millionaires, 1930, Madam Satan, 1930, Mammy, 1930, A Man from Wyoming, 1930, Man to Man, 1930, Manslaughter, 1930, The Matrimonial Bed, 1930, Maybe It's Love, 1930, The Medicine Man, 1930, Men Are Like That, 1930, Men Without Women,
1930 Menschen am Sonntag.
1930, Min and Bill, 1930, Moby Dick, 1930, Montana Moon, 1930, Monte Carlo, 1930, Morocco, 1930, Mother's Cry, 1930, Murder, 1930, Near the Rainbow's End,
1930 Noche de Duendes.
1930, Not So Dumb, 1930, A Notorious Affair, 1930, Numbered Men, 1930, The Office Wife, 1930, Oh for a Man, 1930, Old English, 1930, One Romantic Night, 1930, Our Blushing Brides, 1930, Outside the Law, 1930, Outward Bound, 1930, Paid, 1930, Paradise Island, 1930, Paramount on Parade, 1930, Pardon My Gun, 1930, Party Girl, 1930, Passion Flower, 1930, The Payoff, 1930, Playing Around, 1930, Praznik Sviatogo Yurgina, 1930, Puttin' on the Ritz, 1930, Raffles, 1930, Rain or Shine, 1930, Reaching for the Moon, 1930, Redemption, 1930, Remote Control, 1930, Renegades, 1930, The Return of Dr. Fu Manchu, 1930, River's End, 1930, Roadhouse Nights, 1930, The Rogue Song, 1930, Romance, 1930, Rough Romance, 1930, The Royal Family of Broadway, 1930. The Runaway Bride, 1930. Safety in Numbers, 1930. Sarah and Son, 1930. Scarlet Pages, 1930. Scotland Yard, 1930. The Seabat, 1930. The Second Floor Mystery, 1930. 7 Days Leave, 1930. Shadow Ranch, 1930. She's My Weakness, 1930. The Ship from Shanghai, 1930. Showgirl in Hollywood, 1930. The Silent Enemy, 1930. The Silver Horde, 1930. Sin Takes a Holiday, 1930. Sinner's Holiday, 1930. The Sins of the Children, 1930. A Soldier's Plaything, 1930. Song O' My Heart, 1930. Sono Yo no Tsuma, 1930. Soup to Nuts,
1930, Sous les toits de Paris.
1930. The Spoilers, 1930. The Storm, 1930. Street of Chance, 1930. Such Men Are Dangerous, 1930. Sunny, 1930. Sunny Skies, 1930. Swing High, 1930. The Temporary Widow, 1930. They Learned About Women, 1930. Third Time Lucky, 1930. Tom Sawyer, 1930. Tonka Sibonus, 1930. Top Speed, 1930. True to the Navy, 1930. The Truth About Youth, 1930. Under a Texas Moon, 1930. The Unholy Three, 1930. Up the River, 1930. The Utah Kid, 1930. The Vagabond King, 1930. Viennese Nights, 1930. Virtuous Sin, 1930. War Nurse, 1930. A Warm Corner, 1930. Way Out West, 1930. Way for a Sailor, 1930. West Front, 1918, 1930. Whoopi, 1930. The Widow from Chicago, 1930. Wild Company, 1930. Wings of Adventure, 1930. With Bird at the South Pole, 1930. The Woman Racket,
1930, Zeemansvrouwen.
1930. Zemlya, 1931 to 24 Hours, 1931. Alexander Hamilton, 1931. Alice in Wonderland, 1931. Ambassador Bill, 1931. An American Tragedy, 1931. Anna Christie, 1931. Are These Our Children, 1931. Arizona, 1931. Aerosmith, 1931. Bachelor Apartment, 1931. The Bachelor Father, 1931. Bad Company, 1931. Bad Girl, 1931. The Bad Sister, 1931. Battling with Buffalo Bill, 1931. Beau Ideal, 1931. Behind Office Doors,
1931 Berge in Flammen, 1931 Berlin Alexanderplatz,
1931. Beyond Victory, 1931. Big Business Girl, 1931. The Big Shot, 1931. The Black Camel, 1931. Blonde Crazy, 1931. Body and Soul,
1931 Bomben auf Monte Carlo,
1931. Born to Love, 1931. The Brat, 1931. Broad-Minded, 1931. Captain Applejack, 1931. Caught Plastered, 1931. Chances, 1931. Charlie Chan Carries On, 1931. The Cheat, 1931. Cimarron, 1931. The Cisco Kid, 1931. City Lights, 1931. City Streets, 1931. Clearing the Range, 1931. The Common Law, 1931. A Connecticut Yankee, 1931. The Conquering Horde, 1931. Consolation Marriage, 1931. Corsair, 1931. Cracked Nuts, 1931. The Criminal Code, 1931. The Cuban Love Song, 1931. Daddy Long Legs, 1931. Dance, Fools, Dance, 1931. Daughter of the Dragon, 1931. Daybreak, 1931 delicious, 1931 devotion, 1931 dirigible, 1931 dishonored, 1931 don't bet on women, 1931 Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, 1931 the drums of jeopardy, 1931 the easiest way, 1931 East Lynne, 1931 east of Borneo,
1931 Emil und die Detektive,
1931 everything's rosy, 1931 the false Madonna, 1931 50 million Frenchmen, 1931 fighting caravans, 1931 the finger points, 1931 five-star final, 1931 5 and 10, 1931 flying high, 1931 Frankenstein, 1931 a free soul, 1931 freighters of destiny, 1931 friends and lovers, 1931 the front page, 1931 the galloping ghost, 1931 the gangbuster, 1931 gentleman's fate, 1931 girls about town, 1931 girls demand excitement, 1931 God's country and the man, 1931 God's gift to women, 1931 gold dust Gertie, 1931 Goldie, 1931 the great lover, 1931 the guardsman, 1931 the guilty generation, 1931 guilty hands, 1931 Jardombre, 1931 hell divers, 1931 high stakes, 1931 Hindle wakes,
1931 Hinter Schloss und Riegel,
1931 his woman, 1931 a holy terror, 1931 honor among lovers, 1931 the hot heiress, 1931 a house divided, 1931 Huckleberry Finn,
1931 Ihre Hoheit befiehlt,
1931 illicit, 1931 indiscreet, 1931 inspiration, 1931 it pays to advertise, 1931 just a gigolo,
1931 Kameradschaft,
1931 kept husbands, 1931 kick in, 1931 Kiki, 1931 king of the wild, 1931 kiss me again, 1931 ladies man, 1931 the lady refuses, 1931 the last flight, 1931 laugh and get rich, 1931 laughing sinners, 1931 Lamite, 1931 Little Caesar, 1931 local boy makes good, 1931 lonely wives,
1931 Luces de Buenos Aires,
1931 M, 1931 the mad genius, 1931 maker of men, 1931 the Maltese falcon, 1931 the man who came back, 1931 the man in possession, 1931 man of the world, 1931 Marius, 1931 Mata Hari, 1931 Millie, 1931 the millionaire, 1931 the miracle woman, 1931 monkey business, 1931 murder at midnight, 1931 murder by the clock,
1931 Muzy v offside,
1931 my past, 1931 my sin, 1931 mystery train, 1931 the naughty flirt, 1931 new adventures of get rich quick Wallingford, 1931 new moon, 1931 newly rich, 1931 Niemansland, 1931 night angel, 1931 night nurse, 1931 night in Montmartre, 1931 no limit, 1931 Oatsuri Jirakachi Gashi, 1931 Adna, 1931 once a lady, 1931 one heavenly night, 1931 other men's women, 1931 the painted desert, 1931 palmy days, 1931 pardon us, 1931 parlor, bedroom and bath, 1931 Picho Reno, 1931, Penrod and Sam. 1931, The Phantom of the West. 1931, The Phantom. 1931, Platinum Blonde. 1931, The Pocatello Kid. 1931, Politics. 1931, Possessed. 1931, Private Lives. 1931, The Public Defender. 1931, The Public Enemy. 1931, Putavka Vizizn. 1931, Quick Millions. 1931, Range Feud. 1931, Rebound. 1931, Reducing. 1931, Rich and Strange. 1931, Riders of the Purple Sage. 1931, The Road to Singapore. 1931, The Royal Bed. 1931, The Ruling Voice. 1931, Safe in Hell. 1931, Scandal Sheet. 1931, Seas Beneath. 1931, The Secret Six. 1931, The Secret Witness. 1931, Seed. 1931, Shipmates. 1931, Shikujo to Hige. 1931, Sideshow. 1931, Sidewalks of New York. 1931, The Sin of Madeleine Claudin. 1931, Sit Tight. 1931, The Skin Game. 1931, Skippy. 1931, The Sleeping Cardinal. 1931, Smart Money. 1931, Smart Woman. 1931, The Smiling Lieutenant. 1931, Son of India. 1931, The Speckled Band. 1931, The Spider. 1931, The Spirit of Notre Dame. 1931, The Sport of Kings. 1931, Sporting Blood. 1931, The Squaw Man. 1931, The Star Witness. 1931, Stolen Heaven. 1931, Strangers May Kiss. 1931, Street Scene. 1931, Strictly Dishonorable. 1931, The Struggle. 1931, Suicide Fleet. 1931, Sundown Trail. 1931, Susan Lennox, Her Fall and Rise. 1931, Svengali. 1931, Taboo. 1931, Tarnished Lady. 1931, Tell England. 1931, 10 Cents a Dance. 1931, Their Mad Moment. 1931, This Modern Age. 1931, Three Girls Lost. 1931, Three Who Loved. 1931, The Tip-Off. 1931, Tonight or Never. 1931, Too Many Cooks. 1931, Trader Horn. 1931, Transatlantic. 1931, Transgression. 1931, Traveling Husbands. 1931, Unfaithful. 1931, The Unholy Garden. 1931, Up Pops the Devil. 1931, The Vanishing Legion. 1931, The Vice Squad. 1931, The Viking.
1931, Voruntersuchung.
1931, Waterloo Bridge. 1931, West of Broadway. 1931, Wild Horse. 1931, A Woman of Experience. 1931, Women of All Nations. 1931, Working Girls. 1931, The Yellow Ticket.
1931 ze soboty na nedeli.
1931, Strictly Dishonorable. 1931, The Struggle. 1931, Suicide Fleet. 1931, Sundown Trail. 1931, Susan Lennox, Her Fall and Rise. 1931, Svengali. 1931, Taboo. 1931, Tarnished Lady. 1931, Tell England. 1931, 10 Cents a Dance. 1931, Their Mad Moment. 1931, This Modern Age. 1931, Three Girls Lost. 1931, Three Who Loved. 1931, The Tip-Off. 1931, Tonight or Never. 1931, Too Many Cooks. 1931, Trader Horn. 1931, Transatlantic. 1931, Transgression. 1931, Traveling Husbands. 1931, Unfaithful. 1931, The Unholy Garden. 1931, Up Pops the Devil. 1931, The Vanishing Legion. 1931, The Vice Squad. 1931, The Viking.
1931 Voruntersuchung.
1931, Waterloo Bridge. 1931, West of Broadway. 1931, Wild Horse. 1931, A Woman of Experience. 1931, Women of All Nations. 1931, Working Girls. 1931, The Yellow Ticket.
1931 Ze soboty na nedeli.
1932, But the Flesh is Weak. 1932 to 20,000 Years in Sing Sing. 1932, The Age of Consent. 1932, Airmail. 1932, Alias the Doctor. 1932, Allo Berlin.
Ici Paris.
1932, American Madness. 1932, The Animal Kingdom.
1932 Anton Spelec, Ostrostrelec.
1932, Are You Listening? 1932, As You Desire Me.
1932, Au nom de la loi.
1932, Backstreet. 1932, The Beast of the City. 1932, Beauty and the Boss. 1932, Behind the Mask. 1932, Between Fighting Men. 1932, Beyond the Rockies. 1932, The Big Broadcast. 1932, Big City Blues. 1932, The Big Stampede. 1932, A Bill of Divorcement. 1932, Bird of Paradise. 1932, The Black King. 1932, Blessed Event. 1932, Blonde Venus. 1932, Blondie of the Follies. 1932, The Boiling Point. 1932, Bring Him Back Alive. 1932, Broadway to Cheyenne. 1932, Broken Lullaby. 1932, The Cabin in the Cotton. 1932, Call Her Savage. 1932, Careless Lady. 1932, Carnival Boat. 1932, Central Park. 1932, Chandu the Magician. 1932, Charlie Chan's Chance. 1932, Chishingura. 1932, The Coens and Kellys in Hollywood. 1932, Come On, Tarzan. 1932, Come On Danger. 1932, The Conquerors. 1932, The Crash. 1932, The Crooked Circle. 1932, The Crowd Roars. 1932, Kinara. 1932, Dancers in the Dark. 1932, The Dark Horse. 1932, The Death Kiss. 1932, Destry Rides Again. 1932, Devil and the Deep. 1932, Divorce in the Family. 1932, Dr. X. 1932, Downstairs. 1932, The Drifter. 1932, Dynamite Ranch. 1932, Emma. 1932, End of the Trail. 1932, The Expert. 1932, Extase.
1932 FP1 antwortet nicht.
1932, Faithless. 1932, The Famous Ferguson Case. 1932, Fanny. 1932, A Farewell to Arms. 1932, Fast Life. 1932, The Fighting Champ. 1932, Final Edition. 1932, Fireman. Save My Child. 1932, Flesh. 1932, Forbidden. 1932, Forbidden Trail. 1932, Freaks. 1932, Frisco Jenny. 1932, Ghost Valley. 1932, Girl Crazy. 1932, The Girl from Calgary. 1932, Gold. 1932, Grand Hotel. 1932, The Greeks Had a Word for Them. 1932, Guilty as Hell. 1932, The Half-Naked Truth. 1932, Handle with Care. 1932, Happy Ever After. 1932, The Hatchet Man. 1932, Haunted Gold. 1932, The Heart of New York. 1932, Hell's Highway. 1932, Hell's House. 1932, Heritage of the Desert. 1932, Hidden Valley. 1932, High Pressure. 1932, His Lordship. 1932, Hold M Jail. 1932, Horse Feathers. 1932, Hot Saturday. 1932, The Hound of the Baskervilles. 1932, Huddle. 1932, Huashan Qingxie. 1932, The Hurricane Express. 1932, If I Had a Million. 1932, Illegal. 1932, Impatient Maiden. 1932, Is My Face Red? 1932, It's Tough to Be Famous. 1932, Ivan. 1932, Jewel Robbery. 1932, The Kid from Spain. 1932, The King Murder. 1932, Congo. 1932, Ladies of the Jury. 1932, Lady and Gent. 1932, Lady with a Past. 1932, The Last Frontier. 1932, The Last Mile. 1932, The Last of the Mohicans. 1932, Law and Order. 1932, Letty Linton. 1932, Life Begins. 1932, Little Orphan Annie. 1932, The Lodger. 1932, Lord Camber's Ladies. 1932, The Lost Squadron. 1932, Love Affair. 1932, Love is a Racket. 1932, Love Me Tonight. 1932, Love on Wheels. 1932, Madame Butterfly. 1932, Madison Square Garden. 1932, Make Me a Star. 1932, Man Wanted. 1932, The Man Who Played God.
1932, Man braucht kein Geld.
1932, Man from Hell's Edges. 1932, The Mask of Fu Manchu. 1932, The Match King. 1932, Me and My Gal. 1932, Men of America. 1932, The Menace. 1932, Merrily We Go to Hell. 1932, $1 Million Legs. 1932, The Miracle Man. 1932, Miss Pinkerton. 1932, The Missing Rembrandt. 1932, The Mistress of Atlantis. 1932, The Monster Walks. 1932, The Most Dangerous Game. 1932, The Mouthpiece. 1932, Movie Crazy. 1932, Mr. Robinson Crusoe. 1932, The Mummy. 1932, Murders in the Rue Morgue. 1932, Mystery Ranch. 1932, New Morals for Old. 1932, Nice Women. 1932, Night After Night. 1932, Nightclub Lady. 1932, Night Court. 1932, The Night Rider. 1932, Night World. 1932, The Night of June 13th. 1932, No Man of Her Own. 1932, No One Man. 1932, Number 17. 1932, Odds 777. 1932, Officer 13. 1932, Okay, America. 1932, The Old Dark House. 1932, On Our Selection. 1932, Once in a Lifetime. 1932, 1 Hour with You. 1932, One Way Passage. 1932, Otona no Miruhan, Umarit wa Mita Querido. 1932, Pack Up Your Troubles. 1932, The Painted Woman. 1932, Partners. 1932, The Passionate Plumber. 1932, Payment Deferred. 1932, Penguin Pool Murder. 1932, The Phantom Express. 1932, The Phantom President. 1932, The Phantom of Crestwood. 1932, Playgirl.
1932, Poil de Carotte.
1932, Polly of the Circus. 1932, Prestige. 1932, Prosperity. 1932, The Purchase Price. 1932, Radio Patrol. 1932, Rain. 1932, Rasputin and the Empress. 1932, Red Dust. 1932, Red-Headed Woman. 1932, Renegades of the West. 1932, The Rich Are Always With Us. 1932, Ride Him, Cowboy. 1932, The Rider of Death Valley. 1932, The Roadhouse Murder. 1932, Roar of the Dragon. 1932, Rockabye. 1932, Rome Express. 1932, The Saddle Buster. 1932, Santa. 1932, Scarface. 1932, Scarlet Dawn. 1932, Shestai. 1932, Secrets of the French Police. 1932, Seishin no Yum Imaizuko. 1932, The Shadow of the Eagle. 1932, Shanghai Express. 1932, She Wanted a Millionaire. 1932, Sherlock Holmes. 1932, Shopworn. 1932, The Sign of Four. 1932, The Sign of the Cross. 1932, Silver Dollar. 1932, Sinister Hands. 1932, Sinners in the Sunday. 1932, 6 Hours to Live. 1932, Sky Devils. 1932, Skyscraper Souls. 1932, Smilin' Through. 1932, So Big. 1932, The Sun Daughter. 1932, South of the Rio Grande. 1932, Speak Easily. 1932, The Sport Parade. 1932, State's Attorney. 1932, A Strange Adventure. 1932, Strange Interlude. 1932, The Strange Love of Molly Louvet. 1932, Strangers in Love. 1932, Strangers of the Evening. 1932, Street of Women. 1932, A Successful Calamity. 1932, Symphony of 6 Million. 1932, Tangled Destinies. 1932, Tannenberg. 1932, Tarzan the Ape Man. 1932, Taxi. 1932, The Tenderfoot. 1932, Texas Cyclone. 1932, That's My Boy. 1932, There Goes the Bride. 1932, They Call It Sin. 1932, 13 Women. 1932, The 13th Guest. 1932, This Is the Night. 1932, Those We Love. 1932, 3 Wise Girls. 1932, 3 on a Match. 1932, Thunder Below. 1932, Tiger Shark. 1932, Tom Brown of Culver. 1932, Tombstone Canyon. 1932, The Trial of Vivian Ware. 1932, Trouble in Paradise. 1932, Two Against the World. 1932, 2 Seconds. 1932, Two-Fisted Law. 1932, Unashamed. 1932, Under 18.
1932, Unheimliche Geschichten.
1932, Union Depot. 1932, Uptown New York.
1932, Vampyr, der Traum des Alan Gray.
1932, Virtue. 1932, Strechny. 1932, Washington Merry-Go-Round. 1932, Way Back Home. 1932, Weekend Marriage. 1932, The Western Code. 1932, Westward Passage. 1932, The Wet Parade. 1932, What Price Hollywood. 1932, When a Fellow Needs a Friend. 1932, White Zombie. 1932, Wild Girl. 1932, Winner Take All. 1932, Without Honor. 1932, You Said a Mouthful. 1932, Young Blood. 1932, Young Bride. 1933, 42nd Street. 1933, Ace of Aces. 1933, Adorable. 1933, Advice to the Lovelorn. 1933, After Tonight. 1933, Aggie Appleby, Maker of Men. 1933, Air Hostess. 1933, Alice in Wonderland. 1933, Ann Vickers. 1933, Another Language. 1933, Aunt Sally. 1933, Babyface. 1933, The Barbarian. 1933, Baroud. 1933, Beauty for Sale. 1933, Bed of Roses. 1933, A Bedtime Story. 1933, Before Dawn. 1933, Below the Sea. 1933, Berkeley Square. 1933, The Big Cage. 1933, The Big Chance. 1933, Bittersweet. 1933, The Bitter Tea of General Yen. 1933, Blind Adventure. 1933, Blondie Johnson. 1933, Blood Money. 1933, Bombshell. 1933, The Bowery. 1933, Brief Moment. 1933, Britannia of Billingsgate. 1933, Broadway Bad. 1933, Broadway Through a Keyhole. 1933, Broadway to Hollywood. 1933, Broken Dreams. 1933, Bureau of Missing Persons. 1933, By Candlelight. 1933, Captured. 1933, Cash. 1933, Cavalcade. 1933, Central Airport. 1933, Chance at Heaven. 1933, Charlie Chan's Greatest Case. 1933, The Chief. 1933, Child of Manhattan. 1933, Christopher Strong. 1933, The Circus Queen Murder. 1933, Clear All Wires. 1933, Cocktail Hour. 1933, College Coach. 1933, College Humor. 1933, Convention City. 1933, Counselor at Law. 1933, Crossfire. 1933, A Cuckoo in the Nest. 1933, Damaged Lives. 1933, Dancing Lady. 1933, Day of Reckoning. 1933, Dekigokoro. 1933, Deluge. 1933, Design for Living. 1933, Destination Unknown. 1933, The Devil's Brother. 1933, The Devil's in Love. 1933, Deserter. 1933, Dinner at 8. 1933, Diplomaniacs. 1933, Disgraced. 1933, Dr. Bull. 1933, Don Quixote. 1933, Double Harness. 1933, Duck Soup. 1933, The Eagle and the Hawk. 1933, Elmer the Great. 1933, Emergency Call. 1933, The Emperor Jones. 1933, Employee's Entrance. 1933, Eskimo. 1933, The Eternal Jew. 1933, Ever in My Heart. 1933, Ex-Lady. 1933, Extase. 1933, FP.1. 1933, Falling for You. 1933, Fast Workers. 1933, Female. 1933, Fighting with Kit Carson. 1933, Flying Devils. 1933, Flying Down to Rio. 1933, Footlight Parade. 1933, Friday the 13th. 1933, From Hell to Heaven. 1933, Gabriel over the White House. 1933, Gallant Lady. 1933, Gambling Ship. 1933, Ganga Bruta. 1933, The Ghost Camera. 1933, The Ghoul. 1933, Girl Missing. 1933, Girl Without a Room. 1933, Going Hollywood. 1933, Gold Diggers of 1933. 1933, The Good Companions. 1933, Goodbye Again. 1933, Gordon of Ghost City. 1933, Grand Slam. 1933, The Great Jasper. 1933, Hallelujah, I'm a Bum. 1933, Hard to Handle. 1933, Havana Widows. 1933, Headline Shooter. 1933, Hell Below. 1933, Hello, Everybody. 1933, Hello, Sister. 1933, Her First Affair. 1933, Her First Mate. 1933, Heroes for Sale.
1933, Hijos en Nona.
1933, His Double Life. 1933, His Private Secretary.
1933, Hitler junge Quecks. Ein Film vom Opfergeist der deutschen Jugend.
1933, Hold Your Man. 1933, Hoopla. 1933, The House on 56th Street. 1933, I'm No Angel.
1933, Ich und die Kaiserin.
1933, If I Were Free. 1933, In the Wake of the Bounty. 1933, International House. 1933, The Intruder. 1933, The Invisible Man. 1933, Island of Lost Souls. 1933, It's a Boy. 1933, Jenny Gerhardt. 1933, Joffroy. 1933, Jungle Bride.
1933, Kanske en diktare.
1933, The Kennel Murder Case. 1933, The Keyhole. 1933, Kimmy to Wakarit. 1933, King Kong. 1933, King of the Jungle. 1933, The King's Vacation. 1933, The Kiss Before the Mirror.
1933, Lachende Erben.
1933, Ladies They Talk About. 1933, Lady Killer. 1933, Lady for a Day. 1933, Laughing at Life.
1933, Lawyer Man. 1933, Leise flehen meine Lieder.
1933, Liebelei. 1933, The Life of Jimmy Dolan. 1933, Lily Turner. 1933, The Little Giant. 1933, Little Women. 1933, Looking Forward. 1933, Lucky Devils. 1933, Madame Bovary. 1933, The Man from Monterey. 1933, The Man Who Dared. 1933, The Man from Toronto. 1933, Man of the Forest. 1933, Man's Castle. 1933, Mary Stevens, MD. 1933, The Masquerader. 1933, The Mayor of Hell. 1933, Meet the Baron. 1933, Melody Cruz. 1933, Men Must Fight. 1933, Midnight Mary. 1933, Midshipman Jack. 1933, The Mind Reader. 1933, The Monkey's Paw. 1933, Moonlight and Pretzels. 1933, Morgenrot. 1933, Morning Glory. 1933, Mr. Skitch. 1933, Murder on the Campus. 1933, Murders in the Zoo. 1933, Mert and Marge. 1933, The Mystery Squadron. 1933, Mystery of the Wax Museum. 1933, Narcotic. 1933, The Narrow Corner. 1933, Night Flight. 1933, Night of Terror. 1933, No Other Woman. 1933, The Nuisance. 1933, Ocarina. 1933, Oliver Twist. 1933, One Man's Journey. 1933, One Sunday Afternoon. 1933, Only Yesterday. 1933, Our Betters. 1933, Out All Night. 1933, Parachute Jumper. 1933, Peg O' My Heart. 1933, Penthouse. 1933, Perfect Understanding. 1933, The Phantom Broadcast. 1933, Pick Up, 1933 Picture Snatcher, 1933 Pilgrimage, 1933 The Power and the Glory, 1933 Private Detective 62, 1933 The Private Life of Henry VIII, 1933 The Prizefighter and the Lady, 1933 Professional Sweetheart,
1933, 14 juillet.
1933 Queen Christina,
1933, Rapt.
1933 Reckless Decision, 1933 Reunion in Vienna,
1933 Revizor,
1933 Riders of Destiny, 1933 The Right to Romance, 1933 Roman Scandals, 1933 SOS Iceberg, 1933 Sagebrush Trail, 1933 Sailor's Luck, 1933 Scarlet River, 1933 The Secret of Madame Blanche, 1933 Secret of the Blue Room, 1933 Secrets, 1933 Sensation Hunters, 1933 She Done Him Wrong, 1933 She Had to Say Yes, 1933 A Shot in the Dark, 1933 Should Ladies Behave, 1933 A Shriek in the Night, 1933 The Silk Express, 1933 The Silver Cord, 1933 The Sin of Nora Moran, 1933 Sitting Pretty, 1933 Skyway, 1933 So This Is Africa, 1933 The Solitaire Man, 1933 Somewhere in Sonora, 1933 The Son of Kong, 1933 Son of a Sailor, 1933 Son of the Border, 1933 The Song of Songs, 1933 Sons of the Desert, 1933 A Southern Maid, 1933 The Sphinx, 1933 The Squatter's Daughter, 1933 Stage Mother, 1933 State Fair, 1933 Storm at Daybreak, 1933 The Story of Temple Drake, 1933 The Stranger's Return, 1933 Strawberry Roan, 1933 A Study in Scarlet, 1933 Supernatural, 1933 Sweepings, 1933 Sweetheart of Sigma Chi, 1933 Take a Chance, 1933 Taki no Sharedo, 1933 Tarzan the Fearless, 1933 The Telegraph Trail, 1933 Terror Aboard, 1933 This Day and Age, 1933 Those Were the Days, 1933 Three-Cornered Moon, 1933 Thunder over Mexico, 1933 The Thundering Herd, 1933 Tianming, 1933 Tilly and Gus, 1933 To the Last Man, 1933 Today We Live, 1933 Tokyo no Ana, 1933 Tomorrow at 7, 1933 Tonight is Ours, 1933 Too Much Harmony, 1933 Topaz, 1933 Torch Singer, 1933 Toto, 1933 Tugboat Annie, 1933 Turn Back the Clock, 1933 The Vampire Bat, 1933 Veliki Yuchidl,
1933 Victor und Victoria,
1933 Voltaire, 1933 Waltzes from Vienna, 1933 Wedding Rehearsal, 1933 What? No Beer, 1933 When Ladies Meet, 1933 The Whispering Shadow, 1933 The White Sister, 1933 White Woman, 1933 Wild Boys of the Road, 1933 Woman Accused, 1933 The Women in His Life, 1933 The Working Man, 1933 The World Changes, 1933 The World Gone Mad, 1933 Shao Wani, 1933 Zoo in Budapest, 1934 Neath the Arizona Skies, 1934 to 1860, 1934 to 365 Nights in Hollywood, 1934 to 6-Day Bike Rider,
1934 Abschiedswalzer,
1934 Adventure Girl, 1934 The Affairs of Cellini, 1934 The Age of Innocence, 1934 All of Me, 1934 All the King's Horses, 1934 Amok, 1934 Anna Karenina, 1934 And of Green Gables, 1934 Are We Civilized, 1934 Babbitt, 1934 Babes in Toyland, 1934 Baby Take a Bow, 1934 Bachelor Bait, 1934 The Band Plays On, 1934 The Barretts of Wimpole Street, 1934 Batakli Damon Kesey, ISIL, 1934 The Battle, 1934 Bedside, 1934 Beggars in Ermine, 1934 Behold My Wife, 1934 Belle of the 90s, 1934 The Big Shakedown, 1934 The Black Abbot, 1934 The Black Cat, 1934 Black Moon, 1934 Bleak Bet, 1934 Blossom Time, 1934 Blue Steel, 1934 Bolero, 1934 Bombay Mail, 1934 Born to be Bad, 1934 Bottoms Up, 1934 Bright Eyes, 1934 British Agent, 1934 Broadway Bill, 1934 Bulldog Drummond Strikes Back, 1934 By Your Leave, 1934 The Camels Are Coming, 1934 The Captain Hates the Sea, 1934 Carolina, 1934 The Case of the Howling Dog, 1934 The Cat and the Fiddle, 1934 The Catspaw, 1934 Catherine the Great, 1934 Chained, 1934 Change of Heart, 1934 Chapiv, 1934 Charlie Chan in London, 1934 Charlie Chan's Courage, 1934 Chu Chin Chow, 1934 The Church Mouse, 1934 The Circus Clown, 1934 The Clairvoyant, 1934 Cleopatra, 1934 Cockeyed Cavaliers, 1934 College Rhythm, 1934 The Count of Monte Cristo, 1934 Crime Without Passion, 1934 Crimson Romance, 1934 The Crosby Case,
1934 Cuesta Abajo,
1934 A Cup of Kindness,
1934 Czy Lucyna to dziewczyna,
1934 Dalu, 1934 Dames, 1934 Dangerous Corner, 1934 Dark Hazard, 1934 David Harum, 1934 Death Takes a Holiday, 1934 Death on the Diamond, 1934 Desirable, 1934 Dirty Work,
1934 Dude Water,
1934 Down to Their Last Yacht, 1934 Dr. Monica, 1934 The Dragon Murder Case, 1934 The Dude Ranger, 1934 Easy to Love, 1934 End of the World, 1934 Evelyn Prentice, 1934 Evensong, 1934 Evergreen, 1934 Fashions of 1934, 1934 The Fighting Ranger, 1934 Finishing School, 1934 The Fire Raisers, 1934 The Firebird, 1934 Flirtation Walk, 1934 Fog over Frisco, 1934 Forsaking All Others, 1934 The Fountain, 1934 Four Frightened People, 1934 Friends of Mr. Sweeney, 1934 Fugitive Lovers, 1934 Gambling Lady, 1934 The Gay Bride, 1934 The Gay Divorcee, 1934, Gentlemen Are Born. 1934, George White Scandals. 1934, The Ghost Walks. 1934, Gift of Gab. 1934, The Girl from Missouri. 1934, Glamour. 1934, Gold. 1934, Grand Canary. 1934, Great Expectations. 1934, Green Eyes. 1934, Groza. 1934, Guilty Parents. 1934, Haha Wakawazuya. 1934, Happiness Ahead. 1934, Harold Teen. 1934, Hat, Coat, and Glove. 1934, Have a Heart. 1934, He Was Her Man. 1934, Heat Lightning.
1934, Heinz im Mond.
1934, Hedgeroot. 1934, Hell in the Heavens. 1934, Here Comes the Navy. 1934, Here Is My Heart. 1934, Hi, Nelly. 1934, Hide Out. 1934, Hips, Hips, Hooray. 1934, Hollywood Party. 1934, House of Mystery. 1934, The House of Rothschild. 1934, Housewife. 1934, I've Got Your Number. 1934, Imitation of Life. 1934, In Old Santa Fe. 1934, Inya, Jungle Goddess. 1934, Irish Hearts. 1934, The Iron Duke. 1934, It Happened One Night. 1934, It's a Gift. 1934, Jack Ahoy. 1934, Jane Eyre.
1934, Jantjes, de
1934, Java Head. 1934, Jealousy. 1934, Jimmy the Gent. 1934, Journal of a Crime. 1934, Judge Priest. 1934, Kansas City Princess. 1934, Keep M Rolling. 1934, Kentucky Colonels. 1934, The Key. 1934, Kid Millions. 1934, King Kelly of the USA. 1934, Kiss and Make Up.
1934, Kungliga Johansson.
1934, Lac aux Dames.
1934, Ladies Should Listen. 1934, Lady by Choice. 1934, The Last Gentleman. 1934, Laughing Boy. 1934, Law of the Wild. 1934, The Lawless Frontier. 1934, Lazy River. 1934, The Lemon Drop Kid. 1934, Let's Sing Along with Popeye. 1934, Let's Try Again. 1934, The Life of Virgie Winters. 1934, Lightning Strikes Twice. 1934, Lilium. 1934, Limehouse Blues. 1934, Little Friend. 1934, Little Man. What Now? 1934, The Little Minister. 1934, Little Miss Marker. 1934, Long Lost Father. 1934, Looking for Trouble. 1934, A Lost Lady. 1934, The Lost Patrol. 1934, Lost in the Stratosphere. 1934, The Lucky Texan. 1934, Madame Dewberry. 1934, The Man Who Knew Too Much. 1934, The Man Who Reclaimed His Head. 1934, The Man from Utah. 1934, Man of Aaron. 1934, The Man with Two Faces. 1934, Mandalay. 1934, Manhattan Melodrama. 1934, Maniac. 1934, Many Happy Returns. 1934, Marie Galante. 1934, The Marines Are Coming. 1934, Masquerade. 1934, Massacre.
1934, Mauvaise Graine.
1934, The Meanest Gal in Town.
1934, Meisje met den blauwe hoed, het
1934, Men in White. 1934, The Merry Franks. 1934, The Merry Widow. 1934, Merry Wives of Reno. 1934, Midnight. 1934, Midnight Alibi. 1934, The Mighty Barnum. 1934, A Modern Hero.
1934, Mon cœur t'appelle.
1934, Money Means Nothing. 1934, The Moonstone. 1934, The Most Precious Thing in Life. 1934, Moulin Rouge. 1934, Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. 1934, Murder at the Vanities. 1934, Murder in the Clouds. 1934, The Murder in the Museum. 1934, Murder in the Private Car. 1934, Murder on the Blackboard. 1934, Music in the Air. 1934, My Song for You. 1934, The Mysterious Mr. Wong. 1934, Mystery Liner. 1934, Mystery Mountain. 1934, The Mystery of Mr. X. 1934, Nana. 1934, Nell Gwyn. 1934, Neslobt Dedeka. 1934, The Ninth Guest. 1934, No Greater Glory. 1934, The Notorious Sophie Lang. 1934, Now I'll Tell. 1934, Now and Forever. 1934, Of Human Bondage. 1934, The Old Curiosity Shop. 1934, The Old-Fashioned Way. 1934, Once to Every Woman. 1934, One Exciting Adventure. 1934, One More River. 1934, One Night of Love. 1934, Operator 13. 1934, Our Daily Bread. 1934, The Painted Veil. 1934, Palooka. 1934, Paris Interlude. 1934, Peck's Bad Boy. 1934, The Perils of Pauline. 1934, The Personality Kid. 1934, Port of Lost Dreams. 1934, The President Vanishes. 1934, Princess Charming. 1934, The Private Life of Don Juan. 1934, Pishka. 1934, Radio Parade of 1935. 1934, Randy Rides Alone. 1934, The Rawhide Terror. 1934, Red Ensign. 1934, Registered Nurse. 1934, The Return of Bulldog Drummond. 1934, The Richest Girl in the World. 1934, Riptide. 1934, Roadhouse. 1934, The Road to Ruin. 1934, Sadie McKee. 1934, The Scarlet Empress. 1934, The Scarlet Letter. 1934, The Scarlet Pimpernel. 1934, Search for Beauty. 1934, The Secret Bride. 1934, The Secret of the Lock. 1934, Sequoia. 1934, She Loves Me Not. 1934, Shun Nu. 1934, Shoot the Works. 1934, The Show Off. 1934, Side Streets. 1934, The Silence of Dean Maitland. 1934, The Silver Streak. 1934, Sing As We Go. 1934, Sing Sing Nights. 1934, Sing and Like It. 1934, Six of a Kind. 1934, Smarty. 1934, So Ein Fledgel. 1934, Soldiers of the King. 1934, Something Always Happens. 1934, Spitfire. 1934, The St. Louis Kid. 1934, Stamboul Quest. 1934, Stand Up and Cheer. 1934, The Star Packer. 1934, Stingery. 1934, Straight is the Way. 1934, Strictly Dynamite. 1934, Strike Me Lucky. 1934, Student Tour. 1934, Success at Any Price. 1934, A Successful Failure. 1934, Sweet Adeline. 1934, Tailspin Tommy. 1934, Tarzan and His Mate. 1934, The Thin Man. 1934, 30-Day Princess. 1934, This Man Is Mine. 1934, Tomorrow's Children. 1934, The Tonto Kid. 1934, The Trail Beyond. 1934, Transatlantic Merry-Go-Round. 1934, Treasure Island. 1934, Tri Pesni O Lenine. 1934, 20th Century. 1934, 20 Million Sweethearts. 1934, Two Alone. 1934, Yukigusa Monogatari. 1934, Unfinished Symphony. 1934, Upper World. 1934, The Vanishing Shadow. 1934, A Very Honorable Guy. 1934, Veselai Rebiata. 1934, Viva Villa. 1934, Vostanai Rybakov. 1934, Wagon Wheels. 1934, Wake Up and Dream. 1934, We Live Again. 1934, We're Not Dressing. 1934, We're Rich Again. 1934, Wednesday's Child. 1934, West of the Divide. 1934, The Westerner. 1934, What Every Woman Knows. 1934, Where Sinners Meet. 1934, Whirlpool. 1934, White Heat. 1934, Whom the Gods Destroy. 1934, A Wicked Woman. 1934, Wild Boy.
1934, Witte, de.
1934, The Woman Condemned. 1934, Wonder Bar. 1934, The World Moves On. 1934, You Can't Buy Everything. 1934, You're Telling Me. 1934, Young Eagles. 1934, Zuzu. 1935, Jimen. 1935, Because She Disobeyed. 1935 to $1,000 a minute. 1935, The 39 Steps. 1935, Accent on Youth. 1935, The Adventures of Rex and Rinty. 1935, Aerograd. 1935, After Office Hours. 1935, After the Dance. 1935, Wilderness. 1935, Air Hawks. 1935, Alibi Ike. 1935, Alice Adams.
1935, Amant et voleur.
1935, Amphitryon. 1935, Anna Karenina. 1935, Annie Oakley. 1935, Another Face. 1935, April. 1935, Arizona Bad Man. 1935, The Arizonian. 1935, Atlantic Adventure. 1935, Babyface Harrington. 1935, Bar 20 Rides Again. 1935, Barbary Coast. 1935, Becky Sharp. 1935, The Best Man Wins. 1935, Between Men. 1935, The Big Broadcast of 1936. 1935, Big Caliber. 1935, Biography of a Bachelor Girl. 1935, The Bishop Misbehaves. 1935, Black Fury. 1935, The Black Mask. 1935, The Black Room. 1935, Black Sheep. 1935, Bonnie Scotland. 1935, Bordertown. 1935, Boys Will Be Boys. 1935, Branded a Coward. 1935, Break of Hearts. 1935, Brewster's Millions. 1935, The Bride Comes Home. 1935, Bride of Frankenstein. 1935, Bright Lights. 1935, Broadway Gondolier. 1935, Broadway Hostess. 1935, Broadway Melody of 1936. 1935, Brown on Resolution. 1935, Bulldog Jack. 1935, Call of the Savage. 1935, The Call of the Wild. 1935, Calm Yourself. 1935, Captain Blood. 1935, Captain Hurricane. 1935, Captured in Chinatown. 1935, Car 99. 1935, Car of Dreams. 1935, Cardinal Richelieu. 1935 Carnival. 1935 The Case of the Curious Bride. 1935 The Case of the Lucky Legs. 1935 The Casino Murder Case. 1935 Chandu on the Magic Island. 1935 Charing Cross Road. 1935 Charlie Chan in Egypt. 1935 Charlie Chan in Paris. 1935 Charlie Chan in Shanghai. 1935 Chasing Yesterday. 1935 China Seas. 1935 Chinatown Squad. 1935 Circumstantial Evidence. 1935 Clive of India. 1935 Condemned to Live. 1935 Confidential. 1935 Convention Girl. 1935 The Crime of Dr. Crespi. 1935 The Crusades. 1935 Curly Top. 1935 Dandy Dick. 1935 Danger Ahead. 1935 Dangerous. 1935 Dante's Inferno. 1935 The Dark Angel. 1935 The Dawn Rider. 1935 Death Drives Through. 1935 Death from a Distance. 1935 Desert Mesa. 1935 The Desert Trail. 1935 Devil Dogs of the Air. 1935 The Devil is a Woman. 1935 Diamond Jim. 1935 Dinky. 1935 A Dog of Flanders. 1935 Don't Bet on Blondes. 1935 Doubting Thomas. 1935 Dr. Socrates. 1935 The Eagle's Brood. 1935 East of Java. 1935 Emile and the Detectives. 1935 Enchanted April. 1935 Enter Madam. 1935 Eva. 1935 Every Night at 8. 1935 The Farmer Takes a Wife. 1935 The Fighting Marines. 1935 Fighting Stock. 1935 A Fire Has Been Arranged. 1935 First a Girl. 1935 The Flame Within. 1935 The Florentine Dagger. 1935 Foreign Affairs. 1935 4 Hours to Kill. 1935 Frisco Kid. 1935 Front Page Woman. 1935 The Gay Deception. 1935 Gentleman's Agreement. 1935 George White's 1935 Scandals. 1935 The Ghost Goes West. 1935 The Gilded Lily. 1935 The Girl from 10th Avenue. 1935 The Glass Key. 1935 Go Into Your Dance. 1935 Go Into Town. 1935 Going Highbrow. 1935 Gold Diggers of 1935. 1935 Golgotha. 1935 The Good Fairy. 1935 The Goose and the Gander. 1935 Grand Exit. 1935 Grand Old Girl. 1935 Grandad Rudd. 1935 The Great Impersonation. 1935 The Governor. 1935 Hands Across the Table. 1935 The Healer. 1935 Heat Wave. 1935 Here Comes Cookie. 1935 Hi, Gaucho. 1935 His Family Tree. 1935 Home on the Range. 1935 Hooray for Love. 1935 Hop Along Cassidy. 1935 If You Could Only Cook. 1935 In Caliente. 1935 In Old Kentucky. 1935 In Person. 1935 The Informer. 1935 The Irish in Us. 1935 It Happened in Paris. 1935 It's a Small World. 1935 Jonah.
1935 Justine de Marseille.
1935 Kaikki rakastavat.
1935 Kind Lady. 1935 King of Burlesque. 1935 King of the Damned.
1935 Kirschen in Nachbarsgarten. 1935 Nox und die lustigen Vagabunden.
1935, ladies crave excitement. 1935, lady in danger. 1935, the last days of Pompeii. 1935, the last outpost. 1935, last of the pagans. 1935, lawless range. 1935, lawless riders. 1935, lazybones. 1935, let M have it. 1935, life begins at 40. 1935, life returns. 1935, little big shot. 1935, the little colonel. 1935, the littlest rebel. 1935, the lives of a Bengal lancer. 1935, living on velvet. 1935, the lone wolf returns. 1935, look up and laugh. 1935, Lorna Doone. 1935, love me forever. 1935, love in bloom. 1935, mad love. 1935, magnificent obsession. 1935, the man who broke the bank at Monte Carlo. 1935, man on the flying trapeze. 1935, Maria Martin, or the murder in the Red Barn. 1935, Mark of the Vampire. 1935, Mary Burns, fugitive. 1935, maybe it's love. 1935, Mazurka. 1935, me and Marlboro. 1935, Melody Trail. 1935, Metropolitan. 1935, A Midsummer Night's Dream. 1935, Mimi. 1935, The Miracle Rider. 1935, Miss Pacific Fleet. 1935, Mississippi. 1935, Moscow Nights.
1935, Munkbrogreven.
1935, The Murder Man. 1935, Murder by Television. 1935, Murder in Harlem. 1935, Murder in the Fleet. 1935, Murder on a Honeymoon. 1935, Music is Magic. 1935, Mutiny on the Bounty. 1935, Mystery Man. 1935, Mystery of Edwin Drood. 1935, The Mystery of the Marie Celeste. 1935, Naughty Marietta. 1935, The New Frontier. 1935, The Night is Young. 1935, The Night Life of the Gods. 1935, A Night at the Opera. 1935, The Night of the Party. 1935, The Nitwits. 1935, No More Ladies. 1935, Nobleza Batura. 1935, Novi Gulliver. 1935, O'Shaughnessy's Boy. 1935, Oh, Daddy. 1935, Oil for the Lamps of China. 1935, Old Man Rhythm. 1935, One Frightened Night. 1935, One More Spring. 1935, Orizuru Asen. 1935, Our Little Girl. 1935, The Pace That Kills. 1935, Patio Day. 1935, Page Miss Glory. 1935, Paradise Canyon. 1935, Party Wire. 1935, The Passing of the Third Floor Back. 1935, Pension Mimosas. 1935, People Will Talk. 1935, The Perfect Gentleman. 1935, The Personal History, Adventures, Experience, and Observation of David Copperfield, the Younger. 1935, Personal Maid's Secret. 1935, Peter Ibbetson. 1935, The Phantom Empire. 1935, The Phantom Light. 1935, Powder Smoke Range.
1935, Princesse Tam Tam.
1935, Private Worlds. 1935, Professional Soldier. 1935, Public Hero Number 1.
1935, Pupilas do Senhor Reitor, As.
1935, Pursuit. 1935, Rainbow Valley. 1935, The Rainmakers.
1935, Rasmines Bryllup.
1935, The Raven. 1935, Reckless. 1935, Red Salute. 1935, Remember Last Night. 1935, Rendezvous. 1935, The Return of Peter Grimm. 1935, The Revenge Rider. 1935, Riding Wild. 1935, The Right to Live. 1935, Roberta. 1935, Rocky Mountain Mystery. 1935, Romance in Manhattan. 1935, Ruggles of Red Gap. 1935, Rumba. 1935, Rustlers of Red Dog. 1935, Sagebrush Troubadour. 1935, Sanders of the River. 1935, The Scoundrel. 1935, A Scream in the Night. 1935, Scrooge. 1935, Seven Keys to Baldpate. 1935, Shadow of Doubt. 1935, She. 1935, She Couldn't Take It. 1935, She Married Her Boss. 1935, Shipmates Forever. 1935, A Shot in the Dark. 1935, Show Them No Mercy. 1935, The Silent Passenger. 1935, The Singing Vagabond. 1935, So Red the Rose. 1935, Society Doctor. 1935, The Spanish Cape Mystery. 1935, Special Agent. 1935, Splendor. 1935, Square Shooter. 1935, Star of Midnight. 1935, Stars Over Broadway. 1935, Steamboat Round the Bend. 1935, Stormy. 1935, Stormy Weather. 1935, The Story of Louis Pasteur. 1935, Stranded. 1935, Streamline Express. 1935, Swedenhelms. 1935, Sylvia Scarlett.
1935, Syntipukki.
1935, Tailspin Tommy in the Great Air Mystery. 1935, A Tale of Two Cities. 1935, Texas Terror. 1935, Thanks a Million. 1935, Things Are Looking Up. 1935, The Three Musketeers. 1935, Times Square Lady. 1935, To Beat the Band.
1935, Tokyo no Yado.
1935, Top Hat. 1935, Topaz. 1935, Traveling Sales Lady.
1935, Triumph des Willens.
1935, The Triumph of Sherlock Holmes.
1935, Tsuma Yobara no Yo ni.
1935, Tumbling Tumbleweeds. 1935, The Tunnel. 1935, Turn of the Tide. 1935, Vagabond Lady. 1935, Vanessa, Her Love Story. 1935, The Village Squire. 1935, Village Tale. 1935, Way Down East. 1935, We're Only Human. 1935, We're in the Money. 1935, The Wedding Night. 1935, Werewolf of London. 1935, West Point of the Air. 1935, Westward Ho. 1935, While the Patient Slept. 1935, Whipsaw. 1935, The White Cockatoo. 1935, The Whole Town's Talking. 1935, The Widow from Monte Carlo. 1935, Wings in the Dark. 1935, Woman Wanted. 1935, The Woman in Red.
1936 till 65, 66 och ja.
1936, Absolute Quiet. 1936, Ace Drummond. 1936, Aces Wild. 1936, Aces and Eights. 1936, Adventure in Manhattan. 1936, After the Thin Man. 1936, Alotria. 1936, The Amazing Quest of Ernest Bliss. 1936, Anansara. 1936, Anthony Adverse. 1936, Anything Goes. 1936, Arizona Mahoney. 1936, As You Like It. 1936, Avenging Waters. 1936, Banjo on My Knee. 1936, Beloved Enemy. 1936, The Big Broadcast of 1937. 1936, Big Brown Eyes. 1936, The Big Game. 1936, The Big Show. 1936, Blazing Justice. 1936, The Bohemian Girl. 1936, The Bold Caballero.
1936, Bombi Bitt och jag.
1936, Born to Dance. 1936, Boulder Dam. 1936, The Bride Walks Out. 1936, Brides Are Like That. 1936, Broken Blossoms. 1936, Bullets or Ballots. 1936, Bunker Bean. 1936, Berg Theater. 1936, Cain and Mabel. 1936, California Mail. 1936, Call of the Prairie. 1936, Camille. 1936, Captain January. 1936, The Case Against Mrs. Ames. 1936, The Case of the Black Cat. 1936, The Case of the Velvet Claws. 1936, The Cattle Thief. 1936, Cavalcade of the West. 1936, Ceiling Zero. 1936, The Charge of the Light Brigade. 1936, Charlie Chan at the Circus. 1936, Charlie Chan at the Opera. 1936, Charlie Chan at the Racetrack. 1936, Charlie Chan's Secret. 1936, Chatterbox. 1936, China Clipper.
1936, Club de femmes.
1936, Colleen. 1936, College Holiday. 1936, Come and Get It. 1936, Comin', Round the Mountain. 1936, Conflict. 1936, The Country Doctor. 1936, Country Gentleman. 1936, The Cowboy Star. 1936, Crack Up. 1936, Craig's Wife. 1936, The Crimes of Stephen Hawke. 1936, Dancing Pirate. 1936, Daniel Boone. 1936, The Dark Hour. 1936, Darkest Africa. 1936, Death in the Air. 1936, Desert Gold. 1936, Desert Phantom. 1936, Desire.
1936, Deti kapitána Granta.
1936, The Devil is a Sissy. 1936, The Devil Doll. 1936, Dimples. 1936, Dodsworth. 1936, Don't Turn Him Loose.
1936, Donner, Blitz und Sonnenschein.
1936, Donuts and Society. 1936, Down the Stretch. 1936, Dracula's Daughter. 1936, Drift Fence. 1936, Earthworm Tractors. 1936, East Meets West. 1936, Ellis Island. 1936, Empty Saddles. 1936, Everything is Thunder. 1936, The Ex-Mrs. Bradford. 1936, A Face in the Fog. 1936, Fast Bullets. 1936, Follow the Fleet. 1936, Forget Me Not. 1936, Fugitive in the Sky. 1936, Fury. 1936, The Garden Murder Case. 1936, The Garden of Allah. 1936, The Gay Desperado. 1936, The General Died at Dawn. 1936, General Spanky. 1936, Ghost Patrol. 1936, Gifts, Naytak. 1936, Guillaume No Shermai. 1936, Girls' Dormitory. 1936, Give Me Your Heart. 1936, Go West Young Man. 1936, Go Get M. Haynes. 1936, Gold Diggers of 1937. 1936, The Golden Arrow. 1936, The Gorgeous Hussy. 1936, Great Guy. 1936, The Great Ziegfeld. 1936, The Green Pastures. 1936, Guns and Guitars. 1936, Heart of the West. 1936, Hearts Divided. 1936, Hearts in Bondage. 1936, Here Comes Carter. 1936, The High Command. 1936, His Brother's Wife. 1936, His Lordship. 1936, Hitori Musuko. 1936, Hollywood Boulevard. 1936, Hopalong Cassidy Returns. 1936, House of Secrets. 1936, I'll Name the Murderer. 1936, The Idaho Kid. 1936, The Invisible Ray. 1936, The Irish Gringo. 1936, Irish for Luck. 1936, Isle of Fury. 1936, It Isn't Done. 1936, It's Love Again. 1936, Jadzia.
1936, Josette.
1936, Juggernaut. 1936, Jungle Jim. 1936, The Jungle Princess. 1936, Keep Your Seats, Please. 1936, The King Steps Out. 1936, King of Hockey. 1936, King of the Pecos. 1936, Klondike Annie. 1936, Kachiyama Sashin. 1936, Comedy OM Geld. 1936, Ladies in Love. 1936, The Lady Consents. 1936, Land Without Music. 1936, The Last Journey. 1936, The Last Outlaw. 1936, The Last of the Mohicans. 1936, Laughing Irish Eyes. 1936, The Law in Her Hands. 1936, The Lawless 90s. 1936, The Leathernecks Have Landed. 1936, Let's Sing Again. 1936, Libeled Lady. 1936, Limelight. 1936, Little Lord Fauntleroy. 1936, Lloyds of London. 1936, The Lonely Trail. 1936, The Longest Night. 1936, Love Before Breakfast. 1936, Love Begins at 20. 1936, Love on a Bet. 1936, Love on the Run. 1936, The Luck of the Irish. 1936, Lucky Terror. 1936, Make Way for a Lady. 1936, Manhunt. 1936, The Man Who Could Work Miracles. 1936, The Man Who Lived Twice. 1936, Man in the Mirror. 1936, The Mandarin Mystery. 1936, Mary of Scotland. 1936, Mayerling. 1936, Meet Nero Wolfe. 1936, Men Are Not Gods. 1936, A Message to Garcia.
1936, Mieheke.
1936, The Milky Way. 1936, Modern Times. 1936, The Moon's Our Home. 1936, Moonlight Murder. 1937, Arizona Days. 1937, Arizona Gunfighter. 1937, Artists and Models. 1937, Assassin of Youth. 1937, Adarashiki Tsuchi.
1937, Aurora de Esperanza.
1937, The Awful Truth. 1937, Back in Circulation. 1937, Bad Guy. 1937, The Bad Man of Brimstone. 1937, Bank Alarm. 1937, Beg, Borrow or Steal. 1937, Behind the Headlines. 1937, Besperdenitsa. 1937, Between Two Women. 1937, Beware of Ladies. 1937, Big City. 1937, Big Fella. 1937, The Big Shot. 1937, Black Legion. 1937, Blazing Sixes. 1937, Boots and Saddles. 1937, Border Cafe. 1937, Border Phantom. 1937, Borderland. 1937, Born to the West. 1937, Breakfast for Two. 1937, The Bride Wore Red. 1937, Broadway Melody of 1938. 1937, Bulldog Drummond Comes Back. 1937, Bulldog Drummond Escapes. 1937, Bulldog Drummond's Revenge. 1937, Café Metropole. 1937, California Straight Ahead. 1937, Call It a Day. 1937, Captains Courageous.
1937, Cargaison blanche.
1937, The Case of the Stuttering Bishop. 1937, Champagne Waltz. 1937, Charlie Chan at Monte Carlo. 1937, Charlie Chan at the Olympics. 1937, Charlie Chan on Broadway. 1937, The Cherokee Strip. 1937, China Passage. 1937, Confession. 1937, Conquest. 1937, County Fair. 1937, Criminal Lawyer. 1937, A Damsel in Distress. 1937, Danger Patrol. 1937, Danger Love at Work. 1937, Dangerous Number. 1937, Dark Journey. 1937, Dark Manhattan. 1937, Daughter of Shanghai. 1937, A Day at the Races. 1937, Dead End. 1937, Deputat Baltiki.
1937, Descobrimento do Brasil, o 1937, Dévio Diamond.
1937, The Devil's Saddle Legion. 1937, Dinner at the Ritz. 1937, Dr. Sin. 1937, Don't Tell the Wife. 1937, Double Wedding. 1937, Double or Nothing. 1937, Dragerman Courage.
1937, Dybuk.
1937, Easy Living. 1937, Ebb Tide. 1937, The Edge of the World. 1937, Elephant Boy. 1937, The Emperor's Candlesticks. 1937, Empty Holsters. 1937, Inoken no Chikiri Kintazen Mameo Sandagasa, Ikiha Yoyoi. 1937, Ever Since Eve. 1937, Every Day is a Holiday. 1937, Exclusive. 1937, Expensive Husbands. 1937, A Family Affair. 1937, Fant.
1937, Fermo con le mani.
1937, Fight for Your Lady. 1937, Fire over England. 1937, The Firefly. 1937, First Lady. 1937, Flight from Glory. 1937, Fly Away Baby. 1937, The Footloose Heiress. 1937, 40 Naughty Girls. 1937, Gangway. 1937, Gasperon. 1937, Get Along, Little Dogies. 1937, The Go-Getter. 1937, God's Country and the Woman. 1937, The Good Earth. 1937, Good Morning, Boys. 1937, The Great Barrier. 1937, The Great Garrick. 1937, The Great O'Malley. 1937, The Green Cockatoo. 1937, Green Fields. 1937, Green Light.
1937, Gueule d'amour.
1937, Guns of the Pecos. 1937, Gensmoke Ranch. 1937, Head Over Heels. 1937, Heidi. 1937, Her Husband's Secretary. 1937, High Flyers. 1937, High, Wide, and Handsome. 1937, Hills of Old Wyoming. 1937, History is Made at Night. 1937, Hit the Saddle. 1937, Hittin' the Trail. 1937, Hitting a New High. 1937, Hollywood Hotel. 1937, Hoosier Schoolboy. 1937, Hopalong Rides Again. 1937, The Hurricane. 1937, I'll Take Romance. 1937, Idol of the Crowds. 1937, Ignace. 1937, In Old Chicago. 1937, Interns Can't Take Money. 1937, It Happened in Hollywood. 1937, It's Love I'm After. 1937, It's Never Too Late to Mend. 1937, Jericho. 1937, The Jester.
1937, Juha.
1937, Jump for Glory.
1937, Juurakon hulta.
1937 Capriolen, 1937 Kaze no Naka no Kodomo, 1937 Keep Fit, 1937 Kid Galahad, 1937 King Solomon's Mines, 1937 The King and the Chorus Girl, 1937 Knight Without Armor,
1937 Koskenlaskijan morsian,
1937 Lancer Spy, 1937 Land Beyond the Law, 1937 Lapitasu, 1937 Larceny on the Air, 1937 The Last Gangster, 1937 The Last Train from Madrid, 1937 The Last of Mrs. Cheney, 1937 Lenin v. Octieber, 1937 The Life of Emile Zola, 1937 The Life of the Party, 1937 Lightnin' Crandall, 1937 London by Night, 1937 Lost Horizon, 1937 Love is News, 1937 Love is on the Air, 1937 Love from a Stranger, 1937 Lovers and Luggers, 1937 The Luck of Roaring Camp, 1937 Madam X, 1937 Maid of Salem, 1937 Make Way for Tomorrow, 1937 Make a Wish, 1937 Malu Tiancher, 1937 The Man Who Found Himself, 1937 Manhattan Merry-Go-Round, 1937 Mannequin, 1937 Marked Woman, 1937 Married Before Breakfast, 1937 Marry the Girl, 1937 Maytime,
1937 Meine Freundin Barbara,
1937 Melody for Two, 1937 Men in Exile, 1937 The Mill on the Floss,
1937 Mille, Marie og mig,
1937 Moonlight Sonata, 1937 Mountain Justice, 1937 Mr. Dodd Takes the Air, 1937 Music for Madam, 1937 My Dear Miss Aldrich, 1937 The Mysterious Pilot, 1937 The Mystery of the Hooded Horseman, 1937 Nadar, 1937 Nancy Steele is Missing, 1937 Nation Aflame, 1937 Navy Blue and Gold, 1937 New Faces of 1937, 1937 Night Key, 1937 Ninjo Kami Fusen, 1937 Nobody's Baby, 1937 Nonstop New York, 1937 North of the Rio Grande, 1937 Nothing Sacred, 1937 OHMS, 1937 Oh, Mr. Porter, 1937 OK for Sound, 1937 On Again Off Again, 1937 On the Avenue, 1937 Once a Doctor, 1937 100 Men and a Girl, 1937 The Outcasts of Poker Flat, 1937 The Painted Stallion, 1937 Pawnee Minister Tanksy, 1937 Parnell, 1937 Penrod and Sam, 1937 Pensionate Paradisette, 1937 The Perfect Specimen, 1937 Personal Property, 1937 Pick a Star, 1937 Prairie Thunder, 1937 The Prince and the Pauper, 1937 The Prisoner of Zenda, 1937 Public Cowboy No. 1, 1937 Public Wedding, 1937 Pygmalion, 1937 Piotr Purvey I, 1937 Quality Street, 1937 Quick Money, 1937 Radio Patrol, 1937 Ready, Willing and Able, 1937 Reckless Ranger, 1937 Red Rope, 1937 Regain, 1937 Renfrew of the Royal Mounted, 1937 Return of the Scarlet Pimpernel, 1937 The Riders of the Whistling Skull, 1937 Riding on Air, 1937 The Road Back, 1937 The Roaming Cowboy, 1937 Rootin' Tootin' Rhythm. 1937 Rosalie. 1937 Roundup Time in Texas. 1937 Rustler's Valley. 1937 SOS Coast Guard. 1937 San Quentin. 1937 Saratoga.
1937 Scipione l'Africano.
1937 Sea Devils. 1937 Second Honeymoon. 1937 Secret Agent X9. 1937 Serenade. 1937 Seventh Heaven. 1937 SH The Octopus. 1937 The Shadow Strikes. 1937 Shall We Dance. 1937 She Loved a Fireman. 1937 She's Got Everything. 1937 Sheetsy Jetto. 1937 Silver Blaze. 1937 Sing Me a Love Song. 1937 Sing Cowboy Sing. 1937 The Singing Marine. 1937 Slave Ship. 1937 Slaves in Bondage. 1937 Slim. 1937 Smart Blonde. 1937 Smash and Grab. 1937 Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. 1937 The Soldier and the Lady. 1937 Something to Sing About. 1937 Song of the City. 1937 Souls at Sea. 1937 The Spanish Earth. 1937 Springtime in the Rockies. 1937 The Squeaker. 1937 Stage Door. 1937 Stand-in. 1937 A Star is Born. 1937 Stella Dallas. 1937 Step Lively. Jeeves. 1937 Stolen Holiday. 1937 Storm in a Teacup. 1937 Submarine D1. 1937 Super Sleuth. 1937 Swing High, Swing Low. 1937 Texas Trail. 1937 Thank You, Mr. Moto. 1937 That Certain Woman. 1937 That Man's Here Again. 1937 There Goes My Girl. 1937 They Gave Him a Gun. 1937 They Won't Forget. 1937 Thin Ice. 1937 Think Fast, Mr. Moto. 1937 This Is My Affair. 1937 Thoroughbreds Don't Cry. 1937 Thunder Trail. 1937 Thunder in the City. 1937 The Toast of New York. 1937 Top of the Town. 1937 Topper. 1937 Tavarish. 1937 Trinatsat. 1937 Trouble in Texas. 1937 True Confession. 1937 Under the Red Robe. 1937 Valley of Terror. 1937 Varsity Show. 1937 Victoria the Great. 1937 Vogues of 1938. 1937 Voзвrationi Maxima. 1937 Waikiki Wedding. 1937 Wake Up and Live. 1937 Way Out West. 1937 We Who Are About to Die. 1937 We're on the Jury. 1937 Wee Willie Winkie. 1937 Wells Fargo. 1937 West of Shanghai. 1937 When You're in Love. 1937 When's Your Birthday? 1937 Wings of the Morning. 1937 Wise Girl. 1937 Woman Chases Man. 1937 The Woman I Love. 1937 Yodelin Kid from Pine Ridge. 1937 Yoshiwara. 1937 You Can't Beat Love. 1937 You Can't Have Everything. 1937 You Only Live Once. 1937 You're Only Young Once. 1937 You're a Sweetheart. 1937 Young and Innocent. 1937 Zorro Rides Again.
1937 zu neuen Ufern. 1938 bis 5 Millionen suchen einen Erben.
1938 Abus de confiance.
1938 Accidents Will Happen. 1938 The Adventures of Marco Polo. 1938, The Adventures of Robin Hood. 1938, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. 1938, The Affairs of Annabelle.
1938, Aldeia da Roupa Branca.
1938, Alexander Nevsky. 1938, Alexander's Ragtime Band. 1938, Alf's Button Afloat. 1938, Algiers. 1938, Always Goodbye. 1938, The Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse. 1938, Angels with Dirty Faces. 1938, Annabelle Takes a Tour. 1938, The Arkansas Traveler. 1938, Artists and Models Abroad. 1938, Ask a Policeman. 1938, Bank Holiday. 1938, Bar 20 Justice. 1938, The Baroness and the Butler. 1938, The Beloved Brat. 1938, The Big Broadcast of 1938. 1938, Billy the Kid Returns. 1938, The Black Doll. 1938, Blind Alibi. 1938, Blockheads. 1938, Blockade. 1938, Blonde Cheat. 1938, Blondes at Work. 1938, Blondie. 1938, Bluebeard's Eighth Wife. 1938, Border G-Man. 1938, Boy Meets Girl. 1938, Boys Town. 1938, Break the News. 1938, Breaking the Ice. 1938, Bringing Up Baby. 1938, Broadway Musketeers. 1938, Brother Rat. 1938, The Buccaneer. 1938, Bulldog Drummond in Africa. 1938, Bulldog Drummond's Peril. 1938, Call of the Yukon. 1938, Carefree. 1938, Carmen. La de Triana. 1938, Carrefour. 1938, Cassidy of Bar 20. 1938, The Challenge. 1938, Charlie Chan in Honolulu. 1938, Charlie Chan in Honolulu. 1938, Charlie Chaplin Carnival. 1938, Charlie Chaplin Cavalcade. 1938, Charlie Chaplin Festival. 1938, The Chaser. 1938, Chelovek S. Rusium. 1938, Child Bride. 1938, A Christmas Carol. 1938, The Citadel. 1938, Climbing High. 1938, Coconut Grove. 1938, College Swing. 1938, Come On, Rangers. 1938, Comet over Broadway. 1938, Condemned Women. 1938, The Cowboy and the Lady. 1938, Cowboy from Brooklyn. 1938, Crackerjack. 1938, Crashing Hollywood. 1938, Crime Ring. 1938, Crime School. 1938, The Crowd Roars. 1938, Dad and Dave Come to Town. 1938, Danger on the Air. 1938, Dangerous to Know. 1938, The Dawn Patrol. 1938, The Dawn. 1938, Desert Patrol. 1938, A Desperate Adventure. 1938, Detstvo Gorkago. 1938, The Devil's Party. 1938, Dick Tracy Returns. 1938, The Divorce of Lady X. 1938, Dollar. 1938, Double Danger. 1938, Dr. Rhythm. 1938, Dramatic School. 1938, The Drum. 1938, The Duke is Tops. 1938, The Duke of West Point. 1938, Everybody Sing. 1938, Fast Company. 1938, The Fighting Devil Dogs. 1938, The First 100 Years. 1938, Fools for Scandal. 1938, Four Daughters. 1938, Four Men and a Prayer. 1938, Four's a Crowd. 1938, Frontier Scout. 1938, The Frontiersman. 1938, Fugitives for a Night. 1938, The Gangs of New York. 1938, Garden of the Moon. 1938, Gateway. 1938, Gibraltar. 1938, The Girl Downstairs. 1938, The Girl of the Golden West. 1938, Girls on Probation. 1938, Give Me a Sailor. 1938, The Gladiator. 1938, Go Chase Yourself. 1938, God's Stepchildren. 1938, Going Places. 1938, Gold Diggers in Paris. 1938, Gold is Where You Find It. 1938, Gold Mine in the Sky. 1938, The Goldwyn Follies. 1938, The Great Waltz. 1938, Gun Law. 1938, Happy Landing. 1938, Hard to Get. 1938, Having Wonderful Time. 1938, Hawk of the Wilderness. 1938, He Couldn't Say Number. 1938, Heart of Arizona. 1938, Heart of the North.
1938, Heimat.
1938, Her Jungle Love. 1938, Hey, Hey, USA. 1938, Hold That Co-ed. 1938, Hold That Kiss. 1938, Holiday. 1938, Hollywood Stadium Mystery. 1938, I'm From the City. 1938, If I Were King. 1938, In Old Mexico. 1938, International Crime. 1938, The Invisible Menace. 1938, Irish and Proud of It. 1938, It's in the Air. 1938, J'accuse. 1938, Jezebel.
1938, Josette.
1938, Joy of Living. 1938, Judge Hardy's Children. 1938, Just Around the Corner. 1938, Katia. 1938, Kentucky. 1938, Kentucky Moonshine. 1938, The Kid Comes Back. 1938, Kidnapped. 1938, King of Alcatraz.
1938, Kvinnas ansikte. En.
1938, The Lady Vanishes. 1938, The Lady in the Morgue.
1938, Laulu tulipunaisesta kukasta.
1938, The Law West of Tombstone. 1938, Law of the Underworld. 1938, Lawless Valley. 1938, Letter of Introduction. 1938, Listen, Darling. 1938, Little Miss Broadway. 1938, Little Miss Thoroughbred. 1938, Little Tough Guy. 1938, The Lone Ranger. 1938, Lord Jeff. 1938, Love Finds Andy Hardy. 1938, Love is a Headache. 1938, Love, Honor and Behave. 1938, Mad About Music. 1938, The Mad Miss Manton. 1938, Madreselva. 1938, Maid's Night Out. 1938, Mammal. 1938, Man from Music Mountain. 1938, Man-Proof. 1938, Marie Antoinette. 1938, Mars Attacks the World. 1938, Men Are Such Fools. 1938, Men of Ireland. 1938, Men with Wings. 1938, Merrily We Live.
1938, Millie, Maria och jag.
1938, The Missing Guest. 1938, Mother Carries Chickens. 1938, Mr. Boggs Steps Out. 1938, Mr. Moto Takes a Chance. 1938, Mr. Moto's Gamble. 1938, Mr. Wong, Detective.
1938, Mujeres que trabajan.
1938, My Bill. 1938, My Lucky Star. 1938, Mysterious Mr. Moto. 1938, The Mysterious Rider. 1938, Mystery House. 1938, Nancy Drew, Detective.
1938, Nanu, Sie kennen Korf noch nicht.
1938, Next Time I Marry.
1938, Niskavuoren naiset. 1938, Nummisuutarit.
1938, Of Human Hearts. 1938, The Old Barn Dance. 1938, Old Bones of the River. 1938, Out West with the Hardys. 1938, Over the Wall. 1938, Overland Stage Raiders. 1938, Oud Bob. 1938, Pacific Liner. 1938, Painted Desert. 1938 Pals of the Saddle, 1938 Paradise for Three, 1938 Partners of the Plains, 1938 The Patient in Room 18, 1938 Penrod and his twin brother, 1938 Pietro Wyzich, 1938 Port of Seven Seas, 1938 Prairie Moon, 1938 Pride of the West, 1938 Prison Break, 1938 Prison Train,
1938 Prison sans barreaux,
1938 Professor Beware, 1938 Pygmalion, 1938 Piotr Pervy II, 1938 Quadrille, 1938 Racket Busters, 1938 Radio City Revels, 1938 The Rage of Paris, 1938 Rawhide, 1938 Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm, 1938 Red Berry, 1938 Red River Range, 1938 The Renegade Ranger, 1938 Rich Man, Poor Girl, 1938 Ride a Crooked Mile, 1938 Rio Grande, 1938 Roland Plains, 1938 Room Service, 1938 Sailing Along, 1938 The Saint in New York, 1938 Santa Fe Stampede, 1938 Secrets of an Actress, 1938 Sergeant Murphy, 1938 Service Deluxe, 1938 Sex Madness, 1938 Sexton Blake and the Hooded Terror, 1938 The Shining Hour, 1938 The Shopworn Angel, 1938 Sidewalks of London,
1938 Sigge Nilsson och jag.
1938 Sing You Sinners, 1938 The Singing Blacksmith, 1938 Sinners in Paradise, 1938 The Sisters, 1938 Sky Giant, 1938 A Slight Case of Murder, 1938 Smashing the Rackets, 1938 South Riding, 1938 Spawn of the North, 1938 Spirit of Youth, 1938 Spring Madness, 1938 Stablemates, 1938 Start Cheering, 1938 Straight Place and Show, 1938 Strange Borders, 1938 The Stranger from Arizona, 1938 Submarine Patrol, 1938 Suez, 1938 Sweet Devil, 1938 Sweethearts, 1938 Swing Your Lady, 1938 Swing, 1938 Swiss Mississippi, 1938 Tarnished Angel, 1938 Tarzan and the Green Goddess, 1938 Tarzan's Revenge, 1938 The Terror of Tiny Town, 1938 The Terror, 1938 Test Pilot, 1938 The Texans, 1938 Thanks for Everything, 1938 That Certain Age, 1938 There Goes My Heart, 1938 There's Always a Woman, 1938 They Drive by Night, 1938 This Man is News, 1938 Three Blind Mice, 1938 Three Comrades, 1938 Three Loves Has Nancy, 1938 Too Hot to Handle, 1938 Torchy Blaine in Panama, 1938 Torchy Gets Her Man, 1938 The Toy Wife, 1938 Trade Winds, 1938 Suzurikata Kayashitsu,
1938 tulitikkuja lainaamassa.
1938 Two Gun Man from Harlem, 1938 Under Western Stars, 1938 Undercover Agent, 1938 Ungen, 1938 The Utah Trail, 1938 Vacation from Love, 1938 Valley of the Giants,
1938 varastettu kuolema.
1938 Vessel of Wrath, 1938 Vingar Kring Firen, 1938 Vivacious Lady, 1938 Volga Volga, 1938 Werther, 1938 Western Jamboree, 1938 When Were You Born, 1938 Where the Buffalo Roam, 1938 White Banners, 1938, Who Killed Gail Preston? 1938, Wide Open Faces. 1938, Wives Under Suspicion. 1938, Women Are Like That. 1938, A Yank at Oxford. 1938, Yellow Jack. 1938, You Can't Take It With You. 1938, You and Me. 1938, Young Dr. Kildare. 1938, The Young in Heart. 1939, $1,000 a touchdown. 1939, The 400 Million. 1939, Fifth Avenue Girl. 1939 to 6000 Enemies. 1939, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. 1939, The Adventures of Jane Arden. 1939, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. 1939, The Adventures of the Masked Phantom. 1939, Allegheny Uprising. 1939, Almost a Gentleman. 1939, The Amazing Mr. Williams. 1939, Andy Hardy Gets Spring Fever. 1939, The Angels Wash Their Faces.
1939 Animali pazzi.
1939 Another Thin Man. 1939 Anton der Letzte.
1939, The Arizona Kid. 1939, Arizona Legion. 1939, Arrest Bulldog Drummond. 1939, At the Circus. 1939, Babes in Arms. 1939, Bachelor Mother. 1939, Back Door to Heaven. 1939, Badlands. 1939, Bad Little Angel. 1939, Balalaika. 1939, Barricade.
1939 Beau Geste.
1939, Beauty for the Asking. 1939, Bel Ami. 1939, Beware Spooks. 1939, The Big Guy. 1939, Blackmail. 1939, Blackwell's Island. 1939, Blind Alley. 1939, Blondie Brings Up Baby. 1939, Blondie Meets the Boss. 1939, Blondie Takes a Vacation. 1939, Blue Montana Skies.
1939 Boefje.
1939, Boy Slaves. 1939, Bridal Suite.
1939 A Brivele der Mamen.
1939, Broadway Serenade. 1939, The Bronze Buckaroo. 1939, Buck Rogers. 1939, Bulldog Drummond's Bride. 1939, Bulldog Drummond's Secret Police. 1939, Buried Alive. 1939, Burn 'Em Up O'Connor. 1939, Cafe Society. 1939, Calling Dr. Kildare. 1939, Captain Fury. 1939, The Cat and the Canary. 1939, Charlie Chan at Treasure Island. 1939, Charlie Chan in City in Darkness. 1939, Charlie Chan in Reno. 1939, Charlie McCarthy, Detective. 1939, A Child is Born. 1939, The Cisco Kid and the Lady. 1939, Coast Guard. 1939, Code of the Secret Service. 1939, Colorado Sunset. 1939, Come on George. 1939, Confessions of a Nazi Spy. 1939, Conspiracy. 1939, Convict 99. 1939, The Cowboys from Texas. 1939, Crashing Through. 1939, Dancing Co-ed. 1939, Daredevils of the Red Circle. 1939, Dark Victory. 1939, Daughters Courageous. 1939, The Day the Bookies Wept. 1939, Daytime Wife. 1939, Days of Jesse James. 1939, Death Rides the Range. 1939, Destry Rides Again. 1939, The Devil's Daughter. 1939, Devil's Island. 1939, Dick Tracy's G-Men. 1939, Dodge City. 1939, Drums Along the Mohawk. 1939, Dust Be My Destiny. 1939, Each Dawn I Die. 1939, East Side of Heaven. 1939, En Endenet. 1939, Entente Cordiale.
1939 Es war eine rauschende Ballnacht.
1939, Escape to Paradise. 1939, Espionage Agent. 1939, Eternally Yours. 1939, Everybody's Hobby. 1939, Everything Happens at Night. 1939, The Face at the Window. 1939, Fast and Furious. 1939, Fast and Loose. 1939, The Fighting Gringo. 1939, First Love. 1939, Five Came Back. 1939, Fixer Dugan. 1939, The Flying Deuces. 1939, The Flying Irishman. 1939, The Four Feathers. 1939, Four Girls in White. 1939, The Four Just Men. 1939, Four Wives. 1939, Frick Frack. 1939, Frontier Marshal. 1939, The Frozen Limits. 1939, Full Confession. 1939, Geronimo. 1939, A Girl Must Live. 1939, The Girl and the Gambler. 1939, The Girl from Mexico.
1939, Gjestbordsen.
1939, Golden Boy. 1939, Gone to the Dogs. 1939, Gone with the Wind. 1939, Gone with the Wind. 1939, Good Girls Go to Paris. 1939, Goodbye, Mr. Chips. 1939, The Gorilla. 1939, The Gracie Allen Murder Case. 1939, The Great Man Votes. 1939, The Great Victor Herbert.
1939, Gubben kommer.
1939, Gulliver's Travels. 1939, Gunga Din. 1939, Hello Janine. 1939, The Hardys Ride High. 1939, Harlem Rides the Range. 1939, Heaven with a Barbed Wire Fence. 1939, Hell's Kitchen.
1939, helmikuun manifesti.
1939, Henry Goes Arizona. 1939, Hitler Beast of Berlin.
1939, holka nebo kluk.
1939, Hollywood Cavalcade. 1939, Home on the Prairie. 1939, Honeymoon in Bali. 1939, Honolulu. 1939, Hotel Imperial. 1939, The Hound of the Baskervilles. 1939, The House of Fear. 1939, The Housekeeper's Daughter. 1939, The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
1939, hurra, ich bin Papa.
1939, The Ice Follies of 1939. 1939, Idiot's Delight. 1939, In Name Only. 1939, In Old Caliente. 1939, In Old Monterey. 1939, Indianapolis Speedway. 1939, Inspector Hornley. 1939, Inspector Hornley on Holiday. 1939, Intermezzo, A Love Story. 1939, The Invisible Killer. 1939, Invisible Stripes. 1939, Invitation to Happiness. 1939, Irish Luck. 1939, Island of Lost Men. 1939, It's a Wonderful World. 1939, Jamaica Inn. 1939, Jesse James. 1939, Juarez. 1939, Judge Hardy and Son. 1939, The Kansas Terrors. 1939, Keep Punching. 1939, The Kid from Kokomo. 1939, The Kid from Texas. 1939, Kid Nightingale. 1939, King of the Underworld.
1939, Kitty und die Weltkonferenz.
1939, Lady of the Tropics. 1939, Law of the Pampas. 1939, Lenin v. 1918 Godu. 1939, Let Freedom Ring. 1939, Let Us Live. 1939, The Light Ahead. 1939, The Light That Failed. 1939, The Lion Has Wings. 1939, The Little Princess. 1939, The Lone Ranger Rides Again. 1939, The Lone Wolf Spy Hunt. 1939, Louise. 1939, Love Affair. 1939, Lucky Night. 1939, Made for Each Other. 1939, Magakoro. 1939 Maisie. 1939 Man About Town. 1939 The Man They Could Not Hang. 1939 The Man Who Dared. 1939 The Man in the Iron Mask. 1939 Man of Conquest. 1939 Mandrick the Magician. 1939 The Marshal of Mesa City. 1939 Mexicali Rose. 1939 The Middleton Family at the New York World's Fair. 1939 Midnight. 1939 Midnight Shadow. 1939 The Mikado. 1939 $1 Million Legs. 1939 Miracles for Sale. 1939 Moon over Harlem.
1939. Morgen gaat het beter.
1939 Mountain Rhythm. 1939 Mr. Chedworth Steps Out. 1939 Mr. Moto Takes a Vacation. 1939 Mr. Moto in Danger Island. 1939 Mr. Moto's Last Warning. 1939 Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. 1939 Mr. Wong in Chinatown. 1939 Murder in Soho. 1939 The Mystery of Mr. Wong. 1939 Nancy Drew and the Hidden Staircase. 1939 Nancy Drew, Reporter. 1939 Nancy Drew, Troubleshooter. 1939 Naughty but Nice. 1939 Never Say Die. 1939 New Frontier. 1939 Nick Carter, Master Detective. 1939 The Night Riders. 1939 Ninotchka. 1939 No Place to Go. 1939 Nurse Edith Cavell. 1939 Of Mice and Men. 1939 The Oklahoma Kid. 1939 The Old Maid. 1939 On Borrowed Time. 1939 On Dress Parade. 1939 On Your Toes. 1939 1/3 of a Nation. 1939 Only Angels Have Wings. 1939 Over the Moon. 1939 Pack Up Your Troubles. 1939 Panama Lady.
1939 Paradies der Junggesellen.
1939 Paris Honeymoon. 1939 The Phantom Creeps. 1939 Private Detective. 1939 The Private Lives of Elizabeth and Essex. 1939 Q-Planes. 1939 Racketeers of the Range. 1939 The Rains Came. 1939 Range War. 1939 The Real Glory. 1939 Remember. 1939 The Renegade Trail. 1939 Reno. 1939 The Return of Dr. X. 1939 Return of the Cisco Kid. 1939 Rio. 1939 The Roaring Twenties. 1939 The Rookie Cop. 1939 Rose of Washington Square. 1939 Rough Riders Roundup. 1939 Rovin' Tumbleweeds. 1939 Rulers of the Sea. 1939 Saga of Death Valley. 1939 The Saint Strikes Back. 1939 The Saint in London.
1939 Sans lendemain.
1939 Scouts to the Rescue. 1939 Second Fiddle. 1939 Secret Service of the Air. 1939 The Secret of Dr. Kildare. 1939 Sergeant Madden. 1939 Scores. 1939 Shipyard Sally. 1939 Silver on the Sage. 1939 Six Gun Rhythm. 1939 Smashing the Money Ring. 1939 Society Lawyer. 1939 Some Like It Hot. 1939 Son of Frankenstein. 1939 Sorority House. 1939 South of the Border. 1939 The Spellbinder. 1939 The Spirit of Culver. 1939 The Spy in Black. 1939 St. Louis Blues. 1939 Stagecoach. 1939 Stand Up and Fight. 1939 Stanley and Livingstone. 1939 The Story of Alexander Graham Bell. 1939 The Story of Vernon and Irene Castle. 1939 Stronger Than Desire. 1939 Sued for Libel. 1939 The Sun Never Sets. 1939 Sunset Trail. 1939 Susanna of the Mounties. 1939 Swanee River. 1939 Sweepstakes winner. 1939 Tailspin. 1939 The Taming of the West. 1939 Tarzan finds a son. 1939 Tell No Tales. 1939 Tevye. 1939 That's right, you're wrong. 1939 These Glamour Girls. 1939 They all come out. 1939 They made her a spy. 1939 They made me a criminal. 1939 They shall have music. 1939 This man in Paris. 1939 The Three Musketeers. 1939 Three Smart Girls Grow Up. 1939 Three Texas Steers. 1939 Thunder Afloat. 1939 Timber Stampede. 1939 Topper Takes a Trip. 1939 Torchy Blaine in Chinatown. 1939 Torchy Plays with Dynamite. 1939 Torchy Runs for Mayor. 1939 Torture Ship. 1939 Tower of London. 1939 Trouble Brewing. 1939 Trouble in Sundown. 1939 12 Crowded Hours. 1939 The Underpup. 1939 Union Pacific. 1939 V. Ludiak. 1939 Vasilisa Prekrasnaya.
1939 Vihtori ja Klara.
1939 Wachtmeister Studer. 1939 Waterfront. 1939 Way Down South. 1939 We Are Not Alone. 1939 What a Life. 1939 When Tomorrow Comes. 1939 Wife, Husband and Friend. 1939 Wings of the Navy. 1939 Winter Carnival. 1939 Within the Law. 1939 The Wizard of Oz. 1939 Women in the Wind. 1939 The Women. 1939 Wuthering Heights. 1939 Wyoming Outlaw. 1939 Yes, My Darling Daughter. 1939 You Can't Cheat an Honest Man. 1939 You Can't Get Away with Murder. 1939 Young Mr. Lincoln. 1939 Zangiku Monogatari. 1939 Zaza. 1939 Zenobia. 1939 Zolotoy Klyachik. 1939 Zorro's Fighting Legion. Decade 1940 to 1949. 1940 Till We Meet Again. 1940 to 20 Mule Team. 1940 Abe Lincoln in Illinois. 1940 Adventure in Diamonds. 1940 Adventures of Red Rider. 1940 All This and Heaven Too. 1940 Always a Bride.
1940 Americaner Shadchen.
1940 And One Was Beautiful. 1940 Andy Hardy Meets Debutante. 1940 An Angel from Texas. 1940 Angels Over Broadway. 1940 And of Windy Poplars. 1940 The Ape. 1940 Argentine Nights. 1940 Arise, My Love. 1940 Arizona. 1940 The Arsenal Stadium Mystery. 1940 Bandwagon. 1940 The Bank Dick.
1940 Battement de cœur.
1940 Before I Hang. 1940 Beyond Tomorrow. 1940 Beyond the Sacramento. 1940 The Big Blockade. 1940 A Bill of Divorcement. 1940 The Biscuit Eater. 1940 Bismarck. 1940 Bittersweet. 1940 Black Friday. 1940 Blondie Has Servant Trouble. 1940 Blondie Plays Cupid. 1940 Blondie on a Budget. 1940 The Blue Bird. 1940 Boomtown. 1940 The Border Legion. 1940 The Boys from Syracuse. 1940 Boys of the City. 1940 Brigham Young Frontiersmen. 1940 British Intelligence. 1940 Broadway Melody of 1940. 1940 Broken Strings. 1940 Brother Orchid. 1940 Brother Rat and a Baby.
1940 Brott 1.
1940 Buck Benny Rides Again. 1940 Bullet Code. 1940 Busman's Honeymoon. 1940 Calling All Husbands. 1940 Calling Philo Vance. 1940 Captain Caution. 1940 The Captain is a Lady. 1940 Carolina Moon. 1940 The Carson City Kid. 1940 The Case of the Frightened Lady. 1940 Castle on the Hudson. 1940 Chad Hanna. 1940 Charlie's Big-Hearted Aunt. 1940 Charlie Chan at the Wax Museum. 1940 Charlie Chan in Panama. 1940 Charlie Chan's Murder Cruise. 1940 Cherokee Strip. 1940 Christmas in July. 1940 A Chump at Oxford. 1940 City for Conquest. 1940 Colorado. 1940 Comrade X. 1940 Congo Maisie. 1940 Contraband. 1940 Convoy. 1940 The Courageous Dr. Christian. 1940 Cross-Country Romance. 1940 Curtain Call. 1940 Dad Rudd, MP. 1940 Dance, Girl, Dance. 1940 Danger Ahead. 1940 Dark Command. 1940 The Dark Eyes of London. 1940 Deadwood Dick. 1940 The Devil Bat. 1940 Diamond Queen. 1940 A Dispatch from Reuters. 1940 The Doctor Takes a Wife. 1940 Doomed to Die. 1940 The Door with Seven Locks. 1940 Down Argentine Way. 1940 Dr. Christian Meets the Women. 1940 Dr. Cyclops. 1940 Dr. Ehrlich's Magic Bullet. 1940 Dr. Kildare Goes Home. 1940 Dr. Kildare's Crisis. 1940 Dr. Kildare's Strange Case. 1940 Dreaming Out Loud. 1940 Drums of Fu Manchu. 1940 Dulcie. 1940 The Durango Kid. 1940 The Earl of Chicago. 1940 Earthbound. 1940 East Side Kids. 1940 East of the River. 1940 Edison, The Man. 1940 Ellery Queen, Master Detective.
1940 Ergens in Nederland.
1940 Escape. 1940 Fantasia. 1940 The Fargo Kid. 1940 The Farmer's Daughter. 1940 The Fatal Hour. 1940 Father is a Prince. 1940 The Fighting 69th. 1940 Flash Gordon Conquers the Universe. 1940 Flight Angels. 1940 Flight Command. 1940 Florian. 1940 Flowing Gold. 1940 For Freedom. 1940 Foreign Correspondent. 1940 Four Sons. 1940 French Without Tears.
1940 Friedrich Schiller, Der Triumph eines Genies.
1940 A Fugitive from Justice. 1940 Gallant Sons. 1940 Gambling on the High Seas. 1940 Gang War. 1940 Gangs of Chicago. 1940 Gaslight. 1940 Gaucho Serenade. 1940 The Ghost Breakers. 1940 The Ghost Comes Home. 1940 Give Us Wings. 1940 Go West. 1940 Gold Rush Maisie. 1940 The Golden Fleecing. 1940 Grand Ole Opry. 1940 Granny Get Your Gun. 1940 The Grapes of Wrath. 1940 The Great Dictator. 1940 The Great McGinty. 1940 The Great Profile. 1940 The Green Archer. 1940 Green Hell. 1940 The Green Hornet. 1940 Haunted House. 1940 He Married His Wife. 1940 Hi-Yo Silver. 1940 Hidden Gold. 1940 High School. 1940 Hired Wife. 1940 His Girl Friday. 1940 The House Across the Bay. 1940 The House of the Seven Gables. 1940 The Howards of Virginia. 1940 Hullabaloo. 1940 I'm Still Alive. 1940 If I Had My Way. 1940 The Invisible Man Returns. 1940 The Invisible Woman. 1940 Irene. 1940 Island of Doomed Men. 1940 It All Came True. 1940 It's a Date. 1940 Johnny Apollo. 1940 Juninatin. 1940 Junior G-Men. 1940 Just William. 1940 Keeping Company. 1940 King of the Lumberjacks. 1940 King of the Royal Mounted, 1940 Kit Carson, 1940 Kitty Foyle, The Natural History of a Woman, 1940 Knights of the Range, 1940 Newt Rockney All-American, 1940 Cora Terry, 1940 Ladies Must Live, 1940 The Lady in Question, 1940 Lady with Red Hair, 1940 The Lambeth Walk, 1940 Legion of the Lawless, 1940 Let George Do It, 1940 The Letter, 1940 Lil Abner, 1940 The Light of Western Stars, 1940 Lillian Russell, 1940 A Little Bit of Heaven, 1940 Little Men, 1940 Little Nellie Kelly, 1940 Little Old New York, 1940 The Lone Wolf Meets a Lady, 1940 The Lone Wolf Strikes, 1940 The Long Voyage Home, 1940 Love Thy Neighbor, 1940 Lucky Cisco Kid, 1940 Lucky Partners, 1940 Mad Youth,
1940 Maddalena, Zero in condotta.
1940 The Man I Married, 1940 The Man Who Talked Too Much, 1940 The Man from Dakota, 1940 The Man from Tumbleweeds, 1940 The Man with 9 Lives, 1940 The Marines Fly High, 1940 The Mark of Zorro, 1940 Married and in Love, 1940 Maryland,
1940 med livet som insats.
1940 Melody Ranch, 1940 Men Against the Sky, 1940 Men with Steel Faces, 1940 Mexican Spitfire, 1940 Mexican Spitfire Out West, 1940 Michael Shane, Private Detective, 1940 Midnight Limited,
1940 Miehen tie.
1940 Millionaire Playboy, 1940 Millionaires in Prison, 1940 Moi University, 1940 Money and the Woman, 1940 Moon over Burma, 1940 The Mortal Storm, 1940 The Mummy's Hand, 1940 Murder over New York, 1940 Murder in the Air, 1940 Music in My Heart,
1940 Muzykalna historia.
1940 My Favorite Wife, 1940 My Little Chickadee, 1940 My Love Came Back, 1940 My Son, 1940 Mysterious Dr. Satan, 1940 Mystery in Swing, 1940 Nanette, 1940 Neutral Port, 1940 New Moon, 1940 Night Train to Munich, 1940 A Night at Earl Carroll's, 1940 No Time for Comedy, 1940 No No Nanette, 1940 Northwest Mounted Police, 1940 Northwest Passage, 1940 One Crowded Night, 1940 1 Million BC, 1940 One Night in the Tropics, 1940 Operette, 1940 Our Town,
1940 Paradis perdu,
1940 Phantom Raiders, 1940 Phantom Rancher, 1940 Phantom of Chinatown, 1940 The Philadelphia Story, 1940 Pinocchio, 1940 Poison Pen, 1940 Pop Always Pays, 1940 Prairie Law, 1940 Pride and Prejudice, 1940 Primrose Path, 1940 The Proud Valley, 1940 Queen of the Yukon, 1940 Raffles, 1940 Rancho Grande, 1940 The Range Busters, 1940 Rebecca, 1940 Remember the Night, 1940 The Return of Frank James, 1940 The Return of Wild Bill, 1940 Rhythm on the River, 1940 Ride, Tenderfoot, Ride, 1940 River's End, 1940 Road to Singapore, 1940 Rocky Mountain Rangers, 1940 SF Barati, 1940 Sailors 3, 1940 The Saint Takes Over, 1940 The Saints Double Trouble,
1940 San Giovanni Decollato,
1940 Santa Fe Marshall, 1940 Santa Fe Trail, 1940 Saps at Sea, 1940 Saturday's Children, 1940 Scatterbrain, 1940 The Seahawk, 1940 Second Chorus, 1940 Seven Sinners, 1940 The Shadow, 1940 Shooting High, 1940 The Shop Around the Corner,
1940 7 Jahre Pech,
1940 Sky Murder, 1940 Slightly Honorable,
1940 Snurriga familjen.
1940 Son of Ingagi, 1940 The Son of Monte Cristo, 1940 Son of the Navy, 1940 South of Pago Pago, 1940 South of Suez, 1940 Sporting Blood, 1940 Spring Parade, 1940 Stage to Chino, 1940 Stagecoach War, 1940 Star Dust, 1940 The Stars Look Down, 1940 Strange Cargo, 1940 Stranger on the Third Floor, 1940 Strike Up the Band, 1940 Susan and God, 1940 Swing at Magistern, 1940 Swiss Family Robinson, 1940 Tall Timbers, 1940 Tant Pose,
1940 Tavaratalo Lapatossu Etvinski,
1940 Tear Gas Squad, 1940 The Texas Rangers Ride Again, 1940 That Gang of Mine, 1940 They Drive by Night, 1940 They Knew What They Wanted, 1940 The Thief of Baghdad, 1940 Those Were the Days, 1940 Three Cheers for the Irish, 1943 Faces West, 1943 Men from Texas, 1940 Time in the Sunday, 1940 Tin Pan Alley, 1940 Tom Brown School Days, 1940 Too Many Girls, 1940 Too Many Husbands, 1940 Torrid Zone, 1940 Trail of the Vigilantes, 1940 Triple Justice, 1940 Tugboat Annie Sails Again, 1940 Turnabout, 1940 Two Girls on Broadway, 1940 Typhoon, 1940 Under Texas Skies, 1940 Anelma Karjamajala, 1940 Up in the Air, 1940 Victory, 1940 Vigil in the Night, 1940 The Villain Still Pursued Her, 1940 Virginia City, 1940 Viva Cisco Kid, 1940 Wagon Train, 1940 Waterloo Bridge, 1940 The Way of All Flesh, 1940 We Who Are Young, 1940 The Westerner, 1940 When the Daltons Rode, 1940 Who Killed Aunt Maggie,
1940 Wiener Schichten,
1940 A Window in London, 1940 Winners of the West,
1940 Wunschkonzert,
1940 Wyoming, 1940 You Can't Fool Your Wife, 1940 You'll Find Out, 1940 You're Not So Tough, 1940 Young Bill Hickok, 1940 Young Buffalo Bill, 1940 Young People, 1940 Young Tom Edison, 1940 Zanzibar, 1941 Pimpernel Smith, 1941 to 40,000 Horsemen, 1941 49th Parallel, 1941 Across the Sierras, 1941 Adam Had Four Sons, 1941 Adventures of Captain Marvel, 1941 Affectionately Yours, 1941 All-American Co-Ed, 1941 Aloma of the South Seas, 1941 Along the Rio Grande, 1941 Among the Living, 1941 Andy Hardy's Private Secretary, 1941 Angels with Broken Wings, 1941 Anton Ivanovich Serditzia, 1941 Appointment for Love, 1941 Arizona Bound, 1941 Atlantic Ferry,
1941 Auf Wiedersehen, Franziska,
1941 Babes on Broadway, 1941 Backstreet, 1941 Back in the Saddle, 1941 Bad Man of Deadwood, 1941 The Bad Man, 1941 Bad Men of Missouri, 1941 Badlands of Dakota, 1941 Bahama Passage, 1941 Ball of Fire, 1941 The Bandit Trail, 1941 Barnacle Bill, 1941 Bedtime Story, 1941 Bell Star,
1941 Beredskapspojkar,
1941, The Big Store. 1941, Billy the Kid. 1941, Billy the Kid in Santa Fe. 1941, Birth of the Blues. 1941, The Black Cat. 1941, Blonde Inspiration. 1941, Blondie Goes Latin. 1941, Blondie in Society. 1941, Blood and Sand. 1941, The Blood of Jesus. 1941, Blossoms in the Dust. 1941, Blues in the Night. 1941, The Body Disappears. 1941, Border Vigilantes. 1941, Bowery Blitzkrieg. 1941, The Bride Came So D. 1941, Broadway Limited. 1941, Buck Privates. 1941, Bullets for O'Hara. 1941, Burma Convoy. 1941, The Case of the Black Parrot. 1941, Caught in the Draft. 1941, Charlie's Aunt. 1941, Charlie Chan in Rio. 1941, Cheers for Miss Bishop. 1941, The Chocolate Soldier. 1941, Citizen Kane. 1941, City of Missing Girls. 1941, Come Live With Me. 1941, The Common Touch. 1941, Confessions of Boston Blackie. 1941, Confirm or Deny. 1941, The Corsican Brothers. 1941, Cottage to Let. 1941, The Cowboy and the Blonde.
1941, Cuando los hijos se van.
1941, Cyclone on Horseback. 1941, Dance Hall. 1941, Dangerous Moonlight. 1941, A Date with the Falcon. 1941, Dead Men Tell. 1941, Design for Scandal. 1941, Desperate Cargo. 1941, The Devil Commands. 1941, The Devil and Daniel Webster. 1941, The Devil and Miss Jones. 1941, Dick Tracy vs. Crime Incorporated. 1941, Dive Bomber. 1941, Doomed Caravan. 1941, Down Mexico Way. 1941, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. 1941, Dr. Kildare's Wedding Day. 1941, Dress to Kill. 1941, Dude Cowboy. 1941, Dumbo. 1941, Ellery Queen and the Murder Ring. 1941, Ellery Queen and the Perfect Crime. 1941, Ellery Queen's Penthouse Mystery. 1941, The Face Behind the Mask.
1941, Far skal giftes.
1941, Father Takes a Wife. 1941, The Feminine Touch. 1941, Fiesta. 1941, The Flame of New Orleans. 1941, Flight from Destiny. 1941, Flying Blind. 1941, Flying Wild. 1941, Footlight Fever. 1941, Footsteps in the Dark. 1941, Forbidden Trails.
1941, Forbryder ind.
1941, The Forgotten Village. 1941, Four Mothers. 1941, Free and Easy. 1941, Freedom Radio.
1941, Friedemann Bach.
1941, The Gang's All Here. 1941, Gas Bags. 1941, The Gay Falcon. 1941, Jinroku Chishingura. 1941, The Getaway. 1941, The Ghost Train. 1941, The Ghost of St. Michael's.
1941, Gilberte de Courgenay.
1941, Girl in the News. 1941, A Girl, a Guy, and a Gob. 1941, Go West, Young Lady. 1941, The Great American Broadcast. 1941, Great Guns. 1941, The Great Lie. 1941, The Great Mr. Nobody. 1941, The Green Hornet Strikes Again. 1941, The Gunman from Bodie.
1941, H.M. Pulham, S.
1941, Hands Across the Rockies. 1941, Hellzapoppin'. 1941, Henry Aldrich for President. 1941, Here Comes Happiness. 1941, Here Comes Mr. Jordan. 1941, Hi Gang. 1941, Hideko no Shasho-san. 1941, High Sierra. 1941, Hit the Road. 1941, Hold Back the Dawn. 1941, Hold That Ghost. 1941, Holt of the Secret Service. 1941, Honeymoon for Three. 1941, Honky Tonk. 1941, Hoppity Goes to Town. 1941, Horror Island. 1941, How Green Was My Valley. 1941, Hudson's Bay. 1941, I'll Wait for You.
1941, ich klage an.
1941, in Old Colorado. 1941, in the Navy. 1941, Inspector Hornley Goes to It. 1941, International Lady. 1941, International Squadron. 1941, The Invisible Ghost. 1941, It Started with Eve. 1941, Jesse James at Bay.
1941, Jungle Man. 1941, Kaivopuiston kaunis Regina.
1941, Kathleen. 1941, Keep M Flying. 1941, King of the Texas Rangers. 1941, King of the Zombies. 1941, Kips. 1941, Kiss the Boys Goodbye. 1941, Kisses for Breakfast. 1941, Knockout.
1941, Kulkurin valssi. 1941, Kvinna ombord. N.
1941, Ladies in Retirement. 1941, Lady Be Good. 1941, The Lady Eve. 1941, Lady Scarface. 1941, The Lady from Cheyenne. 1941, Lady from Louisiana.
1941, Landstormens lilla argbiga.
1941, La Samaya. 1941, Let's Make Music. 1941, Life Begins for Andy Hardy. 1941, Life with Henry. 1941, The Little Foxes. 1941, The Lone Rider in Ghost Town. 1941, Lone Star Lawmen. 1941, Look Who's Laughing. 1941, Louisiana Purchase. 1941, Love Crazy. 1941, Love on the Dole. 1941, Lydia. 1941, The Mad Doctor. 1941, Maisie Was a Lady. 1941, Major Barbara. 1941, The Maltese Falcon. 1941, Mama. 1941, A Man Betrayed. 1941, Manhunt. 1941, Man-Made Monster. 1941, Manpower. 1941, Married Bachelor. 1941, Meet Boston Blackie. 1941, Meet John Doe. 1941, The Men in Her Life. 1941, Men of Boys Town. 1941, Mexican Spitfire's Baby. 1941, $1 Million Baby. 1941, Miss Polly. 1941, Mobtown. 1941, The Monster and the Girl. 1941, Moon over Miami. 1941, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. 1941, Murder by Invitation. 1941, My Life with Caroline. 1941, Navy Blues.
1941, Nebe a dudy.
1941, Nevada City. 1941, Never Give a Sucker an Even Break.
1941, Ni sangre, ni arena.
1941, Nice Girl. 1941, Night of January 16th. 1941, 9 Lives Are Not Enough. 1941, North from the Lone Star. 1941, Nothing But the Truth.
1941, Nous les gosses.
1941, The Nurse's Secret. 1941, Old Bill and Son. 1941, One Foot in Heaven. 1941, One Night in Lisbon.
1941, Onnellinen ministeri.
1941, Our Wife. 1941, Out of the Fog. 1941, Outlaws of the Desert. 1941, Pi Tirano, Oh. 1941, Paper Bullets. 1941, Parachute Battalion. 1941, Paris Calling. 1941, The Parson of Panamint. 1941 Peer Gynt, 1941 The Penalty, 1941 Penny Serenade, 1941 The People vs. Dr. Kildare, 1941 The Phantom Submarine,
1941 Piccolo mondo antico.
1941 Pirates on Horseback, 1941 Playgirl, 1941 Playmates,
1941 Poretta eli keisarin uudet pisteet.
1941 Pot of Gold,
1941 Premier rendez-vous.
1941 Pride of the Bowery, 1941 The Prime Minister,
1941 Quacks, der Bruchpilot.
1941 Rage in Heaven, 1941 Rawhide Rangers, 1941 Reaching for the Sunday, 1941 Red River Valley, 1941 The Reluctant Dragon, 1941 Remember the Day,
1941 Remorque.
1941 Riders of Death Valley, 1941 The Riders of the Purple Sage, 1941 Riders of the Timberline, 1941 Ridin' on a Rainbow, 1941 Ringside Maisie, 1941 Riot Squad, 1941 Rise and Shine, 1941 Roadshow, 1941 Road to Zanzibar, 1941 Robbers of the Range, 1941 Robin Hood of the Pecos,
1941 Romeo und Julia auf dem Dorfe.
1941 Saddlemates, 1941 The Saint Meets the Tiger, 1941 The Saint in Palm Springs, 1941 The Saint's Vacation, 1941 San Antonio Rose, 1941 Sea Raiders, 1941 The Sea Wolf, 1941 Secrets of the Wasteland, 1941 Sirtza Chederiak, 1941 Sergeant York, 1941 Shadow of the Thin Man, 1941 Shadows on the Stairs, 1941 The Shanghai Gesture, 1941 The Shepherd of the Hills, 1941 Sheriff of Tombstone, 1941 Shining Victory, 1941 A Shot in the Dark,
1941 Sieg im Westen.
1941 Sierra Sioux, 1941 Singapore Woman, 1941 The Singing Hill, 1941 Six Gun Gold, 1941 Sky Raiders, 1941 Skylark, 1941 Sleepers West, 1941 Smilin' Through, 1941 The Smiling Ghost, 1941 Snappin'ar, 1941 So Ends Our Night, 1941 South American George, 1941 Spare a Copper, 1941 Spellbound, 1941 Spooks Run Wild, 1941 Steel Against the Sky, 1941 Stick to Your Guns, 1941 Strange Alibi, 1941 The Strawberry Blonde, 1941 Sullivan's Travels, 1941 Sun Valley Serenade, 1941 Sundown, 1941 Sunset in Wyoming,
1941 Suomisen perhe.
1941 Suspicion, 1941 Swamp Water, 1941 Swamp Woman, 1941 Sweetheart of the Campus,
1941 Tag det som en mand.
1941 Taintsveni Ostrov, 1941 Tall, Dark and Handsome, 1941 Tanks a Million, 1941 Target for Tonight, 1941 Tarzan's Secret Treasure, 1941 Texas, 1941 That Hamilton Woman, 1941 That Night in Rio, 1941 That Uncertain Feeling, 1941 There's Magic in Music, 1941 They Dare Not Love, 1941 They Died with Their Boots On, 1941 They Meet Again, 1941 They Met in Argentina, 1941 They Met in Bombay, 1941 Thieves Fall Out, 1941 This Thing Called Love, 1941 Three Girls About Town, 1941 Three Sons O' Guns, 1941, Time Out for Rhythm. 1941, Tobacco Road. 1941, Todake no Kyodai. 1941, Tom, Dick, and Harry. 1941, Topper Returns. 1941, Tosca. 1941, Tower of Terror. 1941, Turned Out Nice Again. 1941, Twilight on the Trail. 1941, Two-Faced Woman. 1941, Uma. 1941, Under Fiesta Stars. 1941, Underground. 1941, Unexpected Uncle. 1941, Unfinished Business. 1941, Unholy Partners.
1941, Uomini sul fondo.
1941, Viimeinen vieras.
1941, Virginia. 1941, Volpone. 1941, The Wagons Roll at Night. 1941, Washington Melodrama. 1941, Weekend in Havana. 1941, Weekend for Three. 1941, Western Union. 1941, When Ladies Meet. 1941, Whistling in the Dark. 1941, Wide Open Town. 1941, Wild Geese Calling. 1941, The Wild Man of Borneo. 1941, The Wolf Man. 1941, A Woman's Face. 1941, World Premiere. 1941, A Yank in the RAF. 1941, You Belong to Me. 1941, You'll Never Get Rich. 1941, You're in the Army Now. 1941, Ziegfeld Girl. 1942, Neath Brooklyn Bridge. 1942, A Haunting We Will Go. 1942, Across the Pacific.
1942, Addio Kira.
1942, The Adventures of Martin Eden. 1942, The Affairs of Martha.
1942, Afsporet.
1942, Alla Araba. 1942, Alpha Tau. 1942, Alias Boston Blackie. 1942, All Through the Night. 1942, Always in My Heart. 1942, American Empire. 1942, Andy Hardy's Double Life. 1942, Apache Trail. 1942, Arabian Nights. 1942, Arizona Stagecoach. 1942, Atlantic Convoy. 1942, Babyface Morgan. 1942, Backroom Boy.
1942, Ballade i Nyhavn.
1942, Bambi. 1942, Bandit Ranger. 1942, The Bashful Bachelor. 1942, Behind the Eight Ball. 1942, Bells of Capistrano. 1942, Below the Border. 1942, Berlin Correspondent. 1942, Beyond the Blue Horizon. 1942, The Big Shot. 1942, The Big Street. 1942, Billy the Kid Trapped. 1942, Black Dragons. 1942, The Black Sheep of Whitehall. 1942, The Black Swan. 1942, Blondie Goes to College. 1942, Blondie for Victory. 1942, Blondie's Blessed Event. 1942, Blue, White, and Perfect. 1942, The Boogeyman Will Get You. 1942, Born to Sing. 1942, Boston Blackie Goes Hollywood. 1942, Bowery at Midnight. 1942, Broadway. 1942, The Bugle Sounds. 1942, Bullet Scars. 1942, Buses Roar. 1942, Cairo. 1942, Call Out the Marines. 1942, Call of the Canyon. 1942, Calling Dr. Gillespie. 1942, Captains of the Clouds. 1942, Casablanca. 1942, Castle in the Desert. 1942, Cat People. 1942, Chi-Chi Ariki. 1942, China Girl. 1942, A Close Call for Ellery Queen. 1942, Come on Danger. 1942, Commandos Strike at Dawn. 1942, The Corpse Vanishes. 1942, The Courtship of Andy Hardy. 1942, Cowboy Serenade. 1942, Crossroads. 1942, Dangerously They Live. 1942, The Daring Young Man. 1942, The Dawn Express. 1942, Dawn on the Great Divide. 1942, The Day Will Dawn.
1942, Dernier atout.
1942, A Desperate Chance for Ellery Queen. 1942, Desperate Journey. 1942, Dr. Glass. 1942, Don Winslow of the Navy. 1942, Dr. Broadway. 1942, Dr. Gillespie's New Assistant. 1942, Dr. Kildare's Victory. 1942, Dr. Renault's Secret. 1942, Eagle Squadron.
1942. Einmal der liebe Herrgott sein.
1942. Emberek a havason.
1942, Escape from Crime. 1942, Eyes in the Night. 1942, The Falcon Takes Over. 1942, The Falcon's Brother. 1942, Fingers at the Window. 1942, The First of the Few. 1942, The Fleet's Inn. 1942, Flight Lieutenant. 1942, Fly by Night. 1942, Flying Fortress. 1942, Flying Tigers. 1942, Footlight Serenade. 1942, For Me and My Gal. 1942, The Foreman Went to France. 1942, The Forest Rangers. 1942, Four Jacks and a Jill. 1942, Friendly Enemies.
1942. Frøken Vildkat.
1942, GPU. 1942, Gangbusters. 1942, The Gay Sisters. 1942, A Gentleman After Dark. 1942, Gentleman Jim. 1942, George Washington Slept Here. 1942, The Ghost of Frankenstein. 1942, Girl Trouble. 1942, The Glass Key. 1942, The Goose Steps Out. 1942, Grand Central Murder. 1942, The Great Man's Lady. 1942, The Great Mr. Handel. 1942, Hatter's Castle. 1942, Heart of the Golden West. 1942, Henry Aldrich, editor. 1942, Henry and Dizzy. 1942, Her Cardboard Lover. 1942, Here We Go Again.
1942. Herre i kjole og hvidt. Ind.
1942, The Hidden Hand. 1942, Highways by Night. 1942, Himmelspillet.
1942. Historia de un gran amor.
1942, Hitler Dead or Alive. 1942, Holiday Inn. 1942, How to Fly the B-24D Airplane. 1942, Icecapades Review. 1942, Iceland. 1942, In Old California. 1942, In This Our Life. 1942, In Which We Serve. 1942, Invisible Agent. 1942, It Happened in Flatbush. 1942, Jackass Mail. 1942, Jacob Steege. 1942, Joan of Paris. 1942, Joe Smith, American. 1942, Johnny Eager. 1942, Journey for Margaret. 1942, Juke Girl. 1942, Jungle Book. 1942, Junior G-Men of the Air. 1942, Catty Eye. 1942, Keeper of the Flame. 1942, Kid Glove Killer. 1942, King Arthur Was a Gentleman. 1942, King of the Mounties. 1942, King's Row.
1942. Kuollut mies rakastuu.
1942, Lady Gangster. 1942, The Lady Has Plans. 1942, The Lady is Willing. 1942, Lady for a Night. 1942, Lady from Chungking. 1942, Lady in a Jam. 1942, Land of the Open Range. 1942, Law of the Jungle. 1942, Let the People Sing. 1942, Let's Get Tough. 1942, Life Begins at 8:30. 1942, The Living Ghost. 1942, The Lone Prairie. 1942, Lost Canyon. 1942, The Loves of Edgar Allan Poe. 1942, Lucky Jordan.
1942. Lyckan kommer.
1942, Macao, l'enfer du jeu.
1942, The Mad Doctor of Market Street. 1942, The Mad Monster. 1942, The Magnificent Ambersons. 1942, The Magnificent Dope. 1942, Maisie Gets Her Man. 1942, The Major and the Minor. 1942, The Male Animal. 1942, Malambra. 1942, The Man Who Came to Dinner. 1942, The Man Who Wouldn't Die. 1942, Man from Headquarters. 1942, Man with Two Lives. 1942, Manila Calling. 1942, Mashenka. 1942, The Mayor of 44th Street. 1942, Meet the Mob. 1942, Meet the Stewards. 1942, Mexican Spitfire Sees a Ghost. 1942, Mexican Spitfire at Sea. 1942, Mexican Spitfire's Elephant. 1942, Miss Annie Rooney. 1942, Moki. 1942, Moontide. 1942, Mr. Wise Guy. 1942, Mr. and Mrs. North. 1942, Mrs. Miniver. 1942, The Mummy's Tomb. 1942, Murder in the Big House. 1942, My Favorite Blonde. 1942, My Favorite Spy. 1942, My Gal Sal. 1942, My Sister Eileen. 1942, Mystery of Marie Roget. 1942, Nakespressen P903. 1942, Native Land. 1942, The Navy Comes Through. 1942, Nazi Agent. 1942, Next of Kin. 1942, The Night Has Eyes. 1942, Night Monster. 1942, Nightmare.
1942. Noi vivi. 1942. Non ti pago.
1942, Northwest Rangers. 1942, Now Voyager. 1942, Obliging Young Lady. 1942, The Omaha Trail. 1942, Once Upon a Honeymoon. 1942, One Thrilling Night. 1942, One of Our Aircraft is Missing. 1942, Orchestra Wives. 1942, Pacific Rendezvous. 1942, The Palm Beach Story. 1942, Panama Hattie. 1942, The Panther's Claw. 1942, Pardon My Sarong. 1942, Pen of Pennsylvania. 1942, Perils of Nyoka. 1942, Phantom Killer. 1942, The Phantom Plainsman. 1942, The Pied Piper. 1942, Pirates of the Prairie. 1942, Pittsburgh. 1942, Powder Town. 1942, The Pride of the Yankees. 1942, Private Buckaroo.
1942. Quattro passi fra le nuvole.
1942, Quiet Please, Murder. 1942, Random Harvest.
1942. Rantasuon raapajat. 1942. Raza.
1942, Reap the Wild Wind. 1942, Red River Robin Hood. 1942, The Remarkable Andrew. 1942, Remember Pearl Harbor. 1942, Reunion in France. 1942, Ridinette. 1942, Ride M. Cowboy. 1942, Riding the Wind. 1942, Rings on Her Fingers. 1942, Rio Rita. 1942, Road to Morocco. 1942, Rock River Renegades. 1942, Romance on the Range. 1942, Rospagar. 1942, Roxy Hart. 1942, Saboteur. 1942, Secret Agent of Japan. 1942, Secret Mission. 1942 Saishin no Kiryu. 1942 7 days leave. 1942 7 miles from Alcatraz. 1942 7 sweethearts. 1942 Shadows on the Sage. 1942 Sherlock Holmes and the Voice of Terror. 1942 Ship Ahoy. 1942 Ships with Wings. 1942 Shut My Big Mouth. 1942 Silver Queen. 1942 Sing Your Worries Away. 1942 Smart Alex. 1942 Somewhere I'll Find You. 1942 Son of Fury. 1942 Song of the Islands. 1942 The Spoilers. 1942 Springtime in the Rockies. 1942 Spy Ship. 1942 Spy Smasher. 1942 Stand By for Action. 1942 Star Spangled Rhythm. 1942 The Strange Case of Dr. RX. 1942 Street of Chance. 1942 Sunset Serenade.
1942 Suomisen Ollin tempaus.
1942 Sweater Girl. 1942 Syncopation. 1942 Take a Letter, Darling. 1942 Tales of Manhattan. 1942 The Talk of the Town. 1942 Tarzan's New York Adventure. 1942 10 Gentlemen from West Point. 1942 Tennessee Johnson. 1942 There's One Born Every Minute. 1942 They All Kissed the Bride. 1942 They Flew Alone. 1942 They Raid by Night. 1942 This Above All. 1942 This Gun for Hire. 1942 This Time for Keeps. 1942 This Was Paris. 1942 Thunderbirds. 1942 Thundering Hoofs. 1942 Tish. 1942 To Be or Not to Be. 1942 To the Shores of Tripoli. 1942 Tombstone, The Town Too Tough to Die. 1942 Tomorrow We Live. 1942 Tortilla Flat.
1942 Tre skojiga skojare.
1942 The Tuttles of Tahiti. 1942 Twin Beds. 1942 USSVD Ship of Shame. 1942 Undercover Man. 1942 The Undying Monster. 1942 Unpublished Story. 1942 Valley of Hunted Men. 1942 Valley of the Sunday. 1942 The Vanishing Virginian.
1942 Vi hemslavinnor.
1942 Viaje sin Destino. 1942 Wake Island. 1942 The War Against Mrs. Hadley. 1942 War Dogs. 1942 We Were Dancing. 1942 Went the Day Well. 1942 West of the Law. 1942 Whispering Ghosts. 1942 Whistling in Dixie. 1942 White Cargo. 1942 Who Done It.
1942 Wiener Blut.
1942 Wild Bill Hickok Rides. 1942 Wings for the Eagle.
1942 Wir machen Musik.
1942 Woman of the Year. 1942 The World at War. 1942 A Yank at Eton. 1942 A Yank in Libya. 1942 A Yank on the Burma Road. 1942 Yankee Doodle Dandy. 1942 You Can't Escape Forever. 1942 You Were Never Lovelier. 1942 The Young Mr. Pitt. 1943 Above Suspicion. 1943 Action in the North Atlantic. 1943 Adventure in Iraq. 1943 Adventures of Smilin' Jack. 1943 The Adventures of a Rookie. 1943 Adventures of the Flying Cadets. 1943 Aerial Gunner. 1943 After Midnight with Boston Blackie. 1943 Air Force. 1943 Air Raid Wardens.
1943 Aktrisa.
1943 The Amazing Mrs. Holiday. 1943, Anna Lands. 1943, The Ape Man. 1943, Appointment in Berlin. 1943, Around the World. 1943, Assignment in Brittany.
1943, Au bonheur des dames.
1943, The Avenging Rider. 1943, Background to Danger. 1943, Bar 20. 1943, Bataan. 1943, The Batman. 1943, The Battle of Britain. 1943, The Battle of Russia. 1943, Behind the Rising Sun. 1943, The Bells Go Down. 1943, Best Foot Forward. 1943, Black Market Rustlers. 1943, The Black Raven. 1943, The Blocked Trail. 1943, Bombardier. 1943, Bomber's Moon. 1943, Border Patrol. 1943, Border Town Gunfighters. 1943, Buckskin Frontier. 1943, Cabin in the Sky. 1943, Cadet Classification. 1943, Calling Dr. Death. 1943, Calling Wild Bill Elliott. 1943, Campo de Fiori. 1943, Captive Wild Woman. 1943, The Chance of a Lifetime. 1943, Chatterbox. 1943, Chetniks. 1943, China. 1943, City Without Men. 1943, Clancy Street Boys. 1943, Claudia. 1943, Colt Comrades. 1943, Combat America. 1943, Coney Island. 1943, Confessions of a Vice Baron. 1943, The Constant Nymph. 1943, Corregidor. 1943, Corvette K-225. 1943, Cosmo Jones, Crime Smasher.
1943, Costa do Castelo, ou 1943, Crash Dive.
1943, Crazy House. 1943, Crime Doctor. 1943, The Cross of Lorraine. 1943, Cry Havoc. 1943, The Crystal Ball.
1943, damals.
1943, The Dancing Masters. 1943, Dangerous Blondes. 1943, Dead Man's Gulch. 1943, Dead Men Walk. 1943, The Demi-Paradise. 1943, The Desert Song. 1943, Desert Victory. 1943, The Desperados. 1943, Destination Tokyo.
1943, Det brinner en eld. 1943, Distinto Amanecer.
1943, Divide and Conquer. 1943, Dixie. 1943, Don Winslow of the Coast Guard.
1943, Douce.
1943, Doughboys in Ireland. 1943, Dr. Gillespie's Criminal Case. 1943, Drums of Fu Manchu. 1943, Dewberry Was a Lady.
1943, Due cuori fra le belve.
1943, Dva Boitza. 1943, Edge of Darkness. 1943, Eyes of the Underworld. 1943, The Falcon Strikes Back. 1943, The Falcon and the Coeds. 1943, The Falcon in Danger. 1943, The Fallen Sparrow. 1943, False Colors. 1943, Find the Blackmailer. 1943, Fires Were Started. 1943, First Comes Courage. 1943, Five Graves to Cairo. 1943, The Flemish Farm. 1943, Flesh and Fantasy. 1943, Flight for Freedom.
1943, Flor Silvestre.
1943, Footlight Glamour. 1943, For Whom the Bell Tolls. 1943, Forever and a Day. 1943, Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman. 1943, G-Men versus the Black Dragon. 1943, the gang's all here. 1943, gangway for tomorrow. 1943, the gentle sex. 1943, get cracking. 1943, the ghost ship. 1943, the ghost and the guest. 1943, ghosts on the loose. 1943, Gildersleeve on Broadway. 1943, Gildersleeve's bad day. 1943, girl crazy. 1943, girls in chains. 1943, the Goodfellows. 1943, the Gorilla Man. 1943, Guppy Mains Rouges. 1943, Government Girl. 1943, The Great Gildersleeve. 1943, Guadalcanal Diary. 1943, Gung Ho. 1943, A Guy Named Joe. 1943, Hangmen Also Die.
1943, Hans onsdags veninde.
1943, Happy Go Lucky. 1943, Happy Land. 1943, The Hard Way. 1943, Haunted Ranch. 1943, The Heat's On. 1943, Heaven Can Wait. 1943, The Heavenly Body. 1943, Hello Frisco, Hello. 1943, Henry Aldrich Gets Glamour. 1943, Henry Aldrich Haunts a House. 1943, Henry Aldrich Swings It. 1943, Hers to Hold. 1943, Hi Diddle Diddle. 1943, His Butler's Sister. 1943, Hit Parade of 1943. 1943, Hit the Ice. 1943, Hitler's Children. 1943, Hitler's Madman. 1943, Holy Matrimony. 1943, Hoppy Serves a Writ. 1943, Hostages.
1943, Huella de Luz.
1943, The Human Comedy.
1943, ich vertraue dir meine Frau an.
1943, Idaho. 1943, Immensity. 1943, Immortal Sergeant. 1943, In Old Oklahoma. 1943, The Iron Major. 1943, Isle of Forgotten Sins. 1943, It Ain't Hay. 1943, It's That Man Again. 1943, It's a Great Life. 1943, Jack London. 1943, Jitterbugs. 1943, Jive Junction. 1943, Johnny Come Lately. 1943, Journey into Fear. 1943, The Kansan.
1943, Katariina ja Munkkiniemen kreivi.
1943, Kid Dynamite. 1943, King of the Cowboys.
1943, Kungsgatan.
1943, Ladies' Day. 1943, A Lady Takes a Chance. 1943, Lady of Burlesque. 1943, The Lamp Still Burns. 1943, Lassie Come Home. 1943, The Leather Burners. 1943, The Leopard Man. 1943, Let's Face It. 1943, The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp. 1943, Lille Napoleon. 1943, Lost Angel. 1943, The Mad Ghoul. 1943, Madame Curie. 1943, The Man from Down Under. 1943, The Man in Grey. 1943, Margin for Error. 1943, Marie Martin. 1943, The Masked Marvel. 1943, The Meanest Man in the World. 1943, Mecta. 1943, Mexican Spitfires Blessed Event. 1943, Millions Like Us. 1943, Minesweeper. 1943, Mission to Moscow. 1943, The Moon is Down. 1943, The Moon and Sixpence. 1943, Moonlight in Vermont. 1943, The More the Merrier. 1943, Mr. Lucky. 1943, Mr. Muggs Steps Out. 1943, Murder on the Waterfront. 1943, My Friend Flicka. 1943, My Learned Friend. 1943, The Mysterious Doctor. 1943, Mystery of the 13th Guest. 1943, Nasreddin v. Bucaire. 1943, A Night to Remember. 1943, 9 Men. 1943, No Time for Love. 1943, The North Star. 1943, Northern Pursuit. 1943, Old Acquaintance. 1943, Ordet.
1943, Ossessione.
1943, The Outlaw. 1943, The Oxbow Incident. 1943, Paracelsus. 1943, Paris After Dark. 1943, Passport to Suez. 1943, Petticoat Larceny. 1943, Phantom of the Opera. 1943, The Phantom. 1943, Picpus. 1943, Pilot Number 5. 1943, Pistol Packin' Mama. 1943, The Powers Girl. 1943, Prelude to War. 1943, Presenting Lily Mars. 1943, Princess O'Rourke. 1943, Report from the Aleutians. 1943, Reveille with Beverly. 1943, Revenge of the Zombies. 1943, Riders of the Deadline. 1943, Riders of the Northwest Mounted. 1943, Riding High. 1943, Romance in Mall.
1943, Romeo y Julieta.
1943, Sabotage Agent. 1943, Sahara. 1943, Salute to the Marines. 1943, A Scream in the Dark. 1943, Secret Service in Darkest Africa. 1943, The Seventh Victim. 1943, Shadow of a Doubt. 1943, Sherlock Holmes Faces Death. 1943, Sherlock Holmes and the Secret Weapon. 1943, Sherlock Holmes in Washington. 1943, The Silver Fleet. 1943, The Sky's the Limit. 1943, Slightly Dangerous. 1943, So Proudly We Hail. 1943, So This is Washington. 1943, Som du vill ha mig.
1943, Som du vill ha mig.
1943, Someone to Remember. 1943, Son of Dracula. 1943, The Song of Bernadette. 1943, Song of Texas. 1943, Sonia. 1943, Stage Door Canteen. 1943, The Strange Death of Adolf Hitler. 1943, A Stranger in Town. 1943, Submarine Alert. 1943, Submarine Base. 1943, Sugata Sanshiro.
1943, Suomisen taiteilijat.
1943, Sweet Rosie O'Grady. 1943, Swing Fever. 1943, Swing Shift Maisie. 1943, Tarzan Triumphs. 1943, Tarzan's Desert Mystery. 1943, Tender Comrade. 1943, Thank Your Lucky Stars. 1943, There's Something About a Soldier. 1943, They Got Me Covered. 1943, They Met in the Dark. 1943, This is the Army. 1943, This Land is Mine. 1943, Thousands Cheer. 1943, Three Hearts for Julia. 1943, Thunder Rock. 1943, Thursday's Child. 1943, Tiger Fangs. 1943, Time to Kill. 1943, Titanic. 1943, Tonight We Raid Calais. 1943, Top Man. 1943, True to Life. 1943, 2 Weeks to Live. 1943, The Unknown Guest. 1943, Yuda Anden.
1943, Valkoiset ruusut.
1943, Victory Through Air Power. 1943, Vozdechny Izvischik. 1943, Vreden's Dag. 1943, Watch on the Rhine. 1943, We Dive at Dawn. 1943, we'll meet again. 1943, we've never been licked. 1943, what a woman. 1943, whistling in Brooklyn. 1943, white savage. 1943, wintertime. 1943, the woman of the town. 1943, women in bondage. 1943, yellow canary. 1943, young ideas. 1943, young and willing. 1943, the youngest profession.
1943, Zhadi Menya.
1944 to 2000 women. 1944, abroad with 2 Yanks. 1944, action in Arabia. 1944, address unknown. 1944, the adventures of Mark Twain. 1944, Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. 1944, an American romance. 1944, and now tomorrow. 1944, and the angels sing. 1944, Andy Hardy's Blonde Trouble. 1944, Appassionata. 1944, Arizona Whirlwind. 1944, Atlantic City. 1944, Attack, Battle of New Britain.
1944, Aventure est au coin de la rue.
1944, Barbary Coast Gent. 1944, Bathing Beauty. 1944, The Battle of China. 1944, Bees in Paradise. 1944, Bell Bottom George. 1944, Belle of the Yukon. 1944, The Bermuda Mystery. 1944, Between Two Worlds. 1944, The Big Bonanza. 1944, The Big Noise. 1944, Biskoppen. 1944, Blockbusters. 1944, Blonde Fever. 1944, Bluebeard. 1944, Bowery Champs. 1944, Bowery to Broadway. 1944, Brand of the Devil. 1944, Brazil. 1944, The Bridge of San Luis Rey. 1944, Broadway Rhythm. 1944, Buffalo Bill. 1944, Call of the Rockies. 1944, Can't Help Singing. 1944, Candlelight in Algeria. 1944, Candles at 9. 1944, A Canterbury Tale. 1944, The Canterville Ghost. 1944, Captain America. 1944, Casanova Brown. 1944, Champagne Charlie. 1944, Charlie Chan in Black Magic. 1944, Charlie Chan in The Chinese Cat. 1944, Charlie Chan in The Secret Service. 1944, Cheyenne Wildcat. 1944, Chip off the Old Block. 1944, Christmas Holiday. 1944, The Chronicle History of King Henry V with his Batel fought at Agincourt in France. 1944, The Climax. 1944, Cobra Woman. 1944, The Conspirators. 1944, Covergirl. 1944, Cowboy and the Senorita. 1944, Crazy Nights. 1944, Crime by Night. 1944, Cry of the Werewolf. 1944, The Curse of the Cat People. 1944, Dangerous Passage. 1944, Dark Mountain. 1944, Dark Waters. 1944, Days of Glory. 1944, Dead Man's Eyes. 1944, Dead or Alive. 1944, Destiny. 1944, Dixie Jamboree. 1944, Dohyosai. 1944, Don't Take It to Heart. 1944, Double Indemnity. 1944, The Doughgirls. 1944, Dragon Seed. 1944, Ellie Peterson. 1944, Enemy of Women. 1944, English Without Tears. 1944, Enter Arsène Lupin. 1944, The Eve of St. Mark. 1944, Experiment Perilous. 1944, The Falcon Out West. 1944, The Falcon in Hollywood. 1944, The Falcon in Mexico. 1944, Fanny by Gaslight. 1944, Fiddlers 3. 1944, The Fighting Lady. 1944, The Fighting Seabees.
1944, Florence est folle.
1944, Follow the Boys. 1944, Follow the Leader. 1944, 40 Thieves. 1944, Four Jills in a Jeep. 1944, Frenchman's Creek.
1944, Frihed, Lighed og Louise.
1944, Frontier Outlaws. 1944, Fuzzy Settles Down. 1944, Gangsters of the Frontier. 1944, Gaslight. 1944, Gentle Annie. 1944, Ghost Catchers. 1944, Gildersleeve's Ghost. 1944, Girl Rush. 1944, The Girl Who Dared. 1944, Give Us the Moon. 1944, Go Down Death. 1944, Going My Way. 1944, The Great Alaskan Mystery. 1944, The Great Mike. 1944, The Great Moment. 1944, Greenwich Village. 1944, Guest in the House. 1944, Gypsy Wildcat. 1944, Hail the Conquering Hero. 1944, The Hairy Ape. 1944, The Halfway House. 1944, Hands Across the Border. 1944, Haunted Harbor. 1944, He Snoops to Conquer. 1944, Heavenly Days. 1944, Henry Aldrich Plays Cupid. 1944, Henry Aldrich's Little Secret. 1944, Henry Aldrich, Boy Scout. 1944, Here Come the Waves. 1944, Hetz. 1944, Higher and Higher. 1944, The Hitler Gang. 1944, Hollywood Canteen. 1944, Home in Indiana. 1944, Hot Rhythm. 1944, Hotel Reserve. 1944, The Hour Before the Dawn. 1944, House of Frankenstein. 1944, Ichiban Atsukushiku. 1944, The Impatient Years. 1944, The Imposter. 1944, In Our Time. 1944, In Society. 1944, In the Meantime, Darling. 1944, The Invisible Man's Revenge. 1944, Irish Eyes Are Smiling. 1944, It Happened Tomorrow. 1944, Jane Eyre. 1944, Janie. 1944, Johnny Doesn't Live Here Anymore.
1944, Kejsaren av Portugalien.
1944, The Keys of the Kingdom. 1944, Kismet. 1944, Knickerbocker Holiday.
1944, Kuollut mies vihastuu.
1944, Ladies Courageous. 1944, The Lady and the Monster. 1944, Lady in the Dark. 1944, Lake Placid Serenade. 1944, The Last Horseman. 1944, The Last Ride. 1944, Laura. 1944, Leave It to the Irish. 1944, Lifeboat. 1944, Lights of Old Santa Fe.
1944, Lilla helgonet.
1944, The Lodger. 1944, Lost in a Harem. 1944, Love Story. 1944, Lumberjack. 1944, Mademoiselle Fifi. 1944, Maisie Goes to Reno. 1944, Make Your Own Bed. 1944, Man from Frisco. 1944, Marie Louise. 1944, Marine Raiders. 1944, The Mark of the Whistler. 1944, Marriage is a Private Affair. 1944, Marshal of Reno. 1944, The Mask of Demetrius. 1944, The Master Race. 1944, Medal for the General. 1944, Meet Me in St. Louis. 1944, Meet the People. 1944, The Memphis Belle, A Story of a Flying Fortress. 1944, The Mary Monahans. 1944, $1 Million Kid. 1944, Ministry of Fear. 1944, The Miracle of Morgan's Creek. 1944, The Missing Juror. 1944, Miyamoto Musashi. 1944, Mojave Firebrand. 1944, The Monster Maker.
1944, Mårets Melodi.
1944, Mr. Emmanuel. 1944, Mr. Skeffington. 1944, Mr. Winkle Goes to War. 1944, Mrs. Parkington. 1944, The Mummy's Curse. 1944, The Mummy's Ghost. 1944, Murder in the Blue Room. 1944, Murder, My Sweet. 1944, Music for Millions. 1944, Music in Manhattan. 1944, My Pal Wolf. 1944, Mystery Man. 1944, Mystery of the Riverboat. 1944, Nabonga. 1944, National Velvet. 1944, The Navy Way. 1944, Nevada. 1944, A Night of Adventure. 1944, Nine Girls. 1944, None But the Lonely Heart. 1944, None Shall Escape. 1944, Nothing But Trouble. 1944, Oath of Vengeance. 1944, On Approval. 1944, Once Upon a Time. 1944, One Body Too Many. 1944, One Mysterious Night. 1944, Opfergang. 1944, Osinliga Murin. Denver. 1944, Our Hearts Were Young and Gay. 1944, Outlaw Trail. 1944, Passage to Marseille. 1944, Passport to Destiny. 1944, The Pearl of Death. 1944, Phantom Lady. 1944, Pin Up Girl. 1944, Practically Yours. 1944, The Princess and the Pirate. 1944, The Purple Heart. 1944, Raduga. 1944, Raiders of Ghost City. 1944, Rainbow Island. 1944, Rationing. 1944, The Rats of Tobruk. 1944, Resisting Enemy Interrogation. 1944, Return of the Ape Man. 1944, The Return of the Vampire. 1944, Rickagun. 1944, Roger Toohey, Gangster. 1944, Rogues Gallery. 1944, Rosie the Riveter. 1944, The San Antonio Kid. 1944, San Diego I Love You. 1944, The Scarlet Claw.
1944, Schrammeln.
1944, Secret Command. 1944, See Here, Private Hargrove. 1944, Sensations of 1945. 1944, 7 Days Ashore. 1944, Seven Doors to Death. 1944, The Seventh Cross. 1944, Shadows in the Night. 1944, Sheriff of Las Vegas. 1944, Sherlock Holmes and the Spider Woman. 1944, Shine On, Harvest Moon. 1944, Since You Went Away. 1944, The Singing Sheriff. 1944, Something for the Boys. 1944, Song of Nevada. 1944, Song of Russia. 1944, Song of the Open Road. 1944, Sonora Stagecoach. 1944, Soul of a Monster. 1944, Step Lively. 1944, Storm over Lisbon. 1944, The Story of Dr. Wassel. 1944, Strangers in the Night. 1944, The Sullivans. 1944, Summer Storm. 1944, Sunday Dinner for a Soldier.
1944, Suomisen Olli rakastuu.
1944, The Suspect.
1944, Svadba.
1944, Sweet and Lowdown. 1944, Sylvie. 1944, Tall in the Saddle.
1944, Tampico.
1944, The Tawny Pipit. 1944, Teeter Tosset. 1944, Texas Masquerade. 1944, 30 Seconds Over Tokyo. 1944, This Happy Breed. 1944, The Three Caballeros. 1944, Three Men in White. 1944, Three of a Kind. 1944, The Tiger Woman. 1944, Till We Meet Again. 1944, Time Flies. 1944, To Have and Have Not. 1944, Together Again. 1944, Tomorrow, The World. 1944, The Town Went Wild. 1944, Tunisian Victory. 1944, Two Girls and a Sailor. 1944, Uncertain Glory. 1944, The Uninvited. 1944, Up in Arms. 1944, Up in Mabel's Room.
1944. Wszystko jsou vechera posle vojny.
1944, The Very Thought of You. 1944, Vigilantes of Dodge City. 1944, A Voice in the Wind. 1944, Voodoo Man. 1944, Waterfront. 1944, The Way Ahead. 1944, Weird Woman. 1944, Western Approaches. 1944, When Strangers Marry. 1944, The Whispering Skull. 1944, The Whistler. 1944, The White Cliffs of Dover. 1944, Wilson. 1944, Wing and a Prayer. 1944, Winged Victory. 1944, The Yellow Rose of Texas. 1944, Youth Runs Wild. 1944, Zorro's Black Whip. 1945, I Know Where I'm Going. 1945, Abbott and Costello in Hollywood. 1945, Adventure. 1945, The Affairs of Susan. 1945, Allotment Wives.
1945. Allvarsamma leken. Den. 1945. Along Came Jones.
1945, Along the Navajo Trail. 1945, Anchors Aweigh. 1945, And Then There Were None. 1945, Apology for Murder. 1945, Appointment in Tokyo. 1945, Back to Bataan. 1945, Bedside Manor. 1945, A Bell for Adano. 1945, Bells of Rosarita. 1945, The Bells of St. Mary's.
1945. Berlin.
1945, Betrayal from the East. 1945, Between Two Women. 1945, Bewitched. 1945, Blazing the Western Trail. 1945, Blithe Spirit. 1945, Blood on the Sunday. 1945, The Body Snatcher. 1945, Border Bad Men. 1945, Boston Blackie booked on suspicion. 1945, Boston Blackie's Rendezvous. 1945, Both Barrels Blazing.
1945, Boule de Suif.
1945, Brewster's Millions. 1945, Brief Encounter. 1945, The Brighton Strangler. 1945, Bring on the Girls. 1945, Bugambilia. 1945, The Bullfighters. 1945, Caesar and Cleopatra. 1945, Canaima. 1945, Captain Eddie. 1945, Captain Kidd. 1945, Captain Tugboat Annie. 1945, The Caribbean Mystery. 1945, Carmen. 1945, The Cheaters. 1945, China Sky. 1945, China's Little Devils. 1945, Christmas in Connecticut. 1945, Circumstantial Evidence. 1945, The Clock. 1945, Club Havana. 1945, Come Out Fighting. 1945, Confidential Agent. 1945, Conflict. 1945, The Corn is Green. 1945, Cornered. 1945, Corpus Christi Bandits. 1945, Counterattack. 1945, The Crime Doctor's Courage. 1945, The Crimson Canary. 1945, Dakota. 1945, The Daltons Ride Again. 1945, Danger Signal. 1945, Dangerous Partners. 1945, Dead of Night. 1945, Delightfully Dangerous. 1945 Detour, 1945 Diamond Horseshoe, 1945 Dick Tracy, 1945 Dillinger, 1945 Divorce, 1945 Docks of New York, 1945 Doll Face, 1945 The Dolly Sisters, 1945 Domingo de Carnival, 1945 Don Juan Quilligan, 1945 Don't Fence Me In, 1945 Duffy's Tavern, 1945 Earl Carroll Vanities, 1945 The Echo Murders, 1945 The Enchanted Cottage, 1945 The Enchanted Forest, 1945 Enemy of the Law, 1945 Escape in the Desert, 1945 Escape in the Fog, 1945 Eve Knew Her Apples, 1945 Falbulas, 1945 The Falcon in San Francisco, 1945 Fallen Angel, 1945 Fashion Model, 1945 Federal Operator 99, 1945 First Yank into Tokyo, 1945 Flame of Barbary Coast, 1945 Flaming Bullets, 1945 Fog Island, 1945 Frontier Fugitives, 1945 Frontier Gal, 1945 The Frozen Ghost, 1945 GI Honeymoon, 1945 The Gangsters Denver, 1945 Gaslight Follies, 1945 George White Scandals, 1945 Getting Gertie's Garter,
1945 Giorni di Gloria,
1945 God is My Co-Pilot, 1945 Great Day, 1945 The Great Flammarion, 1945 The Great John L., 1945 Guest Wife, 1945 Hangover Square, 1945 Having Wonderful Crime, 1945 Her Highness and the Bellboy, 1945 Here Come the Coeds, 1945 The Hidden Eye, 1945 His Brother's Ghost, 1945 Hitchhike to Happiness, 1945 Hold That Blonde, 1945 The Horn Blows at Midnight, 1945 Hotel Berlin, 1945 House of Dracula, 1945 The House on 92nd Street, 1945 I'll Be Seeing You, 1945 Identity Unknown, 1945 Incendiary Blonde, 1945 Isle of the Dead, 1945 It's in the Bag, 1945 Ivan Grozny Eye, 1945 The Jade Mask, 1945 Jealousy, 1945 Johnny Angel, 1945 Johnny Frenchman, 1945 The Jungle Captive, 1945 Jungle Queen, 1945 Junior Mississippi, 1945 Keep Your Powder Dry, 1945 Kiss and Tell, 1945 Kitty, 1945 Know Your Enemy, Japan, 1945 Kolberg,
1945 kolmastoista koputus, 1945 Kungliga Patrasket,
1945 Lady on a Train, 1945 Lawless Empire, 1945 Leave Her to Heaven, 1945 Leave It to Blondie, 1945 Life with Blondie, 1945 Lightning Raiders, 1945 The Lost Weekend, 1945 Love Letters, 1945 Madonna of the Seven Moons, 1945 Main Street After Dark, 1945 Man Alive, 1945 The Man in Half Moon Street, 1945 Manhunt of Mystery Island,
1945 Marked for Murder,
1945 Masquerade in Mexico, 1945 The Master Key, 1945 A Medal for Benny, 1945 Midnight Manhunt, 1945 Mildred Pierce, 1945 The Missing Corpse, 1945 Molly and Me, 1945 Mr. Muggs Rides Again, 1945 murder, he says. 1945, my name is Julia Ross. 1945 the naughty 90s. 1945 the Navajo Kid. 1945 Nob Hill. 1945 Northwest Trail. 1945 Objective Burma. 1945 Oregon Trail. 1945 Our vines have tender grapes. 1945 Out of this world. 1945 Over 21.
1945 Panik i familien.
1945 Pardon my past. 1945 Paris Underground. 1945 Perfect Strangers. 1945 The Phantom Speaks. 1945 The Phantom of 42nd Street. 1945 The Picture of Dorian Gray. 1945 Pillow of Death. 1945 Pillow to Post. 1945 A Place of One's Own. 1945 The Power of the Whistler. 1945 Prairie Rustlers. 1945 Pride of the Marines. 1945 The Purple Monster Strikes. 1945 Pursuit to Algiers. 1945 Radio Stars on Parade. 1945 The Rake's Progress. 1945 Red Dragon. 1945 The Return of the Durango Kid. 1945 Rhapsody in Blue. 1945 Rockin' in the Rockies. 1945 Roughly Speaking. 1945 A Royal Scandal. 1945 The Sailor Takes a Wife. 1945 Salome Where She Danced. 1945 Salty O'Rourke. 1945 San Antonio. 1945 Santa Fe Saddlemates. 1945 Saratoga Trunk. 1945 Scared Stiff. 1945 The Scarlet Clue. 1945 Scarlet Street. 1945 Secret Agent X9. 1945 The Shanghai Cobra. 1945 She Went to the Races. 1945 Sheriff of Cimarron. 1945 Sherlock Holmes and the House of Fear. 1945 Sing Your Way Home. 1945 Son of Lassie. 1945 A Song to Remember. 1945 South of the Rio Grande. 1945 The Southerner. 1945 The Spanish Main. 1945 Spellbound. 1945 The Spider. 1945 Stagecoach Outlaws. 1945 State Fair.
1945 Sten Stensson kommer till stan.
1945 Stillwell Road. 1945 The Stork Club. 1945 Story of G.I. Joe. 1945 The Strange Affair of Uncle Harry. 1945 Strange Confession. 1945 Strange Holiday. 1945 Strange Illusion. 1945 Sudan. 1945 Sunset in El Dorado. 1945 Sussy. 1945 Tarzan and the Amazons. 1945 That's the Spirit. 1945 They Were Expendable. 1945 They Were Sisters. 1945 The Thin Man Goes Home. 1945 This Love of Ours. 1945 This Man's Navy. 1945 Those Endearing Young Charms. 1945 A,001 Nights. 1945 Thrill of a Romance. 1945 Thunderhead Son of Flicka. 1945 Tonight and Every Night. 1945 The Topeka Terror. 1945 Toranoo Wafumu Odakatachi. 1945 A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. 1945 The True Glory. 1945 Twice Blessed. 1945 2 O'Clock Courage. 1945 The Unseen. 1945 Utah. 1945 The Valley of Decision. 1945 The Vampire's Ghost.
1945 A Vizinha do Lado.
1945 Voice of the Whistler. 1945 A Walk in the Sunday. 1945 Wanderer of the Wasteland. 1945 War Comes to America. 1945 Waterloo Road. 1945 The Way to the Stars. 1945 Weekend at the Waldorf. 1945 West of the Pecos. 1945 What Next? Corporal Hargrove. 1945 What a Blonde. 1945 Where do we go from here? 1945 The White Gorilla. 1945 White Pongo. 1945 The Wicked Lady. 1945 Without Love. 1945 The Woman Who Came Back. 1945 The Woman in Green. 1945 The Woman in the Window. 1945 Wonder Man. 1945 Yolanda and the Thief. 1945 You Came Along. 1945 Zoku Sagata Senshiro. 1945 Zombies on Broadway.
1946 Abbasso la ricchezza.
1946 Abe's Irish Rose. 1946 Abilene Town. 1946 Alias Billy the Kid. 1946 Ambush Trail. 1946 Angel on My Shoulder. 1946 Anna and the King of Siam. 1946 Appointment with Crime. 1946 ASU o Tsukuru Haidabito. 1946 Avalanche.
1946 Avanti a lui tremava tutta Roma.
1946 The Bachelor's Daughters. 1946 Bad Bascom. 1946 Bad Man's Territory. 1946 The Bamboo Blonde. 1946 The Bandit of Sherwood Forest. 1946 The Beast with Five Fingers. 1946 Beauty and the Bandit. 1946 Because of Him. 1946 Bedelia. 1946 Bedlam. 1946 Behind Green Lights. 1946 Behind the Mask. 1946 The Best Years of Our Lives. 1946 Beware. 1946 Beware of Pity. 1946 The Big Sleep. 1946 Billet MRK. 1946 Black Angel. 1946 Black Beauty. 1946 Blondie Knows Best. 1946 Blondie's Lucky Day. 1946 The Blue Dahlia. 1946 Blue Skies. 1946 Boston Blackie and the Law. 1946 Bowery Bombshell. 1946 Boys Ranch. 1946 The Bride Wore Boots. 1946 The Brute Man. 1946 California. 1946 Canyon Passage. 1946 The Captive Heart. 1946 Caravan. 1946 The Caravan Trail. 1946 Carnival. 1946 The Cat Creeps. 1946 The Catman of Paris. 1946 Centennial Summer. 1946 The Chase. 1946 Child of Divorce. 1946 Cinderella Jones. 1946 Claudia and David. 1946 Cloak and Dagger. 1946 A Close Call for Boston Blackie. 1946 Clooney Brown. 1946 The Cockeyed Miracle. 1946 Colonel Effingham's Raid. 1946 Colorado Serenade. 1946 Conquest of Cheyenne. 1946 Courage of Lassie. 1946 Crack Up. 1946 Crime Doctor's Manhunt. 1946 Criminal Court. 1946 The Crimson Ghost. 1946 Cuban Pete. 1946 Dangerous Money. 1946 Dark Alibi. 1946 The Dark Corner. 1946 The Dark Mirror. 1946 Daughter of Dawn. 1946 Quetzales. Deadline at Dawn. 1946 Deception. 1946 Decoy. 1946 Desert Command. 1946 Devil Bat's Daughter. 1946 Devil Monster. 1946 The Devil's Mask. 1946 The Devil's Playground. 1946 Devotion. 1946 The Diary of a Chambermaid. 1946 Dick Tracy vs. Cue Ball. 1946 Ding Dong Williams. 1946, Dirty Gertie from Harlem, USA.
1946. Diskret ophold. 1946. Ditte menneskebarn.
1946, Do You Love Me? 1946, Don Ricardo Returns. 1946, Down Missouri Way. 1946, Dragonwick. 1946, Dress to Kill. 1946, Driftin' River.
1946. Driver dag, faller regn.
1946, Dual Alibi. 1946, Duel in the Sunday. 1946, Easy to Wednesday. 1946, The El Paso Kid.
1946. Enamorada.
1946, The Face of Marble. 1946, Faithful in My Fashion. 1946, The Falcon's Adventure. 1946, The Falcon's Alibi. 1946, Fame is the Spur. 1946, Far Beetler.
1946, Farbic ou les 4 saisons.
1946, Fear. 1946, The Fighting Frontiersman. 1946, Flight to Nowhere. 1946, The Flying Serpent. 1946, From This Day Forward. 1946, Gallant Journey. 1946, Genius at Work. 1946, Gentlemen with Guns. 1946, George in Civvy Street. 1946, Ghost of Hidden Valley. 1946, Gilda. 1946, The Glass Alibi. 1946, God's Country. 1946, Great Expectations. 1946, The Great Morgan. 1946, The Great Mystic. 1946, The Green Years. 1946, Green for Danger. 1946, Harold Handfast. 1946, The Harvey Girls. 1946, Heartbeat. 1946, Eldorado. 1946, Her Kind of Man. 1946, Holiday in Mexico. 1946, Home in Oklahoma. 1946, Home on the Range. 1946, Home, Sweet Homicide. 1946, The Hoodlum Saint. 1946, House of Horrors. 1946, Humoresque. 1946, I've Always Loved You. 1946, If I'm Lucky. 1946, In Fast Company. 1946, In Old Sacramento. 1946, The Inner Circle. 1946, It Shouldn't Happen to a Dog. 1946, It's a Wonderful Life. 1946, Janie Gets Married. 1946, Jericho. 1946, Joe Palooka, Champ. 1946, The Jolson Story. 1946, Journey Together. 1946, Kamenets Vedek. 1946, The Kid from Brooklyn. 1946, The Killers. 1946, King of the Forest Rangers. 1946, Chris.
1946. Kristin kommenderar.
1946, Lady Luck. 1946, The Last Crooked Mile. 1946, Latin Quarter. 1946, Let There Be Light. 1946, A Letter for Evie. 1946, Leviton Vary. 1946, Little Giant. 1946, Little Mr. Jim. 1946, Live Wires. 1946, The Locket. 1946, London Town. 1946, Lost City of the Jungle. 1946, Lover Come Back. 1946, The Magic Bow. 1946, Magnificent Doll. 1946, Make Mine Music. 1946, Margie. 1946, Martin Rumignac. 1946, The Mask of Daigen. 1946, A Matter of Life and Death. 1946, Men of Arnhem. 1946, Men of Two Worlds. 1946, Miss Susie Slagles. 1946, The Missing Lady.
1946, Monsieur Beaucaire.
1946, Mr. Ace. 1946, Mr. Hex. 1946, Murder in the Music Hall. 1946, My Darling Clementine. 1946, My Dog Shep. 1946, My Pal Trigger. 1946, My Reputation. 1946, Mysterious Intruder. 1946, The Mysterious Mr. Valentine. 1946, Never Say Goodbye. 1946, Night Boat to Dublin. 1946, Night Editor. 1946, Night Train to Memphis. 1946, Night and Day. 1946, A Night in Casablanca. 1946, A Night in Paradise. 1946, No Leave, No Love. 1946, Nobody Lives Forever. 1946, Nocturne. 1946, Notorious. 1946, The Notorious Lone Wolf. 1946, OSS. 1946, Of Human Bondage. 1946, One More Tomorrow. 1946, Our Hearts Were Growing Up. 1946, Out California Way. 1946, Overland Riders. 1946, The Overlanders.
1946. Pengar. En tragikomisk saga. 1946. Peter Voss, der Millionendieb.
1946, The Phantom Rider. 1946, Piccadilly Incident. 1946, Pink String and Sealing Wax.
1946. Pizzi.
1946, Plainsman and the Lady. 1946, The Postman Always Rings Twice.
1946. Rakkauden risti.
1946, The Razor's Edge. 1946, Rendezvous with Annie. 1946, Renegade Girl. 1946, Renegades. 1946, The Return of Monte Cristo. 1946, The Road to Hollywood. 1946, Road to Utopia. 1946, Roll on Texas Moon. 1946, Romance of the West. 1946, The Runaround. 1946, San Quentin. 1946, A Scandal in Paris. 1946, School for Secrets. 1946, The Searching Wind. 1946, The Secret Heart. 1946, The Secret of the Whistler. 1946, Sentimental Journey. 1946, The Seventh Veil. 1946, The Shadow Returns. 1946, Shadow of a Woman. 1946, Shadows over Chinatown. 1946, She-Wolf of London. 1946, Shock. 1946, The Show-Off. 1946, Sioux City Sue. 1946, Sister Kenny. 1946, Smokey. 1946, So Dark the Night. 1946, So Goes My Love. 1946, Somewhere in the Night. 1946, Song of the South.
1946. Sotto il sole di Roma.
1946, Spectre of the Rose. 1946, The Spider Woman Strikes Back. 1946, The Spiral Staircase. 1946, Spookbusters. 1946, Stagecoach to Denver. 1946, Stars over Texas. 1946, Step by Step. 1946, Stiliga Augusta. 1946, A Stolen Life. 1946, Strange Impersonation. 1946, The Strange Love of Martha Ivers. 1946, Strange Triangle. 1946, The Strange Woman. 1946, The Stranger. 1946, Strangler of the Swamp. 1946, Sunset Pass. 1946, Suspense. 1946, Swamp Fire. 1946, Swing Parade of 1946. 1946, Tangier. 1946, Tars and Spars. 1946, Tarzan and the Leopard Woman. 1946, Temptation. 1946, Terror Trail. 1946, Terror by Night. 1946, They Made Me a Killer. 1946, Three Little Girls in Blue. 1946, Three Strangers. 1946, Three Wise Fools. 1946, Thundertown. 1946, Thiagea. 1946, Till the Clouds Roll By. 1946, Till the End of Time. 1946, The Time of Their Lives. 1946, The Time, the Place, and the Girl. 1946, To Each His Own. 1946, Tokyo Rose. 1946, Tomorrow is Forever. 1946, The Trap. 1946, The Truth About Murder. 1946, Tumbleweed Trail. 1946, Two Guys from Milwaukee. 1946, Two Sisters from Boston. 1946, Two Smart People. 1946, 2 years before the mast. 1946, Under Nevada Skies. 1946, Undercurrent. 1946, The Unknown. 1946, Up Goes Maisie. 1946, Utamaro Omeguruganan no Ana. 1946, Vacation in Reno. 1946, Valley of the Zombies. 1946, The Verdict. 1946, The Virginian.
1946 Wagaseishun ni Kuinashi.
1946, Wake Up and Dream. 1946, Wanted for Murder. 1946, The Way We Live. 1946, The Well-Groomed Bride. 1946, Whistle Stop. 1946, White Tie and Tails. 1946, The Wife of Monte Cristo. 1946, Wild West. 1946, Without Reservations. 1946, The Yearling. 1946, Young Widow. 1946, Ziegfeld Follies.
1947 à 13 rue Madeleine.
1947, Adama. 1947, Adventure Island. 1947, Adventures of Don Quixote.
1947, Afrita Hanem.
1947, Always Together. 1947, Angel and the Badman. 1947, Anjoku no Butokai.
1947, Antoine et Antoinette.
1947, Apache Rose. 1947, The Arnolo Affair. 1947, The Bachelor and the Bobby Soxer. 1947, Backlash. 1947, Bandits of Dark Canyon. 1947, Banjo. 1947, Beat the Band. 1947, The Beginning or the End. 1947, Bells of San Angelo. 1947, Big Town After Dark. 1947, The Bishop's Wife. 1947, Black Gold. 1947, Black Narcissus. 1947, The Black Widow. 1947, Blackmail. 1947, Blanche Fury. 1947, Blaze of Noon. 1947, Blind Spot. 1947, Blonde Savage. 1947, Blondie in the Dough. 1947, Blondie's Anniversary. 1947, Blondie's Big Moment. 1947, Blondie's Holiday. 1947, Body and Soul. 1947, Boomerang. 1947, Border Feud. 1947, Born to Kill. 1947, Bowery Buckaroos. 1947, Boy, What a Girl. 1947, The Brasher Doubloon. 1947, Brighton Rock. 1947, The Brothers. 1947, Brute Force. 1947, Buck Privates Come Home. 1947, Buffalo Bill Rides Again. 1947, Bulldog Drummond Strikes Back. 1947, Bury Me Dead. 1947, Bush Christmas. 1947, Bush Pilot.
1947 Caccia tragica.
1947, Calcutta. 1947, Calendar Girl.
1947, Kapkovy povidky.
1947, Captain Boycott. 1947, Captain from Castile. 1947, Carnegie Hall. 1947, Carnival in Costa Rica. 1947, Cass Timberlane. 1947, Cheyenne. 1947, Cheyenne Takes Over. 1947, The Chinese Ring. 1947, Christmas Eve. 1947, Code of the West. 1947, Copacabana. 1947, Copy Conform. 1947, The Corpse Came So D. 1947, The Courtneys of Curzon Street. 1947, Crime Doctors Gamble. 1947, Crossfire. 1947, Cry Wolf. 1947, Curly. 1947, Cynthia. 1947, Daisy Kenyon. 1947, Dancing with Crime. 1947, Dangerous Venture. 1947, Dangerous Years. 1947, Dark Delusion. 1947, Dark Passage. 1947, Daybreak. 1947, Dead Reckoning. 1947, Dear Murderer. 1947, Dear Ruth. 1947, Deep Valley. 1947, Desert Fury. 1947, Desire Me. 1947, Desperate. 1947, The Devil Thumbs a Ride. 1947, The Devil on Wheels. 1947, Dick Tracy Meets Gruesome. 1947, Dick Tracy's Dilemma. 1947, Dishonored Lady.
1947, Don Quijote de la Mancha.
1947, A Double Life. 1947, Down to Earth. 1947, Dragnet. 1947, Dreams That Money Can Buy. 1947, Driftwood. 1947, Dynamite. 1947, The Egg and I. 1947, Hey, I'm Shattin'. 1947, The End of the River. 1947, Escape Me Never. 1947, Eugenia Grandet. 1947, The Exile. 1947, The Fabulous Dorseys. 1947, The Fabulous Texan. 1947, Fall Guy. 1947, The Farmer's Daughter. 1947, Fear in the Night. 1947, Fiesta. 1947, The Fighting Vigilantes. 1947, The Flame. 1947, Fool's Gold. 1947, Forever Amber. 1947, The Foxes of Harrow. 1947, Framed. 1947, Frida. 1947, The Fugitive. 1947, Fun and Fancy Free. 1947, Gallant Bess. 1947, The Gangster. 1947, Gas House Kids in Hollywood. 1947, Gentleman's Agreement. 1947, The Ghost Goes Wild. 1947, Ghost Town Renegades. 1947, The Ghost and Mrs. Muir. 1947, The Ghosts of Berkeley Square. 1947, Jinray No Hate. 1947, Golden Earrings. 1947, Good News. 1947, Grand Casino. 1947, Green Dolphin Street. 1947, Green Fingers. 1947, The Guilt of Janet Ames. 1947, The Guilty. 1947, Gunfighters. 1947, Hard-Boiled Mahoney. 1947, Heartaches. 1947, Heaven Only Knows. 1947, Her Husband's Affairs. 1947, Hi-De-Ho. 1947, High Barbary. 1947, High Wall. 1947, Hit Parade of 1947. 1947, The Homestretch. 1947, Honeymoon. 1947, Hoppy's Holiday. 1947, The Hucksters. 1947, Hue and Cry. 1947, Hungry Hill. 1947, I'll Be Yours. 1947, An Ideal Husband. 1947, If Winter Comes. 1947, The Imperfect Lady.
1947, in jenen Tagen.
1997, Intohimon vallassa.
1947, Intrigue. 1947, It Had to Be You. 1947, It Happened in Brooklyn. 1947, It Happened on Fifth Avenue. 1947, It's a Joke, Son. 1947, Ivy. 1947, Jack Armstrong. 1947, Jassy. 1947, Jesse James rides again. 1947, Johnny O'Clock. 1947, Juke Joint. 1947, Junction 88. 1947, Killer Dill. 1947, Killer McCoy. 1947, Kiss of Death.
1947 Konyogorbunok. 1947 Krakatit.
1947 Kultamitalivaimo. 1947 Kvinna utan ansikte.
1947, The Lady from Shanghai. 1947, Lady in the Lake. 1947, The Last Roundup. 1947, Last of the Redmen. 1947, The Late George Apley. 1947, Law of the Canyon. 1947, Life with Father. 1947, A Likely Story. 1947, Living in a Big Way. 1947, The Long Night. 1947, The Lost Moment. 1947, Love Laughs at Andy Hardy. 1947, Love and Learn. 1947, Lucretia Borgia. 1947, Lured. 1947, The Macomber Affair. 1947, Magic Town. 1947, A Man About the House. 1947, The Man I Love.
1947 Mani.
1947, The Marauders.
1947 Mariona Rabul.
1947, The Mark of Cain.
1947 Matto regiert.
1947, Merton of the Movies. 1947, Mickey and the Beanstalk. 1947, The Mighty McGurk. 1947, Mine Own Executioner. 1947, Miracle on 34th Street.
1947, Monsieur Verdoux. 1947, Monsieur Vincent.
1947, Moss Rose. 1947, Mother Wore Tights. 1947, Morning Becomes Electra. 1947, My Brother Talks to Horses. 1947, My Favorite Brunette. 1947, My Wild Irish Rose.
1947 Nada.
1947, Nagaya Shinshiroku. 1947, New Orleans. 1947, Newshounds. 1947, Nicholas Nickleby. 1947, The Night Comes Too Soon. 1947, Nightmare Alley.
1947, Non coupable.
1947, Nora Prentice. 1947, Northwest Outpost. 1947, Nuremberg Trials. 1947, The October Man. 1947, Odd Man Out. 1947, On the Old Spanish Trail. 1947, Once Upon a Dream. 1947, The Other Love. 1947, Out of the Blue. 1947, Out of the Past. 1947, Pagliacci.
1947, Panique.
1947, The Paradigm Case. 1947, The Perfect Marriage. 1947, The Perils of Pauline. 1947, Philo Vance's Gamble. 1947, Pioneer Justice. 1947, Pirates of Monterey.
1947 Poggers Unger De.
1947, Possessed. 1947, The Pretender. 1947, The Private Affairs of Bellamy. 1947, Pursued. 1947, Queen of the Amazons. 1947, Quiet Weekend. 1947, Railroaded. 1947, Ramrod. 1947, The Red House. 1947, Repeat Performance. 1947, The Return of Rin Tin Tin. 1947, Ride the Pink Horse. 1947, Riffraff. 1947, Road to Rio. 1947, Robin Hood of Texas. 1947, The Romance of Rosie Ridge. 1947, Root of All Evil. 1947, Saddle Pals. 1947, Sarge Goes to College. 1947, Scared to Death. 1947, The Sea of Grass. 1947, The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. 1947, The Senator Was Indiscreet. 1947, Sepia Cinderella. 1947, 7 Keys to Baldpate. 1947, Shadow Valley. 1947, The Shocking Miss Pilgrim. 1947, Shoot to Kill. 1947, The Shop at Sly Corner.
1947, Si mis campos hablaran.
1947, The Sin of Harold Diddlebach. 1947, Sinbad the Sailor. 1947, Singapore. 1947, Skazny o Zemel Siberskoy.
1947, Skepp till Indialand.
1947, Slave Girl. 1947, Slavica. 1947, Smash Up. The Story of a Woman. 1947, So Well Remembered. 1947, Soldaten OG Jenny. 1947, Something in the Wind. 1947, Son of Zorro. 1947, Song of Love. 1947, Song of Scheherazade. 1947, Song of the Thin Man. 1947, The Spirit of West Point. 1947, Springtime in the Sierras. 1947, Stage to Mesa City. 1947, Stallion Road. 1947, Subarashiki Nichiobi. 1947, T-Men.
1947, Ta, hvad du vil ha af.
1947, Take My Life. 1947, Tarzan and the Huntress. 1947, That Hagen Girl. 1947, That's My Man. 1947, They Made Me a Fugitive. 1947, They Won't Believe Me. 1947, Things Happen at Night. 1947, This Time for Keeps. 1947, Thunder Mountain. 1947, Thunder in the Valley. 1947, Time Out of Mind. 1947, Too Many Winners. 1947, Trail Street. 1947, Trail to San Antone. 1947, Twilight on the Rio Grande. 1947, The Two Mrs. Carols. 1947, Tycoon. 1947, Uncle Silas. 1947, Unconquered. 1947, Under the Tonto Rim. 1947, Undercover Maisie. 1947, Unexpected Guest. 1947, The Unfaithful. 1947, The Unfinished Dance. 1947, The Unsuspected. 1947, Variety Girl. 1947, Vesna. 1947, The Vigilante. 1947, The Vigilante's Return. 1947, Violence.
1947, Vivere in pace.
1947, The Voice of the Turtle. 1947, Voyage Surprise. 1947, The Web. 1947, Welcome Stranger. 1947, West to Glory. 1947, When the Bow Breaks. 1947, Where There's Life. 1947, While I Live. 1947, Whispering City. 1947, White Cradle Inn. 1947, Wild Country. 1947, Wild Harvest. 1947, Wild Horse Mesa. 1947, The Wistful Widow of Wagon Gap. 1947, The Woman on the Beach. 1947, Wyoming. 1947, Yankee Fakir. 1947, I Jiangchun Shui Xiang Dong Lu. 1947, Yatsu no Koi no Monogatari.
1947, Zakazane piosenki.
1947, Zwischen Gestern und Morgen.
1948 to 16 Fathoms Deep. 1948 to Three Godfathers. 1948 Og. 1948 An Act of Murder. 1948 Act of Violence. 1948 Adventures of Don Juan. 1948 Adventures of Frank and Jesse James. 1948 Adventures of Gallant Bess.
1948, Affaire Bloom.
1948 Against the Wind. 1948 Albuquerque. 1948 Alias a Gentleman. 1948 All My Sons. 1948 The Amazing Mr. X. 1948 Angel in Exile. 1948 Angel on the Amazon. 1948 Angelitos Negros. 1948, Angels Alley. 1948, Anna Karenina. 1948, Another Part of the Forest. 1948, Apartment for Peggy. 1948, Appointment with Murder. 1948, April Showers. 1948, Arch of Triumph. 1948, Are You With It? 1948, The Argyle Secrets. 1948, The Arizona Ranger. 1948, BF's Daughter. 1948, The Babe Ruth Story. 1948, Banketon. 1948, Because of Eve. 1948, Behind Locked Doors. 1948, Belle Star's Daughter. 1948, Berlin Express.
1948, Berliner Ballade.
1948, Beyond Glory. 1948, Big City. 1948, The Big Clock. 1948, Big Town Scandal. 1948, Bill and Coo. 1948, The Black Arrow. 1948, Black Bart. 1948, Black Hills. 1948, Blazing Across the Pecos. 1948, The Blind Goddess. 1948, Blonde Ice. 1948, Blondie's Reward. 1948, Blondie's Secret. 1948, Blood on the Moon. 1948, Boarding House Blues. 1948, Bodyguard. 1948, Bonnie Prince Charlie. 1948, Borrowed Trouble. 1948, The Boy with Green Hair. 1948, Brass Monkey. 1948, The Bride Goes Wild. 1948, Broken Journey. 1948, Bud Abbott, Lou Costello Meet Frankenstein. 1948, The Calendar. 1948, Call Northside 777. 1948, Cannon City. 1948, Caspa. 1948, Check Your Guns. 1948, Clochemerle. 1948, Command Decision. 1948, Coroner Creek. 1948, Corridor of Mirrors. 1948, Counterblast. 1948, The Countess of Monte Cristo. 1948, The Creeper. 1948, Cry of the City. 1948, Dangers of the Canadian Mounted. 1948, The Dark Past. 1948, A Date with Judy. 1948, Daughter of Darkness. 1948, The Dead Don't Dream. 1948, The Decision of Christopher Blake. 1948, Deep Waters. 1948, The Denver Kid. 1948, Desperados of Dodge City.
1948, Dios se lo pague.
1948, Docks of New Orleans. 1948, Dream Girl. 1948, The Dude Goes West. 1948, Easter Parade. 1948, Easy Money. 1948, Elizabeth of Lady Mead. 1948, The Emperor Waltz. 1948, Enchantment. 1948, Escape. 1948, Esther Waters. 1948, Eva. 1948, Every Girl Should Be Married. 1948, Eyes of Texas. 1948, The Fallen Idol. 1948, False Paradise. 1948, The Far Frontier. 1948, The Feathered Serpent. 1948, Feudin', Fussin', and A-Fightin'. 1948, FIFA E Arena. 1948, Fighter Squadron. 1948, Fighting Back. 1948, Fighting Father Dunn.
1948, Film ohne Titel.
1948, Fly Away Peter. 1948, For the Love of Mary. 1948, Force of Evil. 1948, A Foreign Affair. 1948, Fort Apache. 1948, Four Faces West. 1948, The Fuller Brush Man. 1948, Fury at Furnace Creek. 1948, G-Men Never Forget. 1948, The Gallant Blade. 1948, The Gallant Legion. 1948, The Gay Ranchero.
1948, Germania anno zero.
1948, Germanoi Xanarodai. 1948, Give My Regards to Broadway. 1948, The Golden Eye. 1948, Good Sam. 1948, Good Time Girl. 1948, Grand Canyon Trail. 1948, The Greed of William Hart. 1948, Green Grass of Wyoming. 1948, The Guinea Pig. 1948, Gun Smugglers. 1948, Guns of Hate. 1948, Hamlet. 1948, Hampstead. 1948, The Hawk of Powder River. 1948, Hazard. 1948, He Walked by Night.
1948, Hemmelighetsfulle leiligheten, den. 1948, Here kom det huggets. 1948, Hermoso Ideal.
1948, Hills of Home. 1948, Holiday Camp. 1948, Hollow Triumph. 1948, Homecoming. 1948, Homicide for Three. 1948, The Hunted. 1948, If You Knew Susie. 1948, Indian Agent. 1948, Inner Sanctum. 1948, The Inside Story. 1948, The Iron Curtain. 1948, It Always Rains on Sunday. 1948, It's Hard to Be Good. 1948, Jinx Money. 1948, Joan of Arc. 1948, Johnny Belinda. 1948, Julia Misbehaves. 1948, June Bride. 1948, Jungle Goddess. 1948, Jungle Gym. 1948, Jungle Patrol.
1948, Kampen om tungtvannet.
1948, Kaze no Naka no Mendori. 1948, Key Largo. 1948, Kidnapped. 1948, Kiss the Blood Off My Hands. 1948, The Kissing Bandit. 1948, Ladies of the Chorus.
1948, Ladri di biciclette. 1948, Laitakaupungin laulu.
1948, Larceny. 1948, Last of the Wild Horses. 1948, Let's Live a Little. 1948, Letter from an Unknown Woman. 1948, Loaded Pistols.
1948, Locura de amor.
1948, London Belongs to Me. 1948, Louisiana Story. 1948, The Loves of Carmen. 1948, The Luck of the Irish. 1948, Lulu Bell. 1948, Luxury Liner. 1948, Macbeth. 1948, Maclovia. 1948, The Man from Colorado. 1948, Man on the Run. 1948, Man-Eater of Chemo. 1948, Mare Nostrum. 1948, The Mating of Millie. 1948, Melody Time. 1948, Mexican Hayride. 1948, Mickey. 1948, Miracle in Harlem. 1948, The Miracle of the Bells. 1948, Miranda. 1948, Miss Tatlock's Millions. 1948, Molodea Gvardia. 1948, Money Madness. 1948, Moonrise. 1948, Morituri. 1948, The Mozart Story. 1948, Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House. 1948, Mr. Peabody and the Mermaid. 1948, Mr. Perrin and Mr. Trail. 1948, Music Man. 1948, My Brother's Keeper. 1948, My Girl Tisa. 1948, Mystery in Mexico. 1948, Nas Voji Zemlji. 1948, The Naked City.
1948, Nederlands in 7 lessen.
1948, Night Has a Thousand Eyes. 1948, Night Song. 1948, Nighttime in Nevada. 1948, No Minor Vices. 1948, No Orchids for Miss Blandish. 1948, The Noose Hangs High. 1948, The Noose. 1948, Northwest Stampede.
1948, Nosotros los pobres.
1948, Old Los Angeles. 1948, Oliver Twist. 1948, On Our Merry Way. 1948, On an Island with You. 1948, Once a Jolly Swagman. 1948, One Night with You. 1948, One Sunday Afternoon. 1948, One Touch of Venus. 1948 Open Secret,
1948. Ostatni etap.
1948 The Paleface, 1948 Panhandle, 1948 Paris 1900, 1948 Penny and the Pownell Case, 1948 Phantom Valley, 1948 A Piece of Cake, 1948 The Pirate, 1948 Pitfall, 1948 The Plunderers, 1948 Portrait from Life, 1948 Portrait of Jenny, 1948 The Prince of Thieves, 1948 The Quiet One, 1948 Race Street, 1948 Rachel and the Stranger, 1948 Raw Deal, 1948 The Red Shoes, 1948 Relentless, 1948 The Return of October, 1948 Return of the Bad Men, 1948 The Return of the Whistler, 1948 River Lady, 1948 Roadhouse, 1948 Rocky, 1948 Rogues Regiment, 1948 Romance on the High Seas, 1948 Rope, 1948 Ruthless, 1948 Ruy Blas, 1948 Saigon, 1948 The Sainted Sisters, 1948 Saraband for Dead Lovers, 1948 The Saxon Charm, 1948 Scott of the Antarctic, 1948 Scudda Who, Scudda Hey, 1948 The Search, 1948 Secret Beyond the Door, 1948 The Secret Land, 1948 The Shanghai Chest, 1948 The Sign of the Ram, 1948 Silent Conflict, 1948 Silver River, 1948 Sinister Journey, 1948 Sitting Pretty, 1948 Sleep My Love, 1948 Sleeping Car to Trieste, 1948 The Small Voice, 1948 Smart Girls Don't Talk, 1948 Smart Politics, 1948 Smart Woman, 1948 Smuggler's Cove, 1948 The Snake Pit, 1948 Snowbound, 1948 So Evil My Love, 1948 So This Is New York, 1948 Soldat BOM, 1948 A Song Is Born, 1948 Sorry, Wrong Number, 1948 A Southern Yankee, 1948 Spring in Park Lane, 1948 Stage Struck, 1948 State of the Union,
1948. Station West.
1948 Strange Gamble, 1948 The Strawberry Roan, 1948 Street Corner, 1948 The Street with No Name, 1948 Summer Holiday, 1948 Superman, 1948 The Swordsman, 1948 Taproots, 1948 Tarzan and the Mermaids, 1948 The Tender Years, 1948 10th Avenue Angel, 1948 Texas, Brooklyn and Heaven, 1948 That Lady in Ermine, 1948 That Wonderful Urge, 1948 Three Daring Daughters, 1948 The Three Musketeers, 1948 The Three Weird Sisters, 1948 Thunder in the Pines, 1948 The Time of Your Life, 1948 The Tioga Kid, 1948 To the Ends of the Earth, 1948 To the Victor, 1948 Tornado Range, 1948 Trapped by Boston Blackie, 1948 The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, 1948 Troublemakers, 1948 Trouble in the Air, 1948 Two Guys from Texas, 1948 Under California Stars, 1948 Unfaithfully Yours, 1948 Unknown Island, 1948 The Untamed Breed, 1948 Up in Central Park,
1948. Ustedes los ricos.
1948 Variety Time, 1948 The Velvet Touch, 1948 Vice Versa, 1948 A Virgin in Hollywood, 1948 Wake of the Red Witch, 1948 Walk a Crooked Mile, 1948 Wallflower, 1948 The Walls of Jericho, 1948 Wanjia Denghua, 1948 The Weaker Sex, 1948 Western Heritage, 1948 When My Baby Smiles at Me, 1948 Whiplash, 1948 Whirlwind Raiders, 1948 Whispering Smith, 1948 Who Killed Doc Robin, 1948 The Winslow Boy, 1948 Winter Meeting, 1948 The Woman in White, 1948 A Woman's Vengeance, 1948 Words and Music, 1948 Xiao Chung Ji Chun, 1948 Yoidor Tenshi, 1948 Yoru no Anatachi, 1948 You Gotta Stay Happy, 1948 You Were Meant for Me, 1949 Abandoned, 1949 Abbott and Costello Meet the Killer Boris Karloff, 1949 The Accused, 1949 Across the Rio Grande, 1949 Adam and Evelyn, 1949 Adam's Rib, 1949 Adventure in Baltimore, 1949 The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad, 1949 The Adventures of Sir Galahad, 1949 Africa Screams, 1949 Alaska Patrol, 1949 Alias Nick Beale, 1949 Alice in Wonderland, 1949 All the King's Men,
1949 Almafuerte,
1949 Always Leave Them Laughing, 1949 Amazon Quest, 1949 Ambush, 1949 And Baby Makes Three, 1949 Andes, 1949 Angels in Disguise, 1949 Anna Lucasta, 1949 Any Number Can Play, 1949 Apache Chief,
1949 Apenas un delincuente,
1949 The Astonished Heart, 1949 Bad Boy, 1949 The Bad Lord Byron, 1949 Bad Men of Tombstone, 1949 Baghdad, 1949 Bandit King of Texas, 1949 Bandits of El Dorado, 1949 Banshun, 1949 The Barclays of Broadway, 1949 Barset, 1949 Batman and Robin, 1949 Battleground, 1949 The Beautiful Blonde from Bashful Bend, 1949 Beyond the Forest, 1949 The Big Cat, 1949 Big Jack, 1949 The Big Sombrero, 1949 The Big Steel, 1949 The Big Wheel, 1949 Black Magic, 1949 The Blazing Trail, 1949 Blondie Hits the Jackpot, 1949 Blondie's Big Deal, 1949 The Blue Lagoon, 1949 Blue Scar, 1949 Bohush Bataljon, 1949 Bomba on Panther Island, 1949 Bomba the Jungle Boy, 1949 Border Incident, 1949 Boston Blackie's Chinese Venture, 1949 A Boy, a Girl and a Bike, 1949 Boys in Brown, 1949 Branquignol, 1949 The Bribe, 1949 Bride for Sale, 1949 Bride of Vengeance, 1949 Brimstone, 1949 Britannia Muse, 1949 Brothers in the Saddle, 1949 Seaman, 1949 Calabascitus Tiernas, 1949 Calamity Jane and Sam Bass, 1949 Call of the Forest, 1949 Canadian Pacific, 1949 Cardboard Cavalier,
1949 Catene,
1949 Caught, 1949 Challenge to Lassie, 1949 Champion, 1949 Chicago Deadline, 1949 Chicken Every Sunday, 1949 The Chiltern Hundreds, 1949 Chinatown at Midnight, 1949 City Across the River, 1949 The Clay Pigeon, 1949 Colorado Territory, 1949 Come to the Stable, 1949 a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. 1949, Conspirator. 1949, Cover-Up. 1949, The Cowboy and the Indians. 1949, The Crime Doctor's Diary. 1949, Crisscross. 1949, The Crooked Way. 1949, Dancing in the Dark. 1949, A Dangerous Profession. 1949, Daughter of the Jungle. 1949, Deadly is the Female. 1949, Dear Mr. Prohack. 1949, Dear Wife. 1949, Deputy Marshal. 1949, Desert Vigilante. 1949, Diagogi Midden. 1949, Diamond City.
1949. Dicen que soy mujeriego.
1949, Dick Barton Strikes Back. 1949, The Doctor and the Girl. 1949, Don't Ever Leave Me.
1949. Donne senza nome.
1949, The Doolins of Oklahoma. 1949, Down Dakota Way. 1949, Down to the Sea in Ships. 1949, Dr. Morell, The Case of the Missing Heiress. 1949, East Side, West Side. 1949, Easy Living. 1949, Edward, My Son.
1949, entre 11h et minuit.
1949, Eureka Stockade. 1949, Fabiola. 1949, Family Honeymoon. 1949, The Fan. 1949, Father Was a Fullback. 1949, Fighting Fools. 1949, The Fighting Kentuckian. 1949, Fighting Man of the Plains. 1949, The Fighting O'Flynn. 1949, Filigrana. 1949, Flamingo Road. 1949, Flaxie Martin. 1949, Follow Me Quietly. 1949, The Fountainhead. 1949, Free for All. 1949, The Gal Who Took the West.
1949. Gategutter.
1949, The Gay Amigo. 1949, Ghazal Albanet. 1949, Ghost of Zorro. 1949, Gigi. 1949, The Girl from Jones Beach. 1949, Give Us This Day. 1949, The Glass Mountain. 1949, The Golden Stallion. 1949, The Great Dan Patch. 1949, The Great Gatsby. 1949, The Great Lover. 1949, The Great Sinner. 1949, The Green Promise. 1949, The Hasty Heart. 1949, The Heiress. 1949, Hellfire. 1949, Helter Skelter. 1949, The History of Mr. Polly. 1949, Hold That Baby. 1949, Holiday Affair. 1949, Holiday in Havana. 1949, Home of the Brave. 1949, Homicide. 1949, The House Across the Street. 1949, House of Strangers. 1949, The Huggets Abroad. 1949, Illegal Entry. 1949, Impact.
1949. In nome della legge.
1949, In the Good Old Summertime. 1949, The Inspector General. 1949, The Interrupted Journey. 1949, Intruder in the Dust. 1949, It Happens Every Spring. 1949, It's Not Cricket. 1949, It's a Great Feeling. 1949, Jacquemin to Tetsu. 1949, The James Brothers of Missouri. 1949, Janica. 1949, Jigsaw. 1949, John Loves Mary.
1949. John og Irene.
1949, Johnny Allegro. 1949, Johnny Holiday. 1949, Johnny Stool Pigeon. 1949, Jolson Sings Again.
1949. Jossain on Railo.
1949, The Judge Steps Out.
1949. Kampen mod uretten.
1949, The Kid from Cleveland. 1949, Kind Hearts and Coronets. 1949, King of the Rocket Men. 1949, A Kiss for Corliss. 1949, A Kiss in the Dark. 1949, Knock on Any Door. 1949, Kubanskaya Kazaki. 1949 Kvinna I Vitt. 1949 The Lady Gambles. 1949 The Lady Takes a Sailor. 1949 Laramie. 1949 The Last Bandit. 1949 The Last Days of Dalwyn. 1949 A Letter to Three Wives.
1949 Liebe 1947.
1949 Little Women. 1949 Look for the Silver Lining. 1949 Lost Boundaries. 1949 The Lost Tribe. 1949 The Lovable Cheat. 1949 Love Happy. 1949 The Lucky Stiff. 1949 Lust for Gold. 1949 Ma and Pa Kettle. 1949 Madame Bovary. 1949 Madness of the Heart. 1949 Mahal. 1949 Make Believe Ballroom. 1949 Malaya. 1949 Man in Black. 1949 Manhandled. 1949 Manon. 1949 Marry Me. 1949 Masked Raiders. 1949 Massacre River. 1949 Masterminds. 1949 Maytime in Mayfair. 1949 Mighty Joe Young. 1949 Miss Grant Takes Richmond. 1949 Mother is a Freshman. 1949 Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. 1949 Mr. Soft Touch. 1949 Mrs. Mike. 1949 My Dear Secretary. 1949 My Dream is Yours. 1949 My Foolish Heart. 1949 My Friend Irma. 1949 The Mysterious Desperado. 1949 Neptune's Daughter. 1949 Never Fear. 1949 Night Unto Night. 1949 Nora Inu. 1949 Not Wanted. 1949 Obsession. 1949 Oh You Beautiful Doll. 1949 On the Town. 1949 Once More, My Darling. 1949 One Last Fling. 1949 Outpost in Morocco. 1949 Papa BOM. 1949 The Passionate Friends. 1949 Passport to Pimlico.
1949 Patte Blanche.
1949 The Perfect Woman. 1949 Pinky. 1949 Poets Pub. 1949 Port of New York.
1949 Portrait d'un assassin.
1949 Prince of Foxes.
1949 Prinsessa Ruusunen.
1949 Private Angelo. 1949 Publerina. 1949 Quartet. 1949 The Queen of Spades. 1949 Ranger of Cherokee Strip. 1949 The Reckless Moment. 1949 Red Canyon. 1949 The Red Danube. 1949 Red Light. 1949 The Red Menace. 1949 The Red Pony. 1949 Red, Hot and Blue. 1949 Reign of Terror.
1949 Rendez-vous de juillet.
1949 Ribatejo. 1949 Riders in the Sky. 1949 Riders of the Whistling Pines. 1949 Rim of the Canyon. 1949 Ringside.
1949 Riso Amaro.
1949 Rope of Sand. 1949 Rosanna McCoy.
1949 Rosvo Rope.
1949 Rotation. 1949 Rushot. 1949 Ruma Elsa. 1949 A Run for Your Money. 1949 Rustlers. 1949 Saints and Sinners.
1949 Sampo Lappelil.
1949 Samson and Delilah. 1949 Sand. 1949 Sands of Iwo Jima. 1949 Satan's Cradle. 1949 Scene of the Crime. 1949 The Secret Garden. 1949 The Setup. 1949 She should have said number 1949. She wore a yellow ribbon. 1949 Shizukanaru Keto. 1949 Shockproof. 1949 Singoalla. 1949 Siren of Atlantis.
1949
Skarb.
1949, The Sky Dragon. 1949, Slattery's Hurricane. 1949, Slightly French. 1949, The Small Back Room. 1949, So Dear to My Heart. 1949, Song of India. 1949, Song of Surrender. 1949, Sons of Matthew. 1949, Sons of New Mexico. 1949, Sorrowful Jones. 1949, Souls of Sin. 1949, South of Death Valley. 1949, South of St. Louis. 1949, Special Agent. 1949, The Spider and the Fly. 1949, Square Dance Jubilee. 1949, Stagecoach Kid. 1949, Stampede. 1949, State Department. File 649. 1949, Stop Press Girl. 1949, The Story of Molly X. 1949, The Story of Seabiscuit. 1949, Strange Bargain. 1949, The Stratton Story. 1949, Streets of Laredo. 1949, The Sun Comes Up. 1949, Susanna Pass. 1949, Sword in the Desert. 1949, Take Me Out to the Ball Game. 1949, Take One False Step. 1949, Tale of the Navajos. 1949, Tarzan's Magic Fountain. 1949, Tell It to the Judge. 1949, That Forsyte Woman. 1949, That Midnight Kiss. 1949, They Live by Night. 1949, Thieves Highway. 1949, The Third Man. 1949, The Threat. 1949, Tokyo Joe. 1949, Too Late for Tears. 1949, Top o' the Morning. 1949, Tough Assignment. 1949, Train of Events. 1949, Trapped. 1949, Traveler's Joy. 1949, Treasure of Monte Cristo. 1949, Trot Tai True. 1949, Tulsa. 1949, 12 O'Clock High.
1949, ulica Graniczna.
1949, Under Capricorn. 1949, The Undercover Man. 1949, Undertow. 1949, Vote for Huggett. 1949, Wagakoi Wamonu. 1949, The Walking Hills. 1949, We Were Strangers. 1949, Whirlpool. 1949, Whiskey Galore. 1949, White Heat. 1949, The Window. 1949, Without Honor. 1949, Woman Hater. 1949, A Woman's Secret. 1949, Wuya Yumak. 1949, The Wyoming Bandit. 1949, Yellow Sky. 1949, Yes Sir, That's My Baby. 1949, You're My Everything. 1949, The Younger Brothers.
1949, Yvonne la nuit.
1950, 47 morto che parla.
1950 to 711 Ocean Drive. 1950, Abbott and Costello in the Foreign Legion. 1950, Across the Badlands. 1950, The Admiral Was a Lady. 1950, Akatsuki no Dasso. 1950, All About Eve. 1950, American Guerrilla in the Philippines.
1950, Anderssonskans Kalle.
1950, The Angel with the Trumpet. 1950, Annie Get Your Gun.
1950, Apartado de Correos 1001.
1950, Arizona Cowboy. 1950, Arizona Territory. 1950, Armored Car Robbery. 1950, The Asphalt Jungle. 1950, At War with the Army. 1950, Atom Man vs. Superman. 1950, Atomic Attack.
1950, Au revoir Monsieur Grock.
1950, Aventurera.
1950, Aviso aos navegantes.
1950, Backfire.
1950, Bajaya.
1950, The Bandit Queen. 1950, The Baron of Arizona. 1950, Barricade. 1950, Belle of Old Mexico. 1950, Bells of Coronado. 1950, Between Midnight and Dawn. 1950 Beware of Blondie, 1950 Beyond the Purple Hills, 1950 The Big Hangover, 1950 The Big Lift, 1950 Bitter Springs, 1950 Black Hand, 1950 Black Jack, 1950 The Black Rose, 1950 The Blazing Sun, 1950 The Blonde Bandit, 1950 Blonde Dynamite, 1950 Blondie's Hero, 1950 Bluegrass of Kentucky, 1950 The Blue Lamp, 1950 Blues Busters, 1950 Bomba and the Hidden City, 1950 Border Treasure, 1950 Borderline, 1950 Born Yesterday, 1950 Born to be Bad, 1950 Branded, 1950 The Breaking Point, 1950 Breakthrough, 1950 Bright Leaf, 1950 Broken Arrow, 1950 Buccaneers Girl, 1950 Bunko Squad, 1950 Cage of Gold, 1950 Caged, 1950 Cairo Road, 1950 California Passage, 1950 Captain Carey, USA, 1950 Captain China, 1950 Captive Girl, 1950 The Capture, 1950 Cargo to Cape Town, 1950 The Caribou Trail, 1950 Casimir, 1950 Chain Lightning, 1950 Champagne for Caesar, 1950 Cheaper by the Dozen, 1950 Cinderella, 1950 Colt .45, 1950 Comanche Territory, 1950 Convicted, 1950 Copper Canyon, 1950 County Fair, 1950 Cowtown, 1950 Crisis.
1950 Cronaca di un amore.
1950 cudotvorný mac.
1950 The Cure for Love, 1950 Curtain Call at Cactus Creek, 1950 Cyrano de Bergerac, 1950 DOA, 1950 Dakota Lil, 1950 Dallas, 1950 The Daltons Women, 1950 The Damned Don't Cry, 1950 Dance Hall, 1950 Dark City, 1950 The Daughter of Rosie O'Grady, 1950 Deported, 1950 The Desert Hawk, 1950 Destination Moon, 1950 Destination Murder, 1950 Devil's Doorway, 1950 Dial 1119.
1950 Dijk is dicht. De
1950 Domenica d'Agosto.
1950 Double Deal, 1950 Duchess of Idaho, 1950 Dynamite Pass, 1950 The Eagle and the Hawk, 1950 Edge of Doom, 1950 Ella Estio Thio, 1950 The Elusive Pimpernel, 1950 Epilogue, 1950 Experiment Alcatraz, 1950 Fancy Pants, 1950 Father is a Bachelor, 1950 Father Makes Good, 1950 Father of the Bride, 1950 The File on Thelma Jordan, 1950 The Fireball, 1950 The Flame and the Arrow, 1950 Flesh and Blood,
1950 Flicka och hyacinter.
1950 Flying Disc Man from Mars, 1950 The Flying Missile, 1950 The Flying Saucer, 1950 For Heaven's Sake, 1950 Fortunes of Captain Blood.
1950 Francesco, giullare di Dio.
1950 The Franchise Affair, 1950 Francis, 1950 Frenchie, 1950 The Fuller Brush Girl, 1950 The Furies, 1950 The Glass Menagerie, 1950 The Goldbergs, 1950 Golden Salamander, 1950 Gone to Earth, 1950 The Good Humor Man, 1950 Grande Elias, 1950 The Great Jewel Robber, 1950 The Great Rupert, 1950 Guilty Bystander, 1950 Guilty of Treason, 1950 The Gunfighter, 1950 Gunmen in the Streets, 1950 The Happiest Days of Your Life, 1950 The Happy Years, 1950 Harriet Craig, 1950 Harvey, 1950 He's a Cockeyed Wonder, 1950 High Lonesome, 1950 Highly Dangerous, 1950, Highway 301. 1950, Hills of Oklahoma. 1950, Hoedown. 1950, Hollywood without makeup. 1950, Hot Rod. 1950, House by the River. 1950, Hunt the Man Down. 1950, I'll Get By. 1950, In a Lonely Place. 1950, Indian Territory. 1950, Into the Blue. 1950, The Invisible Monster. 1950, The Iroquois Trail. 1950, It's a Small World. 1950, The Jackie Robinson Story. 1950, The Jackpot. 1950, Joe Palooka Meets Humphrey. 1950, Joe Palooka in Humphrey Takes a Chance. 1950, Johnny One Eye.
1950, Juliette ou la clé des songes.
1950, Julius Caesar. 1950, Jungle Jim in Pygmy Island.
1950, Justice est faite.
1950, Kansas Raiders.
1950, Kastrullresan.
1950, Key to the City. 1950, The Kid from Texas. 1950, Kill or Be Killed. 1950, Kill the Umpire. 1950, Killer Shark. 1950, The Killer That Stalked New York. 1950, Kim.
1950, Kind der Donau.
1950, King Solomon's Mines. 1950, King of the Bullwhip. 1950, Kiss Tomorrow Goodbye. 1950, Kontiki. 1950, Lady Paname. 1950, A Lady Without Passport. 1950, Last Holiday. 1950, Last of the Buccaneers. 1950, The Lawless. 1950, Let's Dance. 1950, A Life of Her Own. 1950, Lily Marlene. 1950, The Lost Volcano. 1950, Louisa. 1950, Love That Brute. 1950, Lucky Losers. 1950, Ma and Pa Kettle Go to Town.
1950, Ma Pomme.
1950, Madeline. 1950, The Magnet. 1950, The Magnificent Yankee. 1950, The Man Who Cheated Himself. 1950, The Man on the Eiffel Tower. 1950, Mark of the Gorilla. 1950, Marshal of Eldorado. 1950, Medon Staden Sover. 1950, The Men. 1950, Mephistokas. 1950, The Metro Goldwyn Mayer Story.
1950, Meurtre.
1950, The Milkman.
1950, Min syster och jag.
1950, The Miniver Story. 1950, Mr. 880. 1950, Montana. 1950, Morning Departure. 1950, Moskongan. 1950, Mother Didn't Tell Me. 1950, Motor Patrol. 1950, Mr. Music. 1950, The Mudlark. 1950, Mule Train. 1950, Municata Kudai. 1950, My Blue Heaven. 1950, My Friend Irma Goes West. 1950, Mystery Street. 1950, Mystery Submarine. 1950, Nancy Goes to Rio.
1950, Napoli milionaria.
1950, The Nevadan. 1950, Never a Dull Moment. 1950, The Next Voice You Hear. 1950, Night and the City. 1950, No Man of Her Own. 1950, No Sad Songs for Me. 1950, No Way Out. 1950, North of the Great Divide. 1950, Odette. 1950, Once a Thief. 1950, One Way Street. 1950, Operation Haylift. 1950, Our Very Own. 1950, The Outriders. 1950, Outside the Wall. 1950, Pagan Love Song. 1950, Paid in Full. 1950, The Palomino. 1950, Panic in the Streets. 1950, Peggy. 1950, Perfect Strangers. 1950, The Petty Girl. 1950, Pirates of the High Seas. 1950, Please Believe Me. 1950, Prehistoric Women. 1950, Prelude to Fame. 1950, Pretty Baby.
1950, Prima comunione.
1950, Professori Massa.
1950, Quicksand. 1950, Radar Patrol vs. Spy King. 1950, Radar Secret Service.
1950,
Ratavartijan kaunis inkeri.
1950, The Reformer and the Redhead. 1950, The Return of Jesse James. 1950, Return of the Frontiersman. 1950, Rider from Tucson. 1950, Riders of the Range. 1950, Riding High. 1950, Right Cross. 1950, Rio Grande. 1950, Rio Grande Patrol. 1950, Rock Island Trail. 1950, Rocket Ship XM. 1950, The Rocking Horse Winner. 1950, Rocky Mountain. 1950, Rogues of Sherwood Forest. 1950, Room to Let. 1950, Saddle Tramp. 1950, Salt Lake Raiders. 1950, The Savage Horde. 1950, The Secret Fury. 1950, September Affair. 1950, 7 Days to Noon. 1950, Shadow on the Wall. 1950, Shakedown. 1950, Shedroy Lito. 1950, Short Grass. 1950, The Showdown. 1950, Shoebun. 1950, Side Street. 1950, Sierra.
1950, Simba del Mareado.
1950, Singing Guns. 1950, The Skipper Surprised His Wife. 1950, The Sleeping City. 1950, So Long at the Fair. 1950, So Young, So Bad.
1950, Sobre las olas.
1950, The Sound of Fury. 1950, South Sea Sinner. 1950, Southside 1 to 1000. 1950, Stage Fright. 1950, Stage to Tucson. 1950, Stars in My Crown. 1950, State Secret. 1950, Stella. 1950, Storm over Wyoming. 1950, Streets of Ghost Town. 1950, Stromboli. 1950, Summerstock. 1950, The Sundowners. 1950, Sunset Boulevard. 1950, Surrender.
1950, Tanssi yli hautojen.
1950, Tarzan and the Slave Girl. 1950, The Tattooed Stranger. 1950, Tea for Two. 1950, Tension. 1950, The Texan Meets Calamity Jane. 1950, They Were Not Divided. 1950, This Side of the Law. 1953, Came Home. 1950, Three Little Words. 1950, Three Secrets. 1950, A Ticket to Tomahawk. 1950, To Please a Lady. 1950, The Toast of New Orleans. 1950, The Torch. 1950, Trail of Robin Hood. 1950, Trail of the Rustlers. 1950, Train to Tombstone. 1950, Traveling Saleswoman. 1950, Treasure Island. 1950, Trigger, Jr. 1950, Trio. 1950, Triple Trouble. 1950, Tripoli. 1950, Twilight in the Sierras. 1950, Two Flags West. 1950, 2 Weeks with Love. 1950, Under My Skin. 1950, Undercover Girl. 1950, The Underworld Story.
1950, Uniforme et Grande Manœuvre.
1950, Union Station. 1950, Vendetta. 1950, The Vicious Years. 1950, Vigilante Hideout.
1950, Vita da cani.
1950, Volcano. 1950, Wabash Avenue. 1950, Wagon Master. 1950, Walk Softly, Stranger. 1950, Watch the Birdie. 1950, Waterfront. 1950, The West Point Story. 1950, Western Pacific Agent. 1950, When Willie Comes Marching Home. 1950, When You're Smiling. 1950, Where Danger Lives. 1950, Where the Sidewalk Ends. 1950, The White Tower. 1950, Winchester 73.
1950, Wo Jayi bei Zi.
1950, Woman in Hiding. 1950, The Woman in Question. 1950, A Woman of Distinction. 1950, Woman on the Run. 1950, The Wooden Horse. 1950, Wyoming Mail. 1950, The Yellow Cab Man. 1950, Young Daniel Boone. 1950, Young Man with a Horn. 1950, Your Witness. 1950, Yuki Fujin Azu.